This is episode 24, The Disappearance of Brian Schaefer. Brian Randall Schaefer was born on February 25, 1979 in Pickerington, Ohio. Pickerington is a small suburb of Columbus, the capital city, with a total size of 9.74 square miles and a population of just over 18,000. He was the oldest son of Randy and Renee Schaefer, having a younger brother named Derek. Brian was a popular kid, intensely smart, and found it easy to make friends. His drive and determination was recognized early on with his sharp focus on academics and an ambition to achieve more. Brian is described as being 6 foot 2 inches tall and weighing approximately 165 pounds. He has light brown hair and hazel eyes. Distinguishing marks are noted as a tattoo of a Pearl Jam symbol on his upper right arm and a small black dot which is present in the iris of his left eye. When last seen, Brian was wearing an olive green short-sleeve polo shirt over a white long-sleeve shirt, blue jeans, white Adidas shoes, and a rubber yellow cancer awareness bracelet. Brian would go on to graduate from Pickerington High School in 1997, where he had previously been captain of the tennis team, heading on to The Ohio State University for his undergraduate work. He worked part-time for JCPenney from 1997 to January of 2002, after which he took a break to focus on his studies. In 2003, he obtained a bachelor's degree in microbiology, began working for Ohio State University Hospital as a radiology tech assistant, and after a short break from school, became a medical student at Ohio State University College of Medicine in 2004. Sadly, during his second year of med school, Brian's mother Renee passed away after a battle with myelodysplasia, a rare form of cancer. Brian was heartbroken by the loss and found himself in the difficult situation of pursuing a career in the medical field while watching his mother succumb to the terrible disease. Following her passing, Brian posted on his MySpace page saying, quote, "My mom was the greatest, most wonderful person in the world," end quote. Close friends said that Brian put on a strong face for his family, but internally was having a hard time accepting the loss and that it was extremely painful for him. Despite his drive and focus, there was a side to Brian that only close friends were aware of. Being a med student is an extremely challenging position full of long nights, little sleep, and endless study. But for Brian, his true dreams existed somewhere in the relaxed lifestyle of tropical island living. He reportedly told friends that he would love to be living on a tropical island somewhere, playing in a band, and running his own bar. He made references to Jimmy Buffett and Margaritaville, and would sometimes say that medical school was simply for the time being, but his ultimate goals in life couldn't be achieved inside the walls of a university. Despite this image of himself in a Hawaiian shirt, strumming along on his guitar near a sandy beach, Brian had things which kept him close to home. On his MySpace page, Brian described himself, quote, "I'm a second-year medical student at Ohio State University, only 2 years to go. I have an awesome and amazing girlfriend. She's super hot and lots of fun. I really love music, and this whole doctor thing is really just a job, only temporary, until I get my band together and put out a record. I want to own an island someday, or at least a beach, so I can listen to Buffett all day and drink margaritas with my senorita," end quote. Brian had begun dating fellow med student Alexis Wagoner. According to Alexis, quote, "I thought he was cute, and one of my friends told him at a concert, and then he called and asked me if I wanted to go have dinner and study, and that's how it started," end quote. According to Alexis, the relationship was going smoothly. They had met one another's parents, spent a great deal of time together, and were highly supportive during the trials and tribulations of trying to balance medical school and a personal life. According to Alexis, after Renee passed away, Brian admitted to her that he was really struggling with the loss. He was in a dark place, and suggested to her that she may be happier with someone else. However, Alexis had said that this was a result of his depression about his mother's passing, and that he was able to pull himself out of it, and things between the two got back to the bright and happy place they had been previously. Actually, things began to become more serious between them. Brian purchased tickets for he and Alexis to take a trip to Miami. They were meant to fly out on Monday, April 3rd, 2006. Friends close to Brian have said that he planned to propose to Alexis while on vacation with her, but sadly, the flight would come and go, and neither Alexis nor Brian would be on it. Friday, March 31st was the last day of classes for Brian before spring break started. Brian was looking to celebrate. Spring break was finally here, and he had his trip to Miami with Alexis all set to go after the weekend. But that weekend in particular was going to be about having fun with friends and family, celebrating his achievements, and just all around good times. He met his father Randy for dinner early in the evening. The two traveled to Reynoldsburg to an Outback steakhouse, and Randy described his son as seeming very positive. According to Randy, he was still struggling with the loss of his wife, and Brian was there for him. Randy would later say, quote, "He seemed to be in pretty good spirits as far as that, and he gave me more comfort that night than I might have given him. I got the same thing that my wife and I had gotten for a long time there, and it kind of saddened my heart. I started to shed a few tears, and he said, 'It's all right, Dad. I'll be with you as much as I can.'" End quote. Brian was very supportive of his father. It had only been 3 weeks since his mother had passed away, and the tragic loss, though devastating, had brought Brian, his father, and his brother Derek closer together. Randy was proud of his son, but was also concerned about him. Brian had just come out of a long run of cramming for exams, and he looked tired. Randy would later say, quote, "He would study maybe 2 o'clock till 8 or 9 in the morning. He was a night owl. He wasn't getting much sleep." End quote. Brian told Randy that he had plans to go out that night, and though Randy understood his son's desire to celebrate and enjoy his time off, he couldn't help but feel like Brian may have benefited more from staying in and resting. Despite his hesitation about it, Randy figured that Brian was mature and a dependable man, and that he shouldn't worry too much about it, and so he elected not to push the issue, a decision he would later regret. Brian had made plans earlier to go out with his good friend and former dorm roommate William Florence, better known as Clint. His girlfriend at the time, Alexis, was out of town for the weekend, visiting her parents in Toledo, though she was very excited about the vacation they had planned together. Flying solo that weekend, Brian saw it as the perfect opportunity for a guy's night out, so he and Florence planned to go to the Ugly Tuna Saloona located at 1546 North High Street in Columbus, not far from where Brian was enrolled in medical school. The Ugly Tuna was an upstairs bar located in the South Campus Gateway and was a popular spot for students. North High Street was the center of nightlife for local university students, but on this particular weekend, with spring break beginning, the streets were flooded, and the local bars and restaurants that dotted the avenue were chock full of partiers. It was a cool night, though the bitterness of winter seemed to be subsiding, and coats were cast aside for long sleeves, though it wasn't quite warm enough for shorts. Brian and Florence arrived at the bar at approximately 9 p.m. Brian invited his brother Derek and his girlfriend Maureen along for the night out. Derek was interested, but he and Maureen had plans to attend a show at a comedy club, The Funny Bone. Derek thought perhaps he and Maureen could attend afterwards, but when the show ended, they were both feeling tired. Asked about this later, Derek stated, quote, "We were trying to meet up. I'd been to a comedy club in Columbus, but it was late. Maureen, my girlfriend, and I headed back to where I lived and met with friends at a local bar instead." End quote. Derek can't help but feel like if he would have made different choices that night, his brother might still be safe and sound. In an interview, he later said, quote, "I've thought about that night over and over and over for 10 years. What if I had been there that night? Would things have been different? Would my brother still be here? I've carried that guilt around for a while." End quote. At approximately 10 p.m., Brian placed a call to Alexis. According to reports of the time, Brian expressed how much he missed her and loved her. He told her that he was excited and looking forward to spending the next week with her in Miami. The two said goodnight, and Brian explained that he was going to be doing some bar hopping with Clint Florence, and Alexis reminded him to give her a call the next day. This would be the last time Alexis would ever speak to Brian. Brian and Clint left the Ugly Tuna, headed down the street, and made a few stops along the way at other bars. It was a pub crawl, in a sense, with the two heading in and getting a shot or two before moving on to the next location, headed in the direction of the Arena District. In one particular bar, called the Short North, the two men ran into Florence's friend, Meredith Reed. Perhaps due to the time, or the crowd, Brian and Florence asked Reed if she would give them a ride back to the Ugly Tuna. It was nearing midnight, and Reed told them that would be fine, and in fact, she'd come in with them and have a drink. Surveillance camera footage later obtained by investigators clearly shows Brian, Florence, and Reed taking the escalator to the upstairs bar of the Ugly Tuna at 1:15 a.m. on Saturday, April 1st, 2006. From this point forward, surveillance footage becomes important as a witness to the events of this evening. Surveillance footage captured images of Brian at 1:55 a.m., standing at the top of the escalators talking to two women who Clint would later identify as classmates from Ohio State. At this point, Brian turns around and walks back into the bar, and the trio discussed heading home, feeling pretty done with the night's events. Reed and Florence would later tell police sometime after Brian re-entered, they became separated from him. According to Reed, quote, Clint and Brian were talking about something, and Brian mentioned he was going up, toward the stage area, end quote. This was the last time either Reed or Clint reports seeing Brian. As the bar began closing up, Reed and Clint say they looked all over for Brian, but were unable to find him. There was a large mass of people now traveling towards the doors, as last call had passed. Clint and Reed, at this point, assumed that Brian may have met up with other friends or taken a cab home, and so they left, not thinking much else about it. It wasn't uncommon for friends to get separated when out drinking in such a crowd, and Brian was a responsible guy who had never had any issues before, so they didn't think too much about it. The Ugly Tuna officially closed at 2 a.m. Strangely, there is no surveillance footage of Brian leaving the bar that night, which to this day absolutely baffles investigators. No one was aware of Brian's disappearance at first. Brian's father, Randy, placed several calls to his cell phone that weekend, but received no answers. Alexis also called for Brian, but she too was unable to get him on the phone. She was coming back into town and still very much looking forward to their vacation, so she headed over to his apartment, but could find no sign of him. She spent the weekend in his apartment waiting for him to return, and her fear and nervousness grew exponentially every time she dialed his number and failed to get an answer. Finally, Alexis called Randy and told him of the situation. Alexis would later state, quote, I was kind of starting to worry Saturday night, and by Sunday morning when I hadn't heard anything, I was really thinking there was something wrong, end quote. Concerned, though not yet frightened, Randy placed a call to Brian's brother Derek and told him that Brian might be missing. Derek's first thought was that Brian had spent the weekend partying and was staying over a friend's place. He even harbored the possibility that the whole thing was just a prank Brian was playing on them. It was, after all, the weekend of April Fool's Day. When asked about the call, Derek stated, quote, Dad said Brian was missing. He asked if I could go to his apartment and see if he was there, so I drove to his place. The lights were on, so I thought, oh good, he's back home. But Alexis was there, not Brian. That's when we knew something was up. No one had talked to him since Friday night, end quote. According to Alexis and Derek, Brian's car was still parked in its space near his apartment, and nothing had been disturbed on the inside. There was no sign to suggest that Brian had ever come home. When Monday came and went, with Brian never contacting anyone and now missing the flight to Miami, Randy Schaefer contacted the Columbus police to report his son missing. Police began their investigation by talking to friends and family and going to the Ugly Tuna. A combined reward was quickly put together, with $2,000 supplied by Crime Stoppers and another $5,000 from the Ohio State University College of Medicine and Public Health. While police were conducting the initial stages of their investigation, Brian's friends and family began covering campus and surrounding streets with flyers advertising his disappearance. When asked about whether or not foul play may be involved in the disappearance, police were hesitant to speculate. Talking about Brian and Alexis, Sergeant Mike Wood stated, quote, everything was set up for these two to take this trip to Florida. That's what makes this unusual, end quote. Police took copies of surveillance footage from the Ugly Tuna as well as conducting door-to-door canvassing of the surrounding area. Randy Schaefer brought in search dogs to assist in the effort, and while they initially hit on what may have been Brian's scent, they were unable to follow it anywhere and did not hit on it again. Little came from the police's questioning, and Sergeant John Hurst, who would lead the investigation, stated early on, quote, "So far, the leads we've really taken haven't taken us too far. We have a few leads that we're still working on that we haven't fully developed. Once those develop, hopefully, they'll give us some directions." End quote. In a plea to the public, Randy Schaefer said, quote, "He means so much to me. I lost my wife. I don't want to lose my son too. Please help me find him." End quote. Police searches intensified. They searched every dumpster and waste receptacle in the large area surrounding the Ugly Tuna, and were even granted permission by the city to go down into the sewers, and still came up empty-handed. Early on in the investigation, police seemed to be curious about the accounts given to them by Meredith Reed and Clint Florence, the last two people to have seen Brian that night. They weren't sure if they could possibly know more than they were saying, or who may have been involved, and so they issued a round of polygraph tests. Brian's father Randy volunteered and was tested and passed. Meredith Reed also submitted to a test and passed. On the other hand, Brian's best friend Clint, who initially was very open to assisting investigators, refused to submit to a polygraph test and quickly hired a lawyer, through whom all future communication with police would be conducted. This behavior set off some red flags for friends and family, particularly Brian's brother Derek, who later said, quote, "I don't know Clint very well, but I always thought something was off with him. The way he talked about my brother after he went missing, kind of in a negative way. I wouldn't expect that from someone whose friend vanished. If Clint knew something, I hope he would have shared it. I deserve to know." End quote. Clint's lawyer, Neil Rosenberg, when asked about why his client appeared to be concealing information from the police, responded strongly. In an email, Rosenberg said, quote, "The only burning issue with the authorities remains Clint's refusal to be polygraphed. That decision was based on my recommendation and advice to Clint, not because he has been misleading or has something to hide, but that he simply has nothing new to tell and was totally upfront and honest with them from the beginning. As far as Clint is concerned, this matter is closed." End quote. Many have taken issue with Clint's position, feeling that if he truly had nothing to hide, he would be more open and helpful. He refused polygraph tests on 2 separate occasions. I've been fairly open with my feelings on polygraph tests in the past, from their validity to their necessity, but public opinion does tend to shift when someone refuses one, even if legally that is the more logical choice. Alexis was devastated by Brian's disappearance, and spent a great deal of time both in his apartment and putting up flyers everywhere she could. She called his cell phone frequently, leaving him messages or just to feel like he was still within reach. As the investigation developed further, leads were becoming few and far between. Police examined the camera footage from the Ugly Tuna, though they couldn't quite figure out how they could watch Brian enter the bar at 1:55 a.m. and then never exit. They considered the possibility that he may have slipped by the cameras, though this seemed unlikely. Grasping at straws, they theorized he could have changed his clothes or put on a hat to conceal his face, and have left, but that would suggest he was planning to disappear, and investigators did not think that was likely the case, though it had to be considered. Police were able to account for and identify nearly every individual seen leaving the Ugly Tuna that night, except for Brian. The 2 women he was seen speaking with that night were later identified as Brighton Zatko and Amber Ruick. When asked about Brian, Ruick didn't have any ideas and told reporters that she had never been asked to take a polygraph. Police were absolutely baffled by Brian's disappearing act. There was a service freight elevator, which could have been taken as an exit, that wasn't under surveillance. Investigators initially thought he could have left via that method, but as their search expanded, they began reviewing surveillance footage from all surrounding businesses. Columbus has the most surveillance cameras of any city in the state of Ohio, more than Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Toledo combined, and yet they could find no signs of Brian. One of those cameras had a clear shot of the freight elevator exit, and Brian never appeared anywhere on it. Strangely, a month after Brian disappeared, Alexis received a phone call from police. In May, Someone had broken into Brian's apartment, and they needed her to come down and identify any items which may have been missing. As a result of their investigation into the break-in, police were able to determine that there was no connection between the crime and Brian's disappearance, and was likely committed by someone who had noticed the apartment seeming vacant. Brian's father, Randy, set up a website, findbrianschaefer.com, in hopes of getting more tips or information about his disappearance. Later in the month, a Pearl Jam concert happened in Cincinnati, and Brian had previously purchased tickets. Alexis couldn't bring herself to go, so she auctioned the tickets off on eBay and added the money to his reward. Eddie Vedder, the frontman for Pearl Jam, read off Brian's description during the show and dedicated a song to him. I'm gonna play a short clip of Vedder talking about Schaefer during the concert.
Last April, a young man named Brian Schaefer kind of went missing. He looks like he's in his 20s. He's 6'2", real handsome guy, and he's got a Pearl Jam tattoo on his upper right arm. And he's going to med school. You may have heard about this already. If you have, I apologize, but I don't think it would do any harm to bring it again to everybody's attention. If you look into this, it's out there. Findbrianschaefer.com, that's his name, Brian Schaefer. And it feels like he's one of our own. And if you have any information, there is a reward, but you can also remain anonymous by calling Crime Stoppers Ohio. There's information on NBC4, and like I said, he's one of us, and we miss him here tonight, and hopefully we can have a happy ending to this. If you have any information or idea, we're friends.
A few psychics came forward claiming to have information regarding Brian's disappearance. Bill Mitchell alleged to have a vision of Brian and stated, quote, "When I saw his picture Monday night, I immediately tuned into him and felt he'd been drinking too much over the weekend. He's gone through a recent tragedy. His mother's passed away. I think he was just a little too drunk to really make it home safely. I feel positive that he's alive, but I feel there has been an injury. I keep feeling impact in my abdomen." End quote. Despite the efforts of so-called psychics, no new information was gleaned, and the case quickly became a startling mess of theories with no supporting evidence. Not a single shred of evidence could be found to suggest what could have happened to Brian that night. His keys, wallet, and cell phone were never recovered. Detective Andre Edwards dedicated hundreds of hours to watching and rewatching footage from the Ugly Tuna that night. On several occasions he thought he had spotted Brian exiting, but each time he showed the footage to friends and family, enlarged and sharpened, they were unable to confirm that it was Brian. When asked about Brian's movements that night, Edwards stated, quote, "I can say with 100% certainty that Brian Schaefer did not go back down that escalator." End quote. Cadaver dogs were brought into the bar to investigate the possibility that Brian had been murdered or possibly died and was somewhere inside the bar. There were no hits. Police began monitoring Brian's cell phone as well as his bank accounts, but there has not been any activity on either to suggest that Brian was still alive. Police had two essential theories from the get-go. One was that Brian had chosen to leave town. They considered information from his friends and family about the difficulty he'd been going through since losing his mother, and his dream of living on an island somewhere. Despite this possibility, they couldn't help but suspect foul play was involved, though they wouldn't discuss what specifically made them lean this way, other than the fact that Brian had made future plans and was unlikely to abandon his family during such a difficult time. Days began changing into weeks, and weeks into months without any sight nor hope of locating Brian. Alexis continued her daily routine of placing calls to his cell phone and immediately getting his voicemail. Then, in September, one of her calls was met with the sound of ringing. The phone rang a total of 3 times before sending her to voicemail. She called back, wanting to hear the sound again. She later wrote on her MySpace page, quote, "I kept calling it to hear it purely because it was one of the best sounds I have ever heard, even if no one picked up." End quote. Brian's cell phone was on the Singular network, and they had two possible reasons as to why his phone may have rang. They suspected it could have been a glitch which allowed Alexis to hear a ring, though in reality it likely was not ringing. They also put forth the possibility that at that time, his phone may have been powered on. Unfortunately, Brian's phone wasn't equipped with GPS, making it impossible to get an exact location. The police were able to ping the tower and found that the call originated from Hillard, a town located 14 miles northwest of Columbus. Further investigation developed no new leads or information, and Brian's phone was never recovered. A psychic contacted Randy and told him that he believed Brian's body could be recovered from a river somewhere beneath a bridge. As a result of this, friends and family began conducting searches of rivers in the area. Police joined in, searching several rivers, but were unable to find anything pointing them in the proper direction. A theory began to develop that Brian's disappearance may in some way be connected to the smiley face murder theory. In short, the smiley face theory suggests that several bodies discovered in waterways around the Midwestern United States were not the result of accidental drowning, but were actually victims of murder. Graffiti was typically located within close proximity to the bodies depicting a smiley face. For the most part, this theory is dismissed as pure speculation, and smiley faces are an extremely common form of graffiti. A year after Brian's disappearance, friends and family began planning a prayer vigil and memorial of him in hopes of bringing the community together and possibly generating some leads. In mid-March, prior to the vigil, police recovered skeletal remains 60 miles away from where Brian had vanished. A man who was out in the woods collecting aluminum cans happened upon the remains and notified police. They were determined to be a year old. The family held their breath for 2 days as the remains were examined, but ultimately they turned out to be those of a female. The prayer vigil went forward, taking place outside of the Ugly Tuna. Friends and family gathered, saying prayers for Brian, hanging new flyers, and hoping beyond hope. Another year would pass, and in September of 2008, tragedy would once again strike the Schaefer family. A heavy storm swept through central Ohio, and Randy Schaefer was out in the yard cleaning debris. At approximately 6 p.m., a strong gust of wind knocked down a tree, and it struck Randy, killing him. His body was discovered the next day by a neighbor. In the course of just 3 years, Derek Schaefer had lost his mother to cancer, his brother had vanished, and then his father was killed in a freak accident. Randy's obituary appeared online, and someone commented on it claiming to be Brian. The poster wrote, quote, "Dad, I love you. Love Brian. U.S. Virgin Islands." End quote. Police immediately tracked down the IP address of the poster, and it was discovered to be a hoax. Shortly after Randy's passing, Clint Florence's lawyer, Neil Rosenberg, exchanged several emails regarding Brian's disappearance and Clint's disinterest in taking a polygraph. Rosenberg claimed to have spoken to several detectives working the case, and that they had allegedly suggested to him that Brian may still be alive. Rosenberg took this to mean that Brian had chosen to run off. In the emails, Rosenberg stated, quote, "If Brian is alive, which is what I am led to believe after speaking with the detective involved, then it is Brian and not Clint who is causing his family pain and hardship. Brian should come forward and end this." End quote. Derek Schaefer chose to respond, saying of Clint, quote, "As soon as detectives started getting involved, that's pretty much when he had no contact with anybody. I've always thought he definitely knows something, just won't come forward with it. If Brian did take off somewhere, if that is the case, we just always had a strong feeling Clint would possibly know that." End quote. No new leads or information have come to the surface in the 11 years since Brian disappeared, and those who loved him and miss him have been forced to move forward with their lives. Derek Schaefer moved away with his wife. He still works in central Ohio and remains hopeful that someday he will have answers. Alexis Wagoner spent the better part of the first year waiting for Brian, hoping that he would return someday. Eventually, she boxed up his belongings and kept them in her closet, and finally had to let go and move forward with her life. She has since become an OBGYN, is married, and has 2 children. She still speaks out about Brian whenever possible, and has been a part of multiple media interviews. Sergeant Hurst, the lead investigator on the case, took it extremely personal, as did those who worked beneath him. Hurst, now the head of the Columbus Police Department's Physical Abuse Unit, stated, quote, "The detectives involved in this case became personally and emotionally involved. It's still a case we very much think about and talk about today." End quote. When asked if more than 10 years later, if he believes it's possible that Brian is alive, he responded, quote, "There is a possibility he is alive, but if you look at the probabilities that he isn't alive, those are just as great." End quote. When asked about whether or not he believed Brian was murdered, Hurst said, quote, "There is nothing we have been able to recover that shows he succumbed to foul play, so again, the probability of that isn't as great as he just walked away." End quote. Sadly, he concluded his statement by saying, quote, "The answers that everyone wants, everyone needs. I don't know if we will ever find them." End quote. Several theories have sprung up in the 11 years since Brian Shaffer walked into the Ugly Tuna Saloona and vanished into thin air. With such a strange disappearance, it would be even stranger if there weren't more than a few theories. The police have chosen not to reveal which theories they think are most strongly possible, but others have spoken out, including Brian's friends and family. The first theory, which always exists in cases where adults vanish, is that Brian Shaffer chose to walk away. Many point to his struggles with depression after the passing of his mother, his dreams of being on a tropical island someday, and his candid remarks to Alexis about moving on and finding someone who could make her happy. Some even believe that Clint Florence may know Brian's whereabouts. Another theory is that Brian didn't just walk away, but that he committed suicide. If indeed his depression had worsened, and he saw his life going in a direction that he didn't wish to pursue any longer, many believe it's entirely possible that he chose to take his own life. The fact that his body was never recovered makes others question the theory, but it cannot be ruled out completely. Some believe the very thin theory that Brian fell victim to the alleged smiley face killer. Aside from the fact that the theory has been rejected by law enforcement, and even the FBI, there are those who examine the cases with which it is associated and see the possibilities. A common theory is that Brian Shaffer fell victim to foul play of one form or another. Though the specifics are unknown, many speculate that his body is somewhere inside the Ugly Tuna. Despite exhaustive search efforts by police and the use of cadaver dogs, this is still a pretty popular theory amongst online detectives. Of course, how Brian met his end is another matter. Some speculate that Brian was accosted by a total stranger, while others believe it was someone he knew and trusted. Speculation has run rampant that Clint Florence was involved in the disappearance of Brian Shaffer. There have been rumors for years that Clint was involved in some kind of illegal activities, and that he and Brian were beginning to experience moments of tension surrounding these acts. Some have gone so far as to allege that, following the loss of his mother, Brian became involved with Clint in some kind of illegal business, and when things went sideways, Clint chose to kill Brian and conceal his body. Clint's alleged involvement is only spurred on more by his lack of cooperation and refusal to take a polygraph. It has been over 11 years since Brian Shaffer vanished, and not a single piece of evidence has ever been recovered. Those who loved Brian have been forced to move forward, accepting that they may never have answers. A handsome, intelligent 27-year-old med student went out for a night of celebration, had plans for a dream vacation with the woman he was possibly going to propose to, and never came home. His father tragically died, never having known Brian's fate, and Derek remains the only member of his family to still live with the uncertainty. He wears a green bracelet with Brian's name on it to this day, hoping against all odds that he will one day find his brother, or at least discover what happened to him. A $25,500 reward is still being offered for information leading to Brian's whereabouts. Until someone comes forward, police come up with a break in the case, or Brian himself is found, the vanishing of Brian Shaffer remains one of the most mind-boggling and baffling disappearances in American history. This is episode 31, The Murder of Joel Lovelien. Joel Lovelien was born on October 8, 1969 in Bismarck, North Dakota, to Marvin Lovelien and Judy Berglund. Bismarck is the capital of North Dakota and its second largest city, behind only Fargo, and has a population of 72,000. The city is approximately 31.23 square miles, and its Capitol building juts up as the tallest and most recognizable building in the skyline. Joel was an active child, described by many as a sensitive boy who loved to laugh and to make others laugh. Joel would go on to attend West Junior High School in Great Falls from 1982 to 1985. Later in the year, his family would pick up stakes and move to Bagley, Minnesota, approximately 300 miles northeast of Bismarck. Bagley is a small city in Clearwater County and holds a population of just over 1,300. It is there that Joel attended Bagley High School, graduating in 1988. After graduating from high school, Joel went on to attend the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks. He pursued and graduated with a degree in math and computer science. Early on, he began working in information services at the Grand Forks Clinic, later going on to be a technical systems analyst for All True Healthcare Systems. On March 20th, 1992, Joel married Heidi Hosley, and together they had a daughter whom they named Alexa. He was a doting father who, friends and family all agree, had a real zest for life and loved spending time with his daughter more than anything else. Though his marriage with Heidi ultimately ended, the two remained on amicable terms and co-parented their daughter. When Joel later met and fell in love with Heather Eastling, the two women would be friendly to one another, though following Joel's death, they would find strength in one another, with Heidi later saying, quote, "We have a man we loved in common. We have my daughter who she also loves." End quote. Joel and Heather's romance was a whirlwind, with both falling fast and hard for one another. Joel had been married before, and though he had a hesitance, Heather was irresistible to him, and he knew early on that she was the only one he'd been looking for, a sweet, kind, and beautiful grade school teacher. Joel's obituary described Heather as the love of his life. The two had been together for less than a year, but their bond was so strong that they didn't want to waste any time, and became engaged, with their wedding set to take place on August 8th, 2008, or 888. Joel was a kind man with a big heart who cared greatly for his family, which had many divisions to it. Joel had a sister, as well as 2 half-brothers and 3 step-brothers. In his leisure time, he enjoyed golf and bowling, as well as spending time with his friends and family. He was a lifelong fan of the University of North Dakota Fighting Sioux hockey team. In October of 2007, Joel and Heather decided to celebrate Halloween by going to a costume party. It was being held at the Broken Drum Bar and Grill, located on North Washington Street in Grand Forks. The party was on Saturday, October 27th, and both had chosen their costumes. Joel would be wearing his green Fighting Sioux hockey jersey, while Heather would be dressed as a mechanic. The two arrived and shared a few drinks together, playing a couple of hands of blackjack while Joel indulged in a cigar. The bar was busier than usual due to the party, and the atmosphere was injected by a large group of younger people. A party bus had arrived, letting out approximately 40 to 50 people in their early 20s. The Broken Drum was just one stop along the way, and for the most part, everyone was enjoying the spirit of the evening and dancing in their costumes. Amongst those who stepped off the bus were a cowboy, a lion, a hunter, a clown, a Paris Hilton, and a gangster. Interestingly, though North Dakota is far from the most populous state, it has more bars per capita than any other state in the country. This made the party bus rather busy that night, ushering its patrons around from bar to bar. The bus was meant to leave the Broken Drum around 11:30 p.m. to move on to the next destination. Right around this time, as Heather recalls, Joel's phone rang, and in order to avoid the noise of the bar and hear the caller, he told her he was going to step outside. A few minutes later, Joel returned and told Heather that he thought someone had missed the bus. According to Heather, Joel said, quote, "Hey, somebody got left by the bus. I'm gonna go check on him." End quote. At this point, Joel kissed her on the cheek and walked outside. Neither Heather nor anyone else present at the bar could have expected what would happen next, and that Joel would never walk back inside. Adding even more tragedy to this horrifying story is that Joel hadn't planned on staying too late, as he was attending his daughter's confirmation just the next day. Moments after Joel exited the bar, a female patron came running inside screaming for someone to call 911. Heather wasn't immediately concerned, but got up from her seat and went outside to see what was going on and to ask Joel what had happened. To her shock and horror, she discovered it was Joel who needed medical assistance. According to a statement made later, Heather said, quote, "Joel was lying there with blood all over the cement near his head in the parking lot. We couldn't get a response out of him." End quote. The ambulance arrived and Joel was hurried away to the very hospital in which he worked as a systems analyst. Despite their best efforts, surgeons were unable to save Joel's life. According to doctors, Joel had been severely beaten and multiple bones in his face were broken. It was determined that sadly, Joel had choked to death on his own blood. Dr. Mary Ann Sens, a Grand Forks coroner, would perform an autopsy on Joel the following day. Ultimately, she agreed with doctors about his cause of death and said it was as a result of his severe facial injuries. She described Joel's face as being flattened and later stated, quote, "When you actually touched his face, you could hear the bones crunching." End quote. According to Dr. Sens, the injuries to Joel were focused primarily on his face, head, and upper torso. No significant injuries were found on his extremities, nor were there offensive injuries such as cuts on his hands, suggesting that whomever had attacked Joel had likely surprised him and left him no chance to fight back. Sens believed that fists could have caused the injuries, though there was the possibility of a foot or a fairly broad object without well-defined edges. Sens also found blood pooled in Joel's testicles, about which she would say it was very unusual and, quote, "I cannot prove or disprove any injury to that area," end quote. Sens would go on to say that Joel suffered blunt force trauma to the head and speculated that it was possible his head had been bashed against the ground. She found no trace of blood on his pants, which suggests that when Joel was bleeding, he wasn't standing up with the blood dripping down. This would infer that someone had gotten Joel onto the ground quickly, which could be challenging considering that he was nearly 6 foot 4 inches tall and weighed approximately 240 to 250 pounds. Suffice it to say, Joel cut an imposing figure, and being that no offensive wounds were found on him, someone had to have blindsided him and taken advantage while he was grounded. Police arrived on the scene and had a tremendously chaotic situation to deal with. The party bus had left, which escorted away 40 to 50 possible witnesses and/or suspects of the attack. There were approximately 80 patrons left inside the bar, many of which were intoxicated and unable to provide much helpful information. In addition to this, many of those who may have seen something couldn't identify anyone by name, since most every person there that night was in a costume. Police were given the descriptions of individuals who had been near or interacting with Joel in the hours and moments leading up to the attack, but it was essentially like a list of villains from an episode of the 1960s Batman. If it wasn't so incredibly tragic and horrifying, it might have been funny. The descriptions included a clown, a cowboy, a gangster, a hunter, a lion, and a construction worker. Grand Forks Police Chief John Packett later stated, quote, "If you're going to find the Penguin and the Joker and the rest of them, you've got to find them pretty quickly." End quote. After getting information about the party bus, the Grand Forks Police sent units to nearby bars to try and track down members of that tour. Outside of statements from witnesses who didn't see the altercation but remembered Joel in his bright green hockey jersey, investigators were able to come upon some physical evidence. Not far from the spot where Joel had been found unconscious, they discovered a piece of yellow fabric. At first, it appeared to be just a random swatch of clothing, but upon further inspection, it turned out to be a homemade foot or paw from a Halloween costume. It was stained with blood. Forensic tests would later show that it was in fact Joel Lovelien's blood on the yellow cloth. At a nearby bar, authorities located the clown, who turned out to be 22-year-old John DeZiel. When officers approached him, they found DeZiel distressed. He was crying, and according to authorities, his hands were shaking. One officer reported that DeZiel stated, quote, "I guess things got out of hand tonight," end quote. Officers were immediately suspicious of his behavior, though DeZiel brushed it off, saying that he was upset because he'd broken up with his girlfriend, and that the attack on Lovelien reminded him of when he and his brother had been jumped a year earlier. DeZiel stated that he had been knocked unconscious during the altercation the prior year and had awoken in a pool of blood. DeZiel quickly stopped answering questions and requested a lawyer, at which point he was brought down to the station for further questioning. The cowboy was located next and identified as 23-year-old Bryce Larson. Larson was later described as the man who had organized the party bus. Strangely, when initially approached by police, Larson asked a question which immediately drew their suspicion. While asking if he knew anything about the assault which had taken place earlier in the night, Larson replied by asking, quote, "Had the guy that died been wearing a green shirt with the initials UND on it?" End quote. Of course, Joel had been wearing his University of North Dakota hockey jersey. He is also reported to have seen blood on the man's face, but claimed to witness no altercation. Another suspicious detail about Larson, when interviewed initially by police, he's reported to have given them a false name, birth date, and to have been physically aggressive. He was cuffed until he calmed down, but was not arrested nor charged. Due to their intoxication and resistance, police requested to speak to both the cowboy and the clown again the next morning at the station. They found both DeZiel and Larson more cooperative and less aggressive when they were sober. According to authorities, the men told a compelling story which they felt cleared them of possible involvement. DeZiel and Larson explained that two of the passengers on the bus had gotten into a fight outside of the bar. They explained that a man dressed in a lion costume, which appeared to be made out of a customized yellow hoodie, had accosted a friend of theirs who was, ironically, dressed as a hunter. According to them, the man dressed as a lion had grabbed the hunter by the collar and violently pulled him to the ground. The hunter was identified as 22-year-old James Wavra. According to DeZiel and Larson, the lion swung a punch but missed, and Wavra fought back and was allowed back on the bus, but the lion was banned from riding further with them. Wavra was questioned about this, and he stated, quote, "I recalled hitting the man a total of 1 or 2 times and kicking him in the shoulder or the side of the face," end quote. According to Larson, following the incident, he and 2 of his friends were angry with the man dressed as a lion, and decided that they wanted to confront him. The mixture of alcohol and the previous altercation had brought out some aggression in them. His 2 friends were the gangster, later clarified to actually be a gangsta rapper, a costume worn by 23-year-old Mitchell Dolan, and 23-year-old Josh DeZiel, dressed as a construction worker, who also happened to be the older brother of John DeZiel, the clown. Josh would later state that he wanted to confront the guy, and that he turned to Dolan and said, quote, "Let's go give this guy some grief," end quote. It was at this point that they went to look for the lion, but found him standing next to the imposing figure of Joel Lovelien, and there wasn't enough alcohol in their systems for them to feel courageous enough to confront his towering figure. According to later testimony, there was a conversation between them and Joel, but no violence took place, and the talk was not heated. Larson and DeZiel would state that there was another man there, nearby, at the time they were talking to Joel. They were unable to give much information other than the fact that this unknown man was white and was wearing some sort of a costume, which is a description that would match almost everyone attending that party that night who was male and white. Eventually, Authorities managed to track down and interview almost everyone who had been on the party bus that night. None of them recalled seeing an altercation involving Joel, though many of them remembered the fight between the lion and the hunter. In addition to this, none of them remembered seeing anyone come aboard the bus that night with blood or any outward sign that they had been in a fight. Of course, James Wavera, the hunter, had been in a fight that night. He just didn't look like he had. So could someone have viciously assaulted Joel and then hopped on board without being noticed? All interviewed bus riders stated that they were not lying nor trying to cover up for anyone. At the time, the identity of the lion remained unknown. Authorities issued a statement requesting anyone who had been at the Broken Drum that night to come forward, even if they didn't feel like they had seen anything helpful. You never know what details someone might dismiss that could be the key to finding the answers. They also mentioned that they were on the lookout for whoever had been dressed as the lion that night, and much to their surprise, a 23-year-old nursing student named Travis Stay walked into the police department 2 days later. He explained that he had been dressed in a yellow hoodie which he had fashioned into a lion costume, and had heard that they might be looking for him, and he wanted to cooperate in any way that he could. Officers quickly noted that Stay had bruises on his face and cuts on his hands. Initially, police wanted to get their hands on the hoodie to make a comparison between that and the bloody yellow fabric found at the crime scene, but as Stay explained, he'd thrown it away. Detective Dwayne Simon asked Stay why he threw it out, and he responded, quote, "Because it was full of blood," end quote. Stay explained that he had been assaulted by the hunter, James Wavera, but also that he couldn't remember a great deal of the night. He'd been extremely drunk, and his memory was vague and foggy at best. Stay handed over his clothing and shoes from the garbage, without the need of a warrant, nor the presence of a lawyer, and was very cooperative. Further testing on his clothing would show that the yellow fabric matched the hoodie. It would also show that he had Joel Lovelien's blood all over his costume. Though Stay couldn't remember the night's events, he was adamant that he wouldn't have hurt anyone. Of course, according to James Wavera, he had assaulted him for no reason. Police attempted to put together a timeline of Stay's travels that night, and during the course of the investigation they found yet another witness who claimed that Stay had attempted to assault him. Steve Razaka, a 49-year-old man, explained that on the night of the murder, he had been walking home from a friend's house and was in the 2000 block of 10th Avenue North, about a half mile from the Broken Drum, when he noticed a man in a yellow hoodie following him. Razaka stated, quote, "I took that he was rather intoxicated because he couldn't walk a straight line," end quote. According to Razaka, as he approached his home, the man in the hoodie came up behind him and took a swing at him, but missed, making this the second time this night that Stay had allegedly swung at someone and failed to connect. Razaka said the man had blood on his forehead and a bandage on his hand. After the swing, Razaka ran inside and grabbed a baseball bat, but when he returned to the front of his home, the man in the yellow hoodie had vanished. Police also spoke to Paul Ballstad, a taxi driver who had picked up Stay that night from near the cemetery at Columbia Road and Gateway Drive, nearly a mile from the Broken Drum, sometime after 1 a.m. According to Ballstad, quote, "I looked up at his face and he was covered in blood, hairline to neck, and covering the whole front of his face, kind of like it was a mask," end quote. According to Ballstad, Stay was extremely distracted, obviously very drunk, and seemed out of it. Ballstad offered to take him somewhere to take care of his injuries, though Stay seemed disinterested. He had to ask multiple times for the destination, as Stay was too drunk to focus for very long. Eventually, he did drop Stay off at his apartment without incident. With the combination of eyewitness testimony, enough evidence they felt to support that Stay had been violent and aggressive that night, as well as witnesses who placed him near Joel prior to the murder and the bloody clothing, police arrested Travis Stay and charged him with the murder of Joel Lovelien. The prosecution would go on to argue that Stay had been beaten up by James Wavera, and when Joel had attempted to help him and check on him, he had violently attacked the Good Samaritan. It was an interesting theory, Though there was one piece of it the jury had a difficult time believing. Could the 5'9", 160-pound Travis Stay have successfully attacked the 6'4", 240, 250 Joel without getting severely beaten? And in the details about Stay's attempted punch on 2 other men that night, and failing, it became difficult to swallow that he could successfully knock Joel to the ground. Stay's defense attorney had a lot to argue against, but managed to build a great possibility of reasonable doubt. To counter the blood evidence, he cross-examined Dr. Sens, the coroner who had examined Joel, and she admitted that while the blood on Stay's clothing was in fact Joel's and was consistent with an attack, it was also possible, since Joel had died from choking on his own blood, that he could have been coughing up blood, and this could explain how it got onto Stay. On the other hand, she also said that when she examined Joel, he had gum in his mouth, which she wouldn't expect to find if he had been coughing enough to put that much blood on Stay. The defense also argued that Stay was much smaller than Joel and had failed in his attempts to assault others that night, making it highly unlikely that he could have been in any position to have caused the injuries which resulted in Joel's death. It was also made clear that there were others on the bus who had acted aggressively that night, many people were intoxicated, and that the testimony of other witnesses was flawed. A key piece of evidence provided by the defense had to do with John DeZiel, the clown. In DeZiel's testimony, he stated that Joel was not outside when the bus left, but surveillance footage showed Joel exiting the bar for the final time, and then 3.5 minutes later, DeZiel exiting the bar, and it had already been confirmed that DeZiel had left on the bus. This made it clear that DeZiel had either lied or made an error, and neither he nor anyone else on the bus had yet left at the time Joel was outside. A bouncer also claimed that the party bus was still there when he was helping Heather and they were looking for Joel. This was an important detail, as a detective later testified that they had approached the case under the assumption that the bus had been gone when Joel had been attacked, which ultimately proved that there were other possible suspects who had not been properly questioned or pursued. Stay's trial was short, lasting only 9 days. After the prosecution and defense had presented all of their evidence, it took the jury only 5 hours to find Stay innocent. The jury felt the biggest issue with the prosecution's case was the timeline, and the fact that, since the party bus had in fact not left prior to the murder, there were any number of suspects who could have been responsible and had not been investigated. Stay's attorney found the investigation flawed and said it was the fault of, quote, the police for not running down leads in the case, not analyzing the clothing and shoes of the 5 men the defense accused of killing Lovelien, and for not interrogating them the same way as Stay, end quote. The defense had argued that the hunter, clown, and construction worker, Wavra, Larson, and Josh DeZiel, are the likely culprits, and that they had attacked Joel when he'd attempted to defend Stay. It also looked good for Stay that when he heard the police were looking for him, he came in willingly, cooperated, handed over potential evidence, and did not request a lawyer until he was charged with murder. He had previously been working toward a career in nursing, but following the trial, switched to law and became a clerk for one of his defense attorneys. Stay's family and friends were exuberant over the acquittal, though Joel's loved ones felt they had been robbed of justice. They still strongly believed that Stay was, at a minimum, involved in Joel's murder. Lovelien's ex-wife Heidi, when asked about it afterwards, stated, quote, I believe someday it won't be an earthly justice, but someday God will take care of it, and that's the only way I can go, end quote. One juror, when asked about the decision, stated, quote, my unrest comes because I don't want the Lovelien family to think ill of the jury. Our hope is that the police and state's attorney keep looking into this case. Someone might crack it someday. Joel is a man I wish I knew, and his family should know I consider Joel a true hero. He is the kind of person that would put down his life for another person's welfare. May God bless him, but Travis was a victim in this too. End quote. Joel's fiancée, Heather Easterling, still has questions, asking, quote, how do you get blood in the crotch of your pants? Not just the front of your crotch, the back crotch too. if you're not standing above him while blood is being splattered." End quote. Joel's daughter, Alexa, 16 at the time of the trial, wanted little involvement with the case. Though she had hoped for justice for her father, she knew nothing was going to bring him back, and that's truly all she wanted, to see her father alive again. Sadly, Joel was viciously murdered, and justice remains unserved. Stay himself was fairly quiet following the verdict, only reasserting his statements that he knew he would be exonerated because he wasn't involved. Interestingly, even in the trial, Stay admitted that he couldn't remember most of the night. Is it possible that Stay committed this crime and simply doesn't remember it? Absolutely. Though the numbers vary from report to report, it is known that the party bus had trays and trays and trays of Jell-O shots, as well as the drinks which were gotten at various bars. Stay's level of intoxication has never been debated. After all of the evidence has been weighed, and the suspects put under the microscope of public and private scrutiny, there remains no answers as to who was responsible for Joel's murder. In the absence of solid evidence and a provable possibility, several theories have risen to popularity. The first theory is that Joe was attacked by a yet unidentified suspect. Supporters of this theory point to the revelation that the party bus had not left the scene of the crime prior to the murder, and that at least one witness saw Joel standing with an unidentified white male. It is considered possible that Joel may have offered assistance to Stay, who drunkenly refused and stalked off, and in that moment, he could have been viciously assaulted by someone else. It was a Halloween party, and the alcohol was flowing, and the combination of alcohol and aggression typically doesn't go well. This would also fall into the category of simply being a random act and not premeditated. The second theory is that which has been put forth by Travis Stay's defense team, that Bryce Larson, Josh DeZiel, James Wavra, John DeZiel, and Mitchell Dalen may have, together or in some combination, gone after Stay and ultimately ended up in an altercation with Joel that led to his murder. Proponents of this theory point to Joel's size and the likelihood that the extreme injuries to his face may have been the result of multiple attackers. In addition to this, being that Joel had no offensive wounds, many argue that he was likely rushed by more than one person and tackled to the ground while others began hitting him, making it impossible for him to have defended himself in the first place. The final theory is that which the prosecution argued, that Travis Stay, in a violent, drunken rage, blindsided Joel and savagely beat him to death. Despite the fact that he was acquitted by a jury, many feel that this acquittal came as a result of a failure of the police and the prosecutor to tighten up their timeline and investigate all aspects of the case, but they do consider it possible that Stay committed the crime and got lucky in that there were errors in the investigation. Others believe Stay's story, but feel that since he openly admits to blacking out, he may have committed the murder and not even remember it. This would hardly be the first time someone did something terrible while under the influence and failed to recall the details. Ultimately, for many, including the police, Travis Stay is still considered the prime suspect. Due to the double jeopardy law, even if new evidence were to arise, Stay could not be tried for this murder again. The murder of Joel Lovelien is a horrifying tale about a kind man who stepped outside to help someone he didn't know and paid the ultimate price for his desire to aid another person. His family has been left devastated, wondering why such a wonderful person was taken from them, apparently without reason. His daughter must now grow up in a world without justice and without the care and love of a father who would have done anything for her. Joel's fiancée, Heather, lost the love of her life and had her world torn apart. She still thinks of Joel every day and hopes for answers and something to make sense of it all, though even a conviction someday will not make this crime any less senseless. Over 10 years have gone by since Joel was murdered, and all of the questions remain unanswered. How does a man step outside of a very busy bar, get viciously assaulted and murdered, but no one sees or hears anything? How does a man have Joel's blood all over him, and yet supply no answers as to what happened to Joel? It's an incredibly frustrating case with a bizarre cast of characters and no obvious answers. Hopefully, someday, the truth about what happened to Joel will come out, and someone will be held accountable for murdering a good man whose kindness was repaid with violence. Though no solution can ever bring him back, we can only hope that justice will be served, and that those who loved him may find peace in the revelation of the truth. This is Trace Evidence, episode 35. Danielle Imbo was born in 1971 and grew up in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, which sits in Camden County and is New Jersey's 15th most populous municipality. It sits in the Delaware Valley coastal plain and is approximately 8 miles southeast of Philadelphia. Danielle was the first and only daughter of John and Felice Atobre. Danielle's parents would go on to have another child, her younger brother John, named after their father. The siblings were nearly inseparable, both as children and adults. As John would later state in an interview, quote, "Danielle and I were very tight. We always got along. We always did things together. My mother as well. We'd go out on Saturday nights. Sundays they'd come over for dinner. We'd watch football. It was a tradition." End quote. Danielle was described as an incredibly sweet person, with a big heart and a natural inclination to make others feel comfortable and welcome. Danielle's father, John Sr., had a fascinating life, having been both a boxer and a doo-wop singer in the band The Four Dates, where he went by the name Johnny October. Sadly, Danielle's father passed away from cancer in 1999. If one thing became apparent early on, it was that Danielle had inherited not just her father's talent for singing, but also his passion and love for it. She was also an avid reader, especially of murder mystery novels, and could often be found relaxing with a crossword puzzle. Danielle would go on to graduate from Cherry Hills High School and proceed on to college. Her first career was working in car sales, though later she became a mortgage processor, which seemed to be the job that most suited and fulfilled her. In her spare time, Danielle pursued her true love, music. She was the singer in a cover band that played through New Jersey and Philadelphia, and was described as emulating Janis Joplin's sound. That powerful, raspy voice would take control of the stage and grip the audience. Those who knew and loved her said that Danielle truly seemed to be at home on the stage, and that she often spoke glowingly about her deep passion for music. In 2001, while working at the car dealership, Danielle met and fell in love with Joe Imbo. The two really seemed to hit it off together, and while Danielle had her new love in her life, she also felt more enthralled with her music career. Perhaps that's why it came as a surprise to friends and family when, in 2002, shortly after marrying Joe, Danielle gave up her dream and quit the band. When asked about this by her family, Danielle explained that Joe had requested she drop out of the band, expressing to her that they were now married and it wasn't becoming of a wife to be out at clubs and bars with rowdy crowds singing into the late night hours. Whether or not Danielle truly agreed with Joe, we may never know. But taking her vow seriously and wanting to make him happy, she did just that. In addition to honoring her husband, Danielle also wanted to be a mother, and she and Joe were working on having a child. She knew that if she were to become pregnant, her singing would need to take a back seat to her role as a mother anyway. Despite Danielle's attempts to keep peace and to make Joe happy, the strife within the marriage was apparent, and the more time went on, the harder it became to balance. 2 years after they married, in 2003, Danielle gave birth to a son, Joe Jr., and it was at this point that she truly felt she had found her purpose in life. She commented to her family in the delivery room as she held her newborn son that she now knew what it meant to be completely in love with someone. As is often the case in troubled marriages, the birth of a child, while a beautiful event, added more stress to the relationship, and when Joe Jr. was only months old, Danielle and Joe separated. The context of what led to their separation was described as being a relationship that involved a great deal of arguments, and that it was in fact Joe who requested the separation. According to an article written about Danielle, in early 2004, Joe had tickets to the Super Bowl. That weekend, both Joe Jr. and Danielle came down ill, but rather than staying home and helping take care of them, Joe left town and flew to New Orleans for the game. According to reports of the time, Joe, upon his return home, explained to Danielle that he wasn't happy with their marriage and that he had met someone on the plane to New Orleans. He moved out rather quickly and relocated to Georgia. The separation was hard on Danielle, and though she found comfort in Joe Jr., she couldn't help but be hit by waves of depression and anxiety. Her interactions with Joe had become more volatile, and while she didn't want her son to grow up with divorced parents, she also knew that it was better for him to have two loving parents who were happy but separated, rather than two who were constantly fighting but still sharing the same home. Danielle would eventually move into a condo in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, and enter a dark period of depression. She found it hard to get up and go, and according to her brother, she began chain-smoking cigarettes and spending a great deal of time at home. Joe and Danielle worked out a shared custody agreement, and while she may have been feeling the weight of her sadness, she was always overjoyed and delighted when Joe Jr. was with her. She was a good, doting mother who wanted the best for her son and did everything she could to keep him happy. In order to provide a more stable home life for her son, Danielle spoke to her employer, and they agreed to allow her to work from home. Given this newfound freedom, things were looking up for Danielle, and she now had an office in her condo where she could process mortgages and handle her business over the internet. It was during this period of her life that she seemed to lean heavily on friends and family, with her mother and brother saying that she frequently called and would be crying on the phone with them. They did their best to comfort her, and though Danielle was despondent, she was determined to find her way through it and provide a beautiful life for Joe Jr. Danielle's close childhood friend, Christine Petrone, was also going through a separation at the time, and the two bonded more closely than ever. They had been friends since they were 15 years old and had gone through so much together. While divorce can be an incredibly difficult task, they each found comfort knowing that this was yet another experience they would be sharing. They became each other's support system, and ultimately, their friendship would lead Danielle into a happier place. In July of 2004, Danielle went over to Christine's place. The two were frequently spending time together, talking about their past, sharing laughs, and also opening up about their depression and the difficulties of their divorces. They would trade stories about the actions of their exes, the statements of lawyers, the entire process in general, and they would share a few glasses of wine and unwind after a busy day balancing work, children, and emotional struggles. One night in particular, Christine's brother Richard stopped by to share a drink. Richard and Danielle had known one another for as long as Danielle and Christine had been friends, and though there was a familiarity there, others have said something more lingered beneath the surface. In her youth, friends said, Danielle had a crush on Richard but never pursued it, perhaps due to shyness, or Richard's obsession and dedication to hockey, which kept him so busy. But on this night, the sparks flew, and there was an obvious chemistry between them. Richard Petrone lived in Pennsylvania, and was described by many as an incredibly kind and caring person. He was born to parents Marge and Richard Petrone Sr. Many who knew him commented on Richard's compassion for others and his interest in bringing smiles to the faces of friends and family. As a child, he was smart, excelling in his studies, and he had a true passion for sports, specifically hockey, where he was a dedicated fan of the Philadelphia Flyers. The second closest passion to Richard's heart was music. Richard was constantly attending clubs to see local bands, though his favorite musician of all time was Bruce Springsteen. Anytime Bruce was coming to town, it was almost a certainty that Richard was going to be at the show. Despite his intense passion for both music and hockey, Richard's life was much more calm and relaxed than you'd expect to find in a concert or on the ice. He was a laid-back guy who didn't have much of a temper and simply wanted to take care of those he loved and make the best future possible he could. After graduating from high school, Richard went on to culinary school to get himself prepared to work in the family business. His parents owned Viking Bakery, located on Ardmore Avenue in Pennsylvania, and he wanted to continue that tradition someday. When Richard was in his early 20s, he was involved in a relationship with a woman named Julie, and although they would eventually go their separate ways, they would become permanently bonded by the birth of their daughter, Angela. Hockey and music took a quick backseat to Angela, as Richard was completely in love with his daughter, and there was nothing in his life more important than her. In an interview, Richard's mother Marge stated, quote, "He was a wonderful parent. He wanted to be her father, be her role model, be there for her." End quote. Julie had a busy life and worked a lot, and in order to make things easier on her, Richard suggested that he could take custody of Angela during the week while she was working, and then on the weekend she would spend time with her mother. He moved into the apartment located above the family business and began his career at the bakery. His parents said he was an incredibly hard worker, helping out in all aspects of the business, though where he really excelled was cake decoration, and that he made incredibly beautiful wedding cakes. Richard dedicated his life to Angela, spending all of his free time with his daughter. They spent a lot of time playing softball, helping her complete her homework, and simply lounging around the house watching TV together. He passed on his love of hockey to Angela, as well as his intense passion for music. When she was old enough, Bruce Springsteen was coming to town, and he was intent on bringing Angela to see the boss. They went to the concert, and Angela said that Richard sang along to every song and was having an incredible time. She described it as one of the best nights of his life and one of the most cherished memories of her father. When Angela became a teenager, Richard began to notice her making that transition from a little girl into a young woman. It was at this point that she felt the pull to spend more time around her mother, and Richard agreed, feeling that it was important she have the best of both parents in her life. Angela moved out of the upstairs apartment and in with her mother Julie, but Richard made sure he saw his daughter as often as possible. According to friends, the two most important people in his life were his daughter and his mother, and he spoke to both on the phone frequently. Marge would later say that she and her son must have spoken on the phone at least 2 to 3 times a day, discussing all manner of details about their lives and laughing together. It was very close to this time that Richard and Danielle reconnected, and their relationship was about to begin. They both had voids to fill, with Danielle going through a divorce, and Richard's day-to-day life no longer involving countless hours spent with Angela. Richard and Danielle hit it off, and began a slow but loving courtship. They spent a lot of time together and found comfort and solace in each other. The night they met at Christine's place, Richard had invited both women out to a club to experience some local bands. Christine wasn't interested in going, but Danielle was game, and together they bonded over their love of music. Richard was 35 years old at this time, and Danielle was 34. They had known each other in some form or fashion for more than half their lives, and to those around them, it only made sense for them to find this connection. Richard's mother, Marge, later stated, quote, "It was going well. He really liked her. She could stay home with a pizza and a beer, just like Richard, and they kick off their shoes and watch a movie. They really had a lot in common." End quote. Their relationship was easygoing, but there were some complications. Danielle was still on the emotional roller coaster of her divorce, and sometimes found it difficult to be there completely in the way she knew Richard deserved. Despite her interest in him, she considered it more important that she be a good mother to Joe Jr. first, and that often meant needing to take time to process her feelings. Richard understood the situation was complex, and gave Danielle a no-pressure relationship, where they would see each other when they could, and if things didn't work out one day, they'd reschedule for another. What made it even more complicated was that, just months after leaving, Danielle's soon-to-be ex-husband Joe had returned from Georgia, his new relationship finished, and was again making attempts to rekindle his relationship with Danielle. She didn't know what to do and sought comfort from those who loved her. While she still had feelings for Joe, she knew that they were better off apart than they ever were together, and she was now experiencing feelings for Richard as well. According to friends and family, Danielle was distraught over Joe's attempts to rekindle their relationship. She was seeing Richard now, and although things were fairly new and it hadn't developed into a full-blown romance yet, she wasn't sure what to do. Joe allegedly would come to Danielle's condo to try and convince her to give him another chance, though these conversations typically broke down into full-blown arguments. On one particular day, there's been a story reported that Joe is alleged to have thrown his son's high chair into the wall, though Joe denies this ever happened. Following subsequent incidents, Danielle's brother John came to her condo and changed out all of her locks. Taking things a step further, he contacted Joe for a meeting and exchanged a few words with his former brother-in-law. John later stated, quote, "The message was that he needed to be civil," end quote. In early 2005, Danielle found herself to the point where she could no longer deal with the emotional turmoil on either side of the equation, and she told both Joe and Richard that she needed space and didn't think it was the time for her to be romantically involved with anyone. She needed to dedicate herself to being a mother, to provide for Joe Jr. as best she could, and that her relationship with him was far more important than anything she had with either of them. Both men acquiesced to her desire for space, though it's been reported that Richard was more emotionally connected to Danielle than she was to him. He took it hard, but he accepted things as they were, and for the most part, assumed that after some time had passed and Danielle had had a chance to clear her mind, they'd reconnect. Valentine's Day passed without any contact between Richard and Danielle. He continued to honor her wishes and didn't want to reach out and bother her. Although Richard was dealing with things in his own way, there was still that pull to speak to Danielle and to give things another shot. On Saturday, February 19th, 2005, Richard had made plans to meet his good friend Anthony Valentino and his wife Michelle for a few drinks at Abilene Restaurant and Roadhouse Blues Bar, located on South Street in Philadelphia. The plan was simply to get together, have a couple of drinks, and listen to some live music. Though it was a long shot, Richard decided to ask Danielle if she'd be interested in coming out for a drink. To his surprise, she agreed, and not too much later, Richard was outside of her condo in his black 2001 Dodge Dakota, ready to make the 25-mile drive from Mount Laurel, New Jersey to South Street near 5th Avenue in Philadelphia. Richard and Danielle arrived at the bar and met up with Anthony and Michelle. According to Anthony, when the couple walked in, Richard had his arm around Danielle and they were both smiling and seemed happy. Other than that, it was an average night and there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. They hung out, listened to music, and shared a few drinks. The bar was crowded that night. South Street was often very busy on the weekends, but in this particular case, it was the weekend of President's Day, so many people were out partying and banking on a 3-day weekend. Due to the crowd, Danielle and Michelle took seats at the bar, while Richard and Anthony stood behind them. When the bands began to play, all four turned around to watch the show, and exchanged comments in loud whispers. When the music came to a conclusion, Anthony and Michelle invited Danielle and Richard to take a walk down the street with them to another bar where more bands were going to be playing, but they turned down the offer. Both had important plans the next day. They were going to be seeing their kids, and they didn't want to be too tired to enjoy their time together. In an interview, Anthony stated, quote, "It was kind of a normal night. We were sitting by the bar, and they just left. We just hugged and said goodbye." End quote. According to statements from Anthony, Richard informed him that he was going to be driving Danielle home to her condo in Mount Laurel before turning around and going back to his place. It wasn't a long drive, and Richard hadn't had too many drinks from what we know, so there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. Richard commented to Anthony that he had found a really close parking space on South Street, which was incredibly lucky considering the crowds of people walking the street that night. He was more so pleased with his parking space because it was a bitterly cold night, just 26 degrees, and he and Danielle wouldn't have to walk too far before getting into the warmth of his truck. The four friends said goodbye. They'd see each other again soon, but neither Anthony nor Michelle had any indication that this would be the last time they would ever see their friends. Danielle and Richard are reported to have left the bar at 11:45 p.m. They began their walk towards Richard's truck and seemingly vanished into the night. For the remainder of the night, no one had any reason to suspect that something had gone wrong. Richard and Danielle were both adults, and considering that it was nearly midnight when they left, no one expected a phone call. The next morning, Sunday, February 20th, Danielle's brother John arrived at her condo. The last time Joe Jr. had been at the condo, he'd been playing and grabbed onto Danielle's curtains, yanking them down and ripping the curtain rods off the wall. Danielle had asked her brother to come by and fix the issue, but when he arrived, she wasn't home. He placed a call to her cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. He found this odd since Danielle's phone was always on, but he assumed that perhaps the battery had died. He knocked on the door, but got no answer. Somewhat concerned, John placed a call to his mother to ask if she'd heard from Danielle. Felice explained that she hadn't heard from her, but that Danielle had said she was going out with Richard the night before. She assumed that, if Danielle wasn't home, there was a good chance she'd spent the night at his place. Satisfied with this answer, John used his spare key to enter the condo. He found it clean and undisturbed. Danielle's bed was made, and there was no indication that anyone had been there the night before. Danielle was a smoker, and even her ashtrays were clean and empty. Though he found the situation a little odd, John had no reason to suspect anything was wrong, and completed his repair job before locking the door behind him and driving home. The next indication that something was wrong was at approximately 11 a.m. Danielle had made a hair appointment at the salon where her friend and Richard's sister Christine worked, and she failed to arrive for her appointment. According to friends and family, Danielle was an extremely punctual person, and it was incredibly unlike her to miss an appointment without calling ahead. Christine decided to wait a few minutes, but when Danielle failed to arrive, she placed a call to her cell phone. Again, it went straight to voicemail. Concerned, she decided to try calling her brother to see if he had any idea of where Danielle may be, but when she called him, his cell phone also went straight to voicemail. It was incredibly rare for Richard's phone to not be on, so she immediately called her parents to ask if they'd heard from Richard, but no one had. Marge Patrone was used to hearing from her son every day, and usually more than once. By 11:30 a.m., and after Christine's call, she'd become tremendously concerned. She later told reporters that it was her motherly instincts. She just knew something was wrong. She tried to call Richard several times, but the calls continued to go straight to voicemail. Richard had told her days earlier that he was having friends over Sunday for a small party to watch NASCAR. so she assumed that perhaps he was home getting ready and didn't hear his phone. At this point, she placed a call to Richard's aunt, who was in the area of the bakery, and asked if she could stop by Richard's upstairs apartment and see if he was home. She agreed and went, knocking on the door, but no one answered. Richard had a dog at the time, and she could hear him barking inside, but nothing else. Richard's aunt called Marge back and informed her that it didn't appear Richard had been home, and judging from the barking dog, she thought it possible he hadn't been home last night either, as it sounded like the dog needed to be let out. Marge next called Richard's good friend, Anthony Valentino, and asked if he knew where her son was. Anthony explained that, as far as he knew, Richard was going to be driving Danielle home to her condo, and there was a chance that he spent the night there. At this point, Marge decided to call Danielle's phone, but as she was dialing, her phone rang, and it was Danielle's mother, Felice. This was the first time both families became aware that neither side knew where Richard or Danielle were, and their worry was growing. The event which sent Danielle's family over the edge into a full-blown panic was when Danielle failed to arrive home in time for Joe to drop off their son, something she would never miss out on. John had gone to Danielle's apartment to be there for the drop-off of Joe Jr., which was set to happen at 3 p.m. When Danielle's ex-husband knocked on the door, he was surprised to find John there. He asked where Danielle was, and not wanting to cause a problem, John lied and said that she was out with Christine and had asked him to be there to look after Joe Jr. Though he found it odd, Joe dropped off their son and went about his business. John would later state, quote, "She wouldn't have missed that. No way." End quote. At this point, John's concern could no longer be contained, and he called the Philadelphia police, as well as the New Jersey police, and filed a missing persons report. Richard's parents were on a very similar thought trajectory, and they too phoned in a missing persons report on their son. Immediately after getting off the phone, they began calling around to local hospitals, checking to see if either of them had been admitted as the result of an accident. But no hospitals had any records of Danielle or Richard being admitted. At 7 p.m. that evening, John could no longer sit around and found himself incredibly panicked and frustrated. He decided to make the short drive from Danielle's condo to the Patrone family home. John spoke to Marge and Richard Sr. about their missing loved ones, and after several minutes of discussion, Richard Sr. told John that they should hop in his truck and make the drive to Philadelphia and take a look for themselves. John agreed, feeling that there could be any number of innocuous reasons for their absence, and perhaps they'd find someone who had seen them, or better yet, some sign of Richard's truck. When they arrived in Philadelphia, they went to South Street and the bar Danielle and Richard had been at the night before, Abilene's, but no one reported any sightings of the two. They drove around for hours, checking every side street and back alley, but found no signs of them. They knew, from Anthony, that Richard had parked close to the bar, but Anthony had not actually seen Richard's parking space that night, so it could have been anywhere. Eventually, they stopped at the 4 police precincts in Philadelphia to talk to investigators about the missing couple, but it was far too early in the investigation for much information to be available. Left feeling empty by the lack of leads or information, the two men got back into Richard Sr.'s truck and began driving towards Danielle's condo. They had no way of knowing which route they would have drove, so they tried them all. There are 4 bridges in the area which span the Delaware River and connect to New Jersey, any of which could have been taken. They drove all 4 bridges, though they felt the Benjamin Franklin or Walt Whitman bridges were most likely. They looked for signs of an accident, and they looked down to see if it was possible the truck had gone into the river, but they found nothing. They returned home at dawn. Philadelphia and New Jersey police departments first issued an all-points bulletin on Richard's truck in hopes that someone would spot it. They also contacted the FBI to expedite access to the couple's cell phone records in hopes of tracking them via calls and pings. In addition to this, they requested access to each person's financial records, hoping to track their comings and goings. They found that Richard used cash most frequently, which is harder to track, but that Danielle often used credit cards and her debit card, but there was no activity on either account which gave them a general direction to go. In the 13 years since their disappearance, there has never been any activity on their bank accounts or social security numbers. Initially, 10 officers were assigned to the case, and they began by canvassing the area of South Street near Abilene's. They spoke to bar patrons, people on the street, and business owners, but no one had any recollection of seeing either Richard or Danielle after they left the bar that night. At the time, there were a limited number of surveillance cameras along South Street, and though they pulled the footage, at no point did they see any signs of Richard or Danielle. They next went to the toll booths for the bridges connecting to New Jersey, but in 2005, cameras were only installed on the inbound side, meaning that if Danielle and Richard had driven out of Pennsylvania and into New Jersey, there were no cameras on that side. Regardless, they did examine the inbound cameras and again came up empty-handed. The next step for investigators was to thoroughly question all associates, friends, and family members. They hoped that someone would remember something, or have information that might lead them to answers about where Danielle and Richard may be. At this early stage in the investigation, authorities were not initially leaning towards foul play. They considered several options, including that the couple may have gotten sidetracked and elected to go off somewhere together, or that there may have been an accident with them driving off the road into a ditch, wooded area, or possibly even the Delaware River, which happens more often than you'd think. The first person they grabbed onto for more thorough questioning was Richard's good friend, Anthony Valentino. Having a restless night's sleep can ruin your day, but thanks to Casper, that's not a problem you have to live with anymore. Casper is a sleep brand that makes expertly designed products to help you get your best rest, one night at a time. Casper products are cleverly designed to mimic human body curves, providing supportive comfort to all kinds of bodies. You spend 1/3 of your life sleeping, so you should be comfortable. The original Casper mattress combines multiple supportive memory foams for a quality sleep surface with the right amounts of sink and bounce. The Essential has a streamlined design at a price that won't keep you up at night. With Casper, you get affordable prices because Casper cuts out the middleman and sells directly to you. Plus, you can be sure of your purchases with Casper's 100-night risk-free Sleep On It trial. Get $50 towards select mattresses by visiting casper.com/trace and using promo code TRACE at checkout. That's TRACE. Terms and conditions apply. Anthony was called by the Philadelphia Police Department to come down to the station, where he was ushered into an interrogation room and thoroughly questioned. They asked him if he had any information about where Richard could be, if he'd seen anything suspicious the night before, and if Richard had anything in his background which may have made him a target for foul play. Anthony was unable to provide many answers, for, as far as he knew, everything was fine. Ultimately, Anthony was questioned multiple times and voluntarily took a polygraph test, which he passed. Authorities ruled him out as having any involvement in the crime, though they did express that they questioned him more than a few times in hopes that he may remember a detail that he hadn't previously recalled. Within the first 48 hours, authorities began to shift on their theory, feeling that this was more likely a case of foul play. They felt that it was highly unlikely that two people and a large truck could simply vanish and someone else wasn't involved. One officer spoke to John about the search and is alleged to have stated, quote, "No one is ever going to find anything. It's too clean," end quote. Regardless, volunteers gathered, made up of friends and family, and began papering every power pole, business, and street between Abilene's and Mount Laurel with missing persons flyers, which included photos of Danielle and Richard, as well as an image of his black 2001 Dodge Dakota with its NASCAR decal and its license plate number YFH2319. 2 weeks after the disappearance, through family connections and with $1,200, John got a Camden police helicopter pilot to take him up for a bird's eye view of the area in hopes of seeing something. They flew up and down the Delaware River and made notes of anything they suspected could be the truck, later checking them out on foot, but they came up empty-handed. By the third week, the FBI took over the case, believing they could more easily coordinate a task force and gather information from police departments in Philadelphia and New Jersey more concisely. Investigators began digging into the missing couple's private lives and pasts. They thought it possible that one or both had mixed up with a bad crowd or would have something in their past to indicate someone out looking for revenge. They were unable to find anything out of the ordinary in either person's life, with both appearing to be clean-cut single parents with no skeletons in the closet. One thing interesting that they did find in their search, though, were the activities of Danielle's ex-husband, Joe Imbo. According to their investigation, they discovered that Joe knew Danielle's voicemail passcode and had accessed it on multiple occasions from his residence. In addition to this, they found a record of calls from Joe's phone to Richard's, as well as to the phone of Viking Bakery. They later were informed that Joe had called Richard several times, warning him to stay away from his wife. As a result of these discoveries, Joe became the next focus for investigators. They spoke to him on several occasions in order to establish whether or not he could have been involved in the disappearance of his ex-wife. Joe had an alibi for the night the crime took place, having been at a family birthday party more than 50 miles away at the time Danielle and Richard vanished. His alibi has been described as rock solid. Present at the party were Joe's stepfather, an ex-New York police officer, as well as several currently active police officers. Despite this alibi, Joe was given a polygraph test, but oddly, when asked about this, the investigator in charge of the case, FBI Special Agent Vito Roselli, would not disclose the results of the polygraph and only stated, quote, "I don't have evidence to arrest Joe. I have also not ruled him out," end quote. Set back to square one, and with no leads and suspects, investigators and the families were frustrated and grieving. While initially strongly bonded together, the families, which had been connected for nearly 20 years, slowly began to turn, and accusations began to fly from both sides, with Danielle's family arguing that she was an innocent girl and her disappearance must have something to do with Richard. The Patrons argued that Richard was a good man who had never done drugs nor been involved in criminal activities. They felt betrayed by Danielle's family, feeling that their son was being framed as some member of the criminal underworld who was involved in activities that could have led to their disappearance. Despite earlier information from investigators that they felt neither victim had anything to indicate a dark connection, the families severed and to this day will not speak to one another. Investigators began to believe it was possible that Danielle and Richard had fallen victim to a local car theft ring, and that they may have been carjacked and murdered, with the truck being sent to a chop shop where it would have been mutilated beyond recognition. The previous year, in 2004, over 13,000 vehicles were stolen in the Philadelphia area. Acting jointly with the Philadelphia Stolen Car Squad, FBI experts set out to locate the truck. Both agencies tapped local informants for information, but no one seemed to know anything about Danielle and Richard, nor Richard's truck. It was as if all three had simply vanished into thin air, with no trace. Several weeks into the investigation, authorities received a tip about a broken gate near the Delaware River. It appeared as though someone had driven through it, and it was along one of the probable routes that Richard may have taken that night. A team of divers searched in that area of the river for hours, and while they found many vehicles beneath the water, Richard's truck was not one of them. In March, less than a month after the disappearance, Felisa Tobre received a strange phone call. An alleged psychic had called and explained that Danielle was being held prisoner in an abandoned train boxcar beneath a bridge in Philadelphia. Police called John, who immediately contacted authorities. They explained to him that they would look into it, but that it was unlikely they'd find anything. John explained that he was going to check it out himself, and while authorities warned him not to, John felt he had to. He scaled a fence at midnight and, alone with only a flashlight, searched through many abandoned boxcars in what he described as a train graveyard. John found one boxcar with its door shut, but after forcing it open, he discovered it was empty. Authorities arrived and brought him back to the station, explaining to him how dangerous what he had done had been, and how he could have easily been set up, and where would his family be if he went missing too. Since the passing of his father, John felt he was responsible and stated, quote, "I felt like I was the man of the family, like maybe it was even up to me to find my sister." End quote. A few weeks later, a volunteer party consisting of more than 50 people combed through abandoned woods and wilderness in areas that were along the route Richard may have taken. They searched everywhere looking for any signs of the missing couple, but nothing was found. For the next several months, there would be no new information, no leads, and sadly, no signs of Richard or Danielle. On the 6-month anniversary of their disappearance, a candlelight vigil was held outside of Abilene's. Made up of friends and family, they gathered with signs and flyers about Danielle and Richard. They came together in hopes that someone would speak up or remember something, but no one ever did. Several weeks after the 6-month anniversary, the Philadelphia Police Department discovered a 2001 black Dodge Dakota submerged in the Delaware River while on an unrelated investigation. Someone alerted the media, and in hopes of not wanting to blindside the families, Special Agent Roselli contacted them. He made it very clear that it was far too early to know if this was Richard's truck, but they did know it was the same make and model. Marge Patrone sent a friend down to the site. She couldn't bear to go herself, and John was also there. It took the crew over 4 hours to remove the vehicle from the river, and when they did, it had a different license plate. In the hopes of being thorough, they double-checked the truck's VIN number, and it did not match Richard's. While the families were relieved, they were also saddened, as yet again there had been a glimmer of hope that they'd find an answer, but it was snuffed out. Weeks began turning into months, and months into years. The disappearance of Danielle and Richard remained a haunting case, unsolved and with no clear indications of where else investigators could look. As the case grew cold, authorities grew more and more frustrated, believing thoroughly that foul play was involved, and someone out there knew exactly what happened. They simply had no one to pin it on, and no one to corroborate their theory. They believed that Richard and Danielle were either kidnapped or murdered. By February of 2008, nearly 3 years to the day that the disappearance occurred, the FBI held a press conference and released a statement. FBI spokesman Jerry Williams ruled out the kidnapping theory, stating, quote, "Because of the fact that for a kidnapping, we haven't received a ransom request, no extortion, nothing to indicate that it was a kidnapping." End quote. Williams went on to explain that they had new leads and information, though he wouldn't disclose what it was. When asked about the breadth and expanse of the investigation, he explained that the new information had led them into other states, not just Pennsylvania or New Jersey, and that they felt every day they were getting closer to finding the answers that everyone was looking for. Williams did, however, express that no arrests were imminent and that there was still a $50,000 reward available for information leading to Danielle and Richard's whereabouts, and any suspects who may have been involved. Several more years would pass, with little new information being released. In 2010, Robert Carey was being held in prison in connection with the Kensington area prescription pill drug ring. Carey had been rumored to be a hitman, and rumors were abounding that he had played a role in the disappearance of Danielle and Richard. Certainly a brutal and violent criminal, Those around him often dismissed the speculation, explaining that though Robert was not above taking money in exchange for assaulting someone, he had never made the same deal in exchange for murder. Cary would eventually commit suicide while incarcerated by hanging himself with his shoelaces. There was speculation at the time that a suicide note had been left behind which either mentioned Danielle and Richard or described their murders, but multiple sources who have read the note have dismissed that, saying there was nothing like that written in his note. Special Agent Roselli, when asked about Cary, explained that just because Cary wasn't known to be a murderer, it isn't impossible to imagine that he could have set out to deliver a beating and things got carried away. As far as he is concerned, Cary could still be a viable suspect, but following his suicide, it would be much more difficult to find proof. Another suspect who entered Roselli's sights for a period of time was a man named Anthony Rodesky. Rodesky is described as a strong, thick-bodied killer with a notable swastika tattoo on his shaved head. Rodesky was ultimately arrested and charged and convicted of unrelated incidents when he was found to have murdered 2 men in the process of robbing them, both incidents occurring on separate occasions. According to Roselli, he considered Rodesky a likely suspect and pushed hard for inquiries regarding Danielle and Richard. As a result of his pressure, authorities searched his home, dug up his basement, and even sifted through his septic tank, but came out with no evidence or clues that would link the violent killer to the missing couple. Roselli would later state, quote, "I wish I had more to say, but the truth is, we don't know what happened." End quote. More years would pass, and still answers seemed to be forever out of reach. Nearing the 10-year anniversary of the disappearance, in February of 2015, the FBI once again held a press conference, this time being a little more clear about what they believe happened. In their opinion, this was a case of murder for hire involving at least 2 professional hitmen. Christian Zajac, an FBI agent, stated, quote, "We feel this was an orchestrated act. A 3,000-pound truck and 2 people do not simply go missing." End quote. Special Agent J.J. Claver added, quote, "It's unlikely based on law enforcement experience that this was a simple crime of opportunity. It also seems unlikely, though not impossible, that one person acting alone could pull this off so successfully. We feel confident that somebody knows something about this that they have never shared with anybody. We are looking to shake the trees a bit." End quote. The case was officially shifted into the hands of the FBI's Cold Case Initiative, which lends more time and resources to the investigation. At this announcement, authorities explained that while they ruled out possible scenarios, they are unable to develop a truly likely scenario for motive in this case. When asked about Joe Imbo, the FBI responded that no one has been ruled out as a suspect in the case. They did, however, make it clear that they no longer believe that an accident is likely, with Zajac stating, quote, "Given the logical route they would have taken from South Philly to Mount Laurel, it is very unlikely that this would have been some sort of accident." End quote. Richard's mother, Marge, attended the announcement. When asked what she thought about it, she responded, quote, 10 years is too long to not have some justice for 2 people who did nothing wrong and didn't deserve this. He was my son, he was a father, a brother, and he's missed every single day." End quote. In 2016, Dr. William O'Brien was charged with conspiring with the motorcycle gang, the Pagans, in a multi-million-dollar prescription drug pill scam. One of O'Brien's co-defendants, Pagan member Patrick Tracy, was questioned about his possible knowledge or connection to a double homicide. During the trial, audio of his interrogation was played, and many came to believe that it was possible that the homicide being discussed was that of Danielle and Richard. The man asking the questions was none other than FBI Special Agent Vito Roselli. When asked if this interrogation was referring to the missing couple or possibly to a different unsolved double homicide, that of Anthony Rongione and Michael Spearing, a spokesman for the FBI would only respond that the questioning was possibly related to both. On the tape, Tracy only states that he did not kill anyone, and when he is offered a possible plea bargain, he explains that he'd rather take his chances in court. It's been 13 years since Danielle Imbo and Richard Petrone left the Abilene on South Street in Philadelphia, never to be seen again. In the wake of their disappearances, life has gone on for their families, though not easily. Danielle's brother John still speeds up anytime he sees a black Dodge Dakota, hoping one day he'll find the right one. His mother is still heartbroken and can barely speak when asked about her daughter. John says she wakes up every morning and cries. Danielle's son, who was 18 months old when she vanished, is now 14 and has no true recollection of her outside of stories and pictures. He gets to visit with his mom's side of the family for 1 week, twice a year. John explains that it's lovely and painful as Joe Jr. reminds him so much of his sister. He later stated, quote, "When he asks about his mom, we tell him she's an angel in heaven. We don't say anything about her being missing, but he's getting older, and I don't know how long that can last." End quote. For the Petrone family, it has been equally horrifying. Richard Sr. wakes up every day at approximately 2 a.m. to go into work at the family bakery. He often takes detours on the way to work, covering the same ground that his son vanished from, in hopes that someday he'll find something. Richard Sr. has taken to writing about his son in the form of poetry, but breaks down in tears when he tries to verbalize his feeling. Richard's mother, Marge, is a little more open to speaking, but the power of her pain is immense, as she states, quote, "We're in so much pain that we could kill ourselves tomorrow. But then I wouldn't know what happened to my son, and that's what keeps me going, to find out what happened and to see justice done." End quote. There is one other bright spot in the Petrones' lives, that of Richard's daughter, Angela. 14 when her father disappeared, each day since has been a difficult burden of having lost not only a father, but her best friend. Today, Angela is 27 and works her father's old job in the family-run bakery. She hopes that she can fill in for him, live up to his expectations, and make him proud. She's a mother now, with a son named Timothy, and she understands how much her father loved her every time she looks at Tim. Her pain is immense, but she persists because he'd want her to. She speaks to Timothy often about the grandfather he's never met and how wonderful he was. The disappearance of Danielle Imbo and Richard Petrone is an extremely bizarre story. How did two people simply vanish without a trace, along with a large black truck, from a busy street, and no one seems to know or have seen anything? As you might expect in a case such as this, numerous theories have risen to the surface over the years, from police, the families, and online investigators. It's a story that has captivated many and continues to live on today. As is often the case of missing adults, the first theory is that Danielle and Richard, looking to get away from it all and start a new life, elected to run off on their own. The second theory is that Danielle and Richard were victims of an accident, which is yet to be discovered. Many believe it's possible that the truck could have driven off the road and into the Delaware River, and that the couple perished as a result of their injuries. For many, this successfully explains why not only the bodies have never been found, but the truck either. The third theory is that Joe Imbo, Danielle's ex-husband, has somehow played a role in the disappearance. Opinions vary, but some feel Joe may have hired someone to abduct or murder the couple, while others feel that Joe himself may have concocted an alibi in order to have taken action into his own hands, possibly with the assistance of others. The fourth and final theory spans a wide array of suspects and possibilities under the assumption that this was a case of murder. There are varying branches to that theory, with some supporting the FBI's claim that it may have been a murder-for-hire situation carried out by professionals, and others feeling that it could have simply been a random act of violence, committed during the process of a carjacking or robbery. Either way, the argument has been made that Danielle and Richard were likely murdered and their bodies concealed or disposed of. 13 years after their disappearance, and the answers remain as blank as they were the day they vanished. Their families have experienced intense pain, and their bonds of solidarity forged in grief have been severed with anger and the pain of unknowing. 2 children are growing up in the world without a mother and father respectively, never knowing why, and having to live with the question every day. It's an extremely haunting case that only becomes more and more difficult to examine with each year that passes. Authorities have never given up and continue to investigate leads, question individuals, and develop possibilities. Perhaps their hard work will pay off, and someone will find the ability to speak up about his or her knowledge of what happened that night in February of 2005. Perhaps their families will be given answers and a chance at justice for the ones they love. This is episode 43, The Bizarre Disappearance of Bryce Laspisa. Bryce David Laspisa was born on April 30th, 1994, to parents Karen and Michael Laspisa. Bryce was raised in Naperville, Illinois, located in DuPage and Will counties. Naperville is a suburb of Chicago, located approximately 50 miles southwest of the Windy City. Naperville is the 5th largest city in Illinois, boasting a population of approximately 147,000 residents, and has been frequently ranked by USA Today and Business Insider as one of America's safest cities. Bryce was a handsome young man, with a brilliant shock of red hair that complemented his piercing green eyes, and from the moment of his birth, his parents were both completely smitten. From an early age, Bryce's ability to captivate a room was also apparent. Friends and family would describe him as the kind of person who could light up a room, the kind of child that always found a way to make those around him smile. This was a trait he would maintain and hone throughout his lifetime. Growing up in Naperville, Bryce was able to quickly develop a large circle of friends who were also captivated by his beaming personality and undeniably contagious smile. Bryce's father would later say, quote, "He is such a social guy. He had lots of friends and would hang out with them often. We would have them over to our house." End quote. Bryce's magnetism and charisma was not simply limited to his knack for making others feel good, but was an outgrowth of his deeply thoughtful mind and soul, and he would share his thoughts and dreams not only with his friends, but with his parents, with whom he had a remarkably close relationship. Karen would later say, quote, "He would talk to Mike and I about any subject, an open book. We always say that he gets that from his mom because I'm an open book, and it was always just very easy." End quote. Bryce was a highly intelligent young man who performed well in school, but above all else, was described as a happy person. He was always smiling and looking to cheer up others when their days were bad. He wasn't prone to silent contemplation or deeply pensive moments, but instead addressed everything with his particular brand of optimism and positivity. While for many, the older they get and the further they progress in school, the wider the gap comes between themselves and their families, and moments of teenage angst aren't uncommon. For Bryce, though, these moments were few and far between, and often went by as unnoticed for how short-lived they were. To this day, those who knew Bryce recollect him as a beam of sunshine, and his family never felt that he held back or created any distance between them. During his childhood and throughout the rest of his life, Bryce was shown to have a gift for art. His sketches and drawings show incredible promise, and it's in the field of art that Bryce would eventually pursue a career. As he grew older, his interest in sports developed along with his frame, and as Bryce grew taller, peaking at 5 foot 11 inches, and thicker, weighing approximately 170 pounds, his athletic abilities became sharper and more defined. While attending Naperville Central High School, Bryce played football and recreational league baseball. His talent, be it on the gridiron, on the diamond, or on a sketch pad, was undeniable, and he excelled at everything that he put his mind towards. In 2012, Bryce would graduate from Naperville Central High School, but his college targets were somewhat up in the air. While he certainly had the interest in going to an institution of higher education, there was a move coming up. Michael and Karen were retiring shortly after Bryce's graduation, and the family would pack up and leave their home, heading out west. Ultimately, the La Spisa family settled in Laguna Niguel, California. Laguna Niguel is located in the southeast corner of Orange County in the San Joaquin Hills. The city is bordered by Aliso Viejo, Dana Point, Laguna Beach, Laguna Hills, Mission Viejo, and San Juan Capistrano. The city is much different from what Bryce was used to, with the winters of Illinois becoming a dim memory, replaced with the sun, surf, and sand of Southern California. Laguna Niguel's population is less than half that of Naperville, sitting at approximately 65,000 residents. And for anyone who has ever traveled from the suburbs of a Midwest city in America to the hills and oceans of Southern California, the culture is as varied and different as can be imagined. For Bryce, though, this wasn't exactly a challenge. The charisma he'd carried with him his entire life played just as strongly in Southern California as it had in the suburbs of Chicago. Bryce registered for and was accepted into Sierra College, a community college, with its main campus being located in Rocklin, California, approximately 460 miles north of Laguna Niguel. It wasn't a short drive, with Sierra College being just over 7 hours away. And while Bryce's parents were excited about his prospects, this would limit the likelihood that their son would be coming home for weekend visits. This, though, was all part of the college experience, as they saw it. College was a place for Bryce to go out on his own, learn to take care of himself, to be responsible for his grades, his laundry, his food, and everything else. Bryce had always been a very responsible young man, and had steered clear of trouble, with his parents believing that they had succeeded in raising him to be the kind, dependable adult he was blossoming into. As is to be expected of a teenager on the crest of adulthood, Bryce did step outside the lines of what was considered acceptable behavior, on occasion. According to his parents, he had experimented with alcohol in the past, though nothing for which they considered it a major issue. His father stated, quote, "He's a regular kid. I'm not saying Bryce is a saint, so I'm sure he did an average amount of what teenagers do. He did have a couple of incidents, but they weren't a magnitude enough for us to say there's a serious problem here." End quote. This kind of behavior isn't necessarily out of line with young adults who are having fun in high school and then proceeding on to college. College parties are notorious for having drugs and alcohol present, so for Bryce to have experimented isn't that shocking. One would imagine you'd be hard-struck to find many college-level kids who weren't having the occasional drink or dalliance with an illegal drug. Regardless of those types of behaviors, there didn't appear to be any true negative impact on Bryce, his academics, or his personality. He remained the charming and polite young man he'd always been, and his outlook continued to be full of optimism and excitement. He was very much looking forward to college, to making new friends, and to carving out a future for himself. During his first term at Sierra College, he met and began dating a beautiful young woman named Kim. According to his parents, Kim was a sweet girl, and they got along very well. They weren't too sure about how serious the relationship was, but according to Karen, they knew the relationship was more than casual when the two changed their relationship statuses on Facebook and began sharing a lot of photos together. Karen would also say that, in her experience, Bryce treated Kim very well and was showing all indications that he was respectful, caring, and loving. Bryce's first year at Sierra College went off without a hitch. He had successfully completed his classes, pulling in good grades, and seemed to thoroughly enjoy the experience. Due to the distance between the college and his family's home in Laguna Niguel, Bryce had only come home for major holidays and breaks throughout the year. Now, he would be coming home to spend the summer with his parents, as well as his girlfriend who lived in Chico, California. According to Mike and Karen, all seemed well with their son. They noticed no changes in behavior, no changes in attitude, and if nothing else, Bryce seemed happy with his life and excited about the future. Throughout much of the summer, he had spoken about looking forward to his sophomore year and the possibilities that came with it. While he had done well previously, he had been a new man on campus, but going back was to assure he'd reconnect with friends he'd made, and he'd likely make new ones as well, making the experience all the more immersive and exciting the second time around. All of this would change rather rapidly, though. Bryce returned to Sierra College for his sophomore year in August of 2013. Now 19 years old, he hopped in his beige 2003 Toyota Highlander SUV and made the nearly 500-mile drive. This semester, he would be rooming with his friend, Sean Dixon, and the two were very much looking forward to having a good time and enjoying the full college experience. According to reports of the time, Bryce returned to campus approximately 2 weeks before the start of classes. He was eager to connect with Sean, to set up the room, and to get settled in before the race of constant classes began. According to Karen, fairly quickly, she received phone calls from some of Bryce's friends, including his roommate Sean. These friends expressed concern for Bryce, stating that he was behaving out of character and bordering on what they considered abnormal or even dangerous behavior. According to Sean, Bryce had been drinking heavily. He later told investigators that Bryce was going through an entire bottle, or a fifth of alcohol, every weekend, which is no small amount. In addition to this, he did not tell Bryce's parents, but he did tell investigators that Bryce was reportedly using Vyvanse. Vyvanse is the brand name of lisdexamfetamine dimesylate and is often prescribed for those suffering from ADHD. ADHD medications such as Vyvanse and the more commonly used Adderall are often popular among college students, as it allows them to party hard, stay up late, and then get the boost of energy they need to make it through their days, increasing their focus in class and even aiding all-night studying and essay writing sessions. Vyvanse is a central nervous stimulant, and according to Sean, Bryce had been taking the pills in an effort to stay up later. It's been suggested that Bryce began taking the pills during an all-night session of playing Xbox, and for whatever reason, he continued doing so. Where he came into possession of the pills has never been clearly explained. Vyvanse is rather powerful and lists among its side effects a racing heart, decreased blood pressure, tremors, restlessness, hallucinations, unusual behavior, and motor tics. It's also specified in documentation for the medication that alcohol consumption should be avoided, as very serious side effects or interactions can occur. If indeed Bryce was taking Vyvanse, and drinking to the large amount that has been described by his roommate, this could certainly go a long way to explain some of his unusual behavior, which will take place in the days and hours leading up to his disappearance. Some people who abuse Vyvanse do so by crushing the pills and snorting them, and this can lead to psychosis, as well as other major side effects, including death. Karen would also later report that Bryce's girlfriend, Kim, also found his behavior to be changing, and she was growing concerned, not only for the state of their relationship, but for his personal well-being as well. According to Karen, she called and spoke with Bryce during this time, and he assured her that everything was fine. According to both of his parents, they heard nothing in his speech that seemed to suggest he was under the influence of anything, or acting out of the ordinary. In addition to this, he had just spent the entire summer at their home, and they'd seen no indication that he had any kind of substance abuse issues, either related to pills or alcohol. Many have suggested that this may be the result of their own naivete in relation to their son having problems, but as many have noted, children can be adept at concealing all kinds of substance abuse issues, especially if they haven't broadened out to the point where they're having a clear impact on personality and behavior. I know from my own personal experience that at a college age, I had several bottles of alcohol in my home, hidden in my bedroom, and my parents had no idea that I was drinking at night. So for the Laspisa family, it's frustrating to try and put their finger on what could have changed in the 2 weeks since he'd left home for college to result in this behavior. But it's entirely possible he was doing things while at home. Perhaps not to the degree that he was when he returned to Sierra College, though. The combination of amphetamines and alcohol is certainly not a good one, as we saw from the list of side effects and the stern warnings on the label to avoid alcohol while on Vyvanse. In addition to this, there has never been anything to verify the dosage of Vyvanse that Bryce was taking. Since it was not prescribed by his own doctor, he may have been taking a dosage that was designated for someone who had been on it longer and had a higher tolerance. Vyvanse dosage begins at 10 milligrams and increases 10 milligrams for each subsequent level, all the way to 70 milligrams. It isn't outside of the realm of possibility to imagine Bryce could have been ingesting pills anywhere from 10 to 70 milligrams. And we also have no way of knowing exactly how many pills per day he was swallowing with his alcohol. Either way, the excessive drinking, in conjunction with the pills, certainly makes for a dangerous combination. On top of that, there are specific health issues one could be suffering from, which can also increase the risk with Vyvanse, such as allergic reactions, heart disease, moderate to high blood pressure, overactive thyroid, anxiety, or a history of drug and alcohol abuse. It should be noted that specific medications, including some stimulants, have been known to bring out symptoms similar to bipolar disorder, as well as suicidal thoughts or tendencies and schizophrenia. A comprehensive timeline helps display Bryce's activities and behavior in the days leading up to his bizarre changes and ultimately his disappearance. On Monday, August 26, 2013, Bryce attends his speech and web design classes and then speaks on the phone with his mother, who describes the conversation as normal. Later that day, they receive a photo of Bryce, looking happy and posing with a Madden NFL Xbox game. On Tuesday, August 27th, Bryce's girlfriend Kim notes an oddness in his behavior and asks him if everything is alright. Allegedly, during this talk, Bryce admits to Kim that he's been taking Vyvanse. When Karen speaks of this later, she refers to the conversation and relays Kim's statement saying, quote, "He was acting strange and he admitted he took that pill," end quote. Sometime between Tuesday the 27th and Wednesday the 28th, Bryce and Kim exchange text messages and his odd behavior continues. According to Kim, she asks Bryce if he wants to break up with her, and he sends a text message back telling her that she'd be better off without him. It's also during this time that his roommate, Sean, finds Bryce's behavior to be extremely out of character. According to Sean, at this time, Bryce gives him his Xbox, which he's reported to have loved, as well as a pair of diamond earrings, which his mother had given him. According to Karen, Bryce loved the earrings and cherished them, so this behavior, which they don't find out about until later, will raise red flags about Bryce's possible intentions. On Wednesday night, Bryce arrives at Kim's apartment in Chico, California at approximately 10 p.m. According to Kim, Bryce continues behaving oddly, and the two discuss his behavior and the state of their relationship. Bryce reportedly breaks up with Kim, but she, concerned for his well-being, takes his car keys and refuses to give them back. At this point, she calls Bryce's parents and speaks to them, explaining that Bryce seems to be in bad condition and she doesn't think it's a good idea for him to be driving. Bryce first speaks to his father, who later says, quote, "He told both of us the same thing. He told me, I want my keys, I want to go home. I broke up with Kim, so she won't give me the keys. And I said, Bryce, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, Dad." End quote. Karen also speaks to her son at this point and says, quote, "I said, Bryce, I'm worried. I said, let me come up there tomorrow. Let me fly up there tomorrow. And he says, Mom, no. Don't make any airline reservations until I talk to you, because I have a lot to talk to you about." End quote. At this point, Karen got back on the phone with Kim and told her to give Bryce his keys back, that he seemed alright and he wanted to go home. Bryce reportedly leaves the Chico apartment at approximately 11:30 p.m. According to Karen and Michael, as far as they knew, Bryce was going to be making the drive back to his apartment at this time. Karen has said that she spoke to Bryce again after the confrontation with Kim, during which time she told him to go home and call her the next day, and he agreed. Of course, Bryce had specified that he had a lot to talk to his mother about, but what the subject was, the Lespisa family would never find out, and that conversation would never take place. Over the next 24 hours, Bryce would embark on a mysterious journey, and when his parents and others spoke to him, he seemed either disinterested in discussing his plans, or simply didn't know what his plans were. At approximately 1 a.m. on Thursday, August 29th, Karen missed a call from Bryce. When she woke up and found the missed call, she assumed it was from her son letting her know that he had arrived back at his apartment. She wouldn't discover until later, during the investigation, that this phone call was made from Bryce's cell, but pings of his phone placed him hours away from his apartment, heading in the opposite direction. According to the official timeline, at approximately 9 a.m., Bryce makes a roadside assistance call. He's run out of gas and is located in Buttonwillow, California. Buttonwillow is located in Kern County and is 26 miles west of Bakersfield, with a slim population of only 1,500 residents. While Bakersfield has a much larger population, this area of California is dotted with smaller towns spread out with empty wilderness between them. I've driven through here before, and there are definitely some desolate-looking places and large gaps of vacancy in between. Why Bryce was in this location has never been fully understood. Karen and Michael received a call that morning at 11 a.m. from their insurance company, State Farm. This is the first time they're notified that Bryce used the roadside assistance, and they're told about the charge. Not understanding why Bryce would be in that location, his parents assumed that he'd begun driving home. Buttonwillow places him approximately halfway between Sierra College and the family home in Laguna Niguel, just 178 miles away. What is interesting to note is that, according to Google Maps, if Bryce had headed straight towards Buttonwillow from his ex-girlfriend's apartment in Chico, the total driving time is only approximately 5 hours and 43 minutes. However, he doesn't place the call to roadside assistance until 9 a.m., meaning that nearly double that time, 9.5 hours, have passed. What Bryce was doing for all that time, where he was going, or what his intentions were, remain unknown. I do want to specify there is some confusion about the roadside assistance point here. According to multiple sources, Bryce placed his roadside assistance call at 9 a.m., but no one arrived with gas until 12 p.m. Other reports suggest that the call was placed earlier and that at 9 a.m., Bryce was given gas. This second explanation seems to be most prominent and fits the timeline more accurately, and therefore it is the account that I will be using. Being that Bryce had already received the gas he needed, Karen couldn't understand why he hadn't called and why he wasn't answering his phone. Bryce reportedly received 3 gallons of gas, for which he paid $20 using his credit card. The gas is delivered by a roadside assistance serviceman named Christian, who worked locally at Castro Tire and Truck. Another note is that, were Bryce planning to head home, he would have arrived home around 12 p.m. if indeed he'd left Buttonwillow after filling up. But when 12 came and went, without Bryce's arrival and no contact, Karen's concern continues to grow. At this point, she places a call to her insurance company, asking to be put in contact with the roadside assistance serviceman who helped Bryce earlier. Christian spoke with Karen and explained that he dropped gas off to Bryce hours earlier. When asked about whether or not Bryce was doing all right, Christian responded that he seemed okay to him. Karen explains that she's tried to call her son several times, but he isn't answering. Christian volunteers to head over to the spot where he found him earlier that morning, but Karen tells him not to worry. It's unlikely that he hasn't moved in the past 3 hours, and she speculates that Bryce may not have called or may not be answering because he's driving and may be out of service. Despite her objection, Christian tells her he's going to check regardless. To his surprise, when he arrives at the location in Buttonwillow, he finds Bryce sitting in the exact same spot that he was sitting in hours earlier. At this point, Christian calls Karen and explains that Bryce hasn't been moving. He also allegedly says, quote, "His eyes look a little red," end quote. At this point, Karen requests that Christian put Bryce on the phone. According to Karen, she's upset with Bryce at this time and asks him what he's doing. Bryce reportedly tells his mother that he's doing nothing. She asks him why he's been sitting in this location, but he doesn't appear to have any kind of answer that satisfies her. Karen instructs Bryce to just come home, later saying, quote, "I just said, 'What are you doing?' He just said, 'Nothing.' And I'm just, 'Bryce, you're 3 hours away. You just need to get gas. You're 3 hours from home.'" End quote. Bryce agrees, saying that he will arrive home around 3 p.m. At this point, Karen and Michael have no reason to doubt he's going to be home that afternoon, and feeling better that they've spoken with him, they go about their days. They plan to ask him some serious questions when he arrives, but 3 o'clock comes and goes, with no Bryce. At approximately 3:30, Karen calls Bryce, but receives no answer. She calls again, multiple times, but Bryce fails to pick up. Thinking that he may have taken a detour, gotten sidetracked, or hit Labor Day traffic or maybe stopped for food, they wait longer. But when 6 p.m. arrives, and Bryce is now 3 hours late, they call and file a missing persons report with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The first step taken by the Sheriff's Department is to contact AT&T, the provider of Bryce's cell phone, in hopes of pinging his current location. The Sheriff's Department is granted an emergency ping and learn of Bryce's location. At approximately 9 p.m., authorities call the Las Pisas to inform them of where their son is, and Karen and Michael are shocked. According to the ping, Bryce is still in the town of Buttonwillow, and in the past 9 hours, he has moved no more than 8 miles from where he had been previously parked. Karen and Michael, at this point, don't know what to think, and they can't wrap their head around why Bryce would be sitting in this town for, at this point, at least 12 hours. Karen later stated, quote, "I can't account for 9 hours of what Bryce did or where he was, except that he's only 8 miles away from where he was when his car was serviced for gas." End quote. Not long after this call is placed, deputies from the Kern County Sheriff's Department arrive on the scene and find Bryce's vehicle. Official transcripts and dispatches from that night state that sheriff's deputies located Bryce near a hotel at Highway 58 and Freeway 5, or the I-5, in the 25,200 block of San Michelle. The dispatch reports that the time was 9:33 p.m., and goes on to say that Deputy Hernandez spoke with Bryce, advised him to call home, and that there was nothing wrong when he arrived. He lists pings from AT&T, which reported Bryce being in the same location over the course of several hours. According to their report, Bryce is parked not far from the entrance to the interstate on Lagoon Drive in Buttonwillow, merely sitting in his vehicle on the side of the road. Feeling that something is wrong and that Bryce isn't behaving in a normal manner, officers instruct him to exit his vehicle. At this point, Bryce is given a field sobriety test, but according to the officers, he passes. They ask him if there's any drugs or alcohol in the vehicle, and he says no. When asked if they may search his vehicle, Bryce agrees, and officers go through his Toyota Highlander. To their surprise, they find nothing suspicious, illegal, or out of the ordinary. The deputies feel that Bryce is fine. He passed their sobriety test. There are no drugs or alcohol present, and he appears lucid. He's answering their questions, his responses are normal, he's able to hold a conversation, and doesn't appear to be disoriented or under the influence of anything. When asked what he's doing at the location and why he hasn't gone home, Bryce reportedly answers that he's simply relaxing and letting off a little steam. Considering his demeanor, the long drive from Sierra College, and the fact that Bryce doesn't appear to be under any duress, they have no reason to question this explanation. The officers inform Bryce that his parents have filed a missing persons report on him and that they're greatly concerned. Strangely, when they instruct Bryce to call home, he doesn't want to and appears hesitant. Why Bryce didn't want to call home, no one knows. It's been speculated that he may have been sitting in the same spot for so long because he didn't want to go home and face his parents, but no one can really know for sure. After seeing his resistance to making the phone call, sheriff's deputies actually dialed his mother's phone number and called themselves. Karen's first question to the deputy is whether or not he believes Bryce is all right to continue driving. Karen later says, quote, "I said to the officer, 'Is he okay?' And he says to me, 'Yes, ma'am, he is.'" End quote. At this point, the officer puts the phone in Bryce's hand and tells him to talk to his mother. Though she's frustrated, upset, and confused, Karen doesn't want to say anything that might upset Bryce or cause him to delay his return home. She wants him to get home as fast as possible, and then, when she has him there and she knows he is safe, she has some strong questions she wants to ask. However, at this time, as Karen later stated, quote, "I said, 'Bryce, what are you doing?' He said, 'Mom, I'm putting stuff back in my car because they searched my car.' And I'm like, 'Bryce, what are you doing? You've been in the same area for 8 or 9 hours. I said, 'You need to get something to eat, and now you're going to be traveling in the dark, and now I'm kind of worried.'" End quote. In other statements made by Karen, she's also suggested that Bryce made mention of meeting up with friends later as a possible explanation for spending so much time in Buttonwillow. Who these friends were and why he'd have to wait in his car for over 12 hours remains a mystery. Much like Bryce's actions prior to and in the hours following his interactions with sheriff's deputies, no one has yet been able to determine a reason behind it all. Bryce agrees to make his way home, and the deputies, at this point, go on their way, feeling that everything is fine. Approximately an hour later, sometime between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m., Christian, the serviceman who had brought the gas to Bryce, notices that he has a missed call from Bryce's mom from earlier in the day. He decides to call her back, checking if there's anything wrong and to see whether or not Bryce has made it home. Karen explains that Bryce had sat in Buttonwillow for almost the entire day. She tells him about the deputies speaking to him and how concerned they are for his safe return. At this point, Christian tells her he can, once again, return to the area and make sure everything is okay. Karen explains that Bryce has told her he's on the way home and that she's spoken with him. She goes on to say that it's unlikely that Bryce is still in the area, but Christian says he'll check just to make sure. Christian arrives at the location where police had previously spoken to Bryce and finds him, still, sitting in his Toyota Highlander. Christian calls Karen back within 15 minutes of their initial call and explains that Bryce still hasn't moved. Bryce has now been sitting in Buttonwillow for at least 13 hours. Christian, at this point, tells Bryce to begin driving and that he's going to follow him onto I-5 South. The I-5 runs from Mexico well up into Canada and is the main interstate that Bryce would use to make his trip south towards Laguna Niguel. Bryce speaks to Karen at this point, by Christian's insistence, and Karen tells him to drive safely and to keep his cell phone on so that they can keep in touch with him. They also do this so that they may be able to have his phone pinged to acquire his location should he, again, fail to arrive home in time. Christian follows Bryce, who gets on the I-5 heading south. At this point, Christian continues for 10 miles before pulling off the interstate and calling Karen. He explains that Bryce is now moving along the I-5 and that he seems to be driving well and is heading in her direction. Karen is grateful to Christian and thanks him for his concern and his efforts. At approximately 12:30 a.m., Bryce stops for gas and purchases a soft drink. Karen attempts to call Bryce at 12:50 but receives no answer. At approximately 1:50 a.m. on Friday, August 30th, Karen gets in touch with Bryce again. Karen and Michael are concerned and want to know where he is, but Bryce is evasive in his responses. He explains that he had been on the I-5, then had taken a detour, and now was back on the I-5. Michael gets on the phone with his son and asks him to describe landmarks, but Bryce says it's too dark to see any. Michael asks for Bryce to tell him what signs he's passing, but Bryce states there are no signs, or that he simply can't see the signs. It's not exactly clear. Either way, it seems apparent that Bryce is avoiding giving out information about his exact location. He does, though, explain that his GPS suggests he will arrive home at 3:25 a.m. The last contact between Bryce and his parents takes place at 2:09 a.m. Bryce calls home and speaks to Karen. According to her, he explains that he's feeling really tired and is planning to pull off the road to sleep in his car for a while before continuing home. His parents feel this is a good idea, considering he's been awake for somewhere between 24 and 30 hours, and they think that getting some rest might help clear his head and assure that he arrives home safely. They're concerned about him driving while tired, and so they tell him to find a safe place to park for a few hours. He tells them that he's pulling off the I-5 and is parking in a residential area. This is the last time Karen and Michael Laspisa will ever speak to their son. Around 8 a.m. that morning, Mike and Karen hear the sound of the doorbell. Assuming it's Bryce, having finally arrived home, they race to the door. To their surprise, they don't find Bryce waiting for them and are instead confronted by an officer of the California Highway Patrol. The officer asks if they're the owners of a 2003 beige Toyota Highlander, Bryce's SUV. When they confirm that the vehicle is their son's, the officer informs them that the vehicle was found abandoned that morning in the Castaic Lake area. According to the officer, the vehicle was found on Main Ramp Road, an access road leading to the Castaic Lake recreational area, which parallels to Lake Hughes Road, which leads up the hill towards a cell tower. The crash site location was approximately a 2-hour drive north of Laguna Niguel. The vehicle was located at 5:30 a.m. The officer goes on to further state that not only was Bryce not found at the location of his vehicle, but that the vehicle itself was not merely abandoned. It had crashed and was found lying on its side, at the bottom of a 25-foot embankment at the base of a steep hill. Upon inspection of the vehicle, authorities find Bryce's laptop, wallet, and cell phone inside. They also find small drops of Bryce's blood, one on the passenger seat headrest and another in the back seat, which they believe indicates a minor injury, but nothing that would have stopped him from walking away from the crash. On the other hand, it's a miracle he wasn't more severely injured, but they cannot help but wonder if he would have sustained internal injuries. The rear window of the SUV was smashed out, and investigators believe that it had been broken out from the inside and not during the crash itself, and for them, they begin to theorize that this may have been how Bryce exited the vehicle following the crash. Near the broken back window, they also discover a duffel bag which is unzipped. This prompts investigators to wonder if Bryce may have gone through the bag following the crash and have taken something with him. The questions are endless though. Why was Bryce in this area? How did he manage to crash his car? If indeed he was the one driving at the time, where did he go and why did he leave his belongings behind? While looking over the crash scene, investigators begin to piece the moments leading up to the accident together. Since the SUV is located at the bottom of the embankment, they go to the top. There's a cell phone tower at the top, and investigators note tire marks which lead from the tower down the hill to the point where the SUV was found flipped. Inspection of the tire tracks shows that larger sized rocks have been kicked up, and there's evidence that, while going down the embankment, the driver was pressing the accelerator and speeding up, rather than hitting the brakes to slow down. The embankment leads down to Castaic Lake, and for investigators, they believe that Bryce may have made the choice to drive his SUV into the lake, but had flipped before he made it. Suicide becomes a theory, and when it's factored in with his odd behavior in the days and hours leading up to his disappearance, it's one which can be hard to deny. Due to the proximity to the lake, the condition of the vehicle, and reports of Bryce's behavior, investigators call in search teams. Divers are sent into the lake to look for any signs of Bryce. There are officers on foot, on horseback, and on four-wheelers combing over the mountainous area, looking for any indication that Bryce may still be around. Helicopters survey the scene, and bloodhounds are brought in, along with cadaver dogs. Utilizing socks and shoes that Bryce had left behind at his ex-girlfriend's apartment, they begin tracking his scent, which leads down Lake Hughes Road near a gas station and truck stop, and then the scent simply stops, which makes investigators wonder if Bryce may have hitched a ride with someone. There are also reports that a team of dogs had tracked Bryce's scent down to the edge of the lake. Despite exhaustive search efforts in the area, including a radius of 11 miles, nothing is found to suggest that Bryce is still there. Divers spent 4 days in Castaic Lake, but ultimately were unable to discover anything. For investigators, it was baffling. They couldn't decide if Bryce had accidentally, in a half-asleep state, crashed his car, or if he'd done so on purpose. In addition to this, they begin to speculate whether or not he may have suffered a head injury which impacted his decision-making or could possibly have caused amnesia. There is a surveillance camera which photographs the license plates of all vehicles heading up the hill along Lake Hughes Road. In the course of their investigation, authorities reviewed the footage and made an odd discovery. According to still photos taken by that camera, Bryce made his ascent up Lake Hughes Road for the first time at 2:15 a.m., just 6 minutes after he'd spoken with his mother and said he was pulling over in a residential area to sleep. But the Castaic Lake region is far from a residential area. His vehicle shows up on the camera again at 4:29 a.m., an hour before the crash site is discovered. His vehicle is not seen coming down Lake Hughes Road, which seems to indicate that he went up at 2:15 and then followed the road for a long way until it spit him back out onto a main road, at which time he doubled back and went up the road again. What Bryce was doing in the area and why he went up a second time adds another confusing detail to what is already a confounding disappearance. As a result of their inability to locate anything related to Bryce, his case fell into the hands of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. Sergeant Roger Wallace, when asked about the search, suggested that they had done a very exhaustive search, with the assistance of the Santa Clarita Valley Search and Rescue Team, but had failed to come up with anything which might answer their questions. Bryce's parents were not apt to sit idly by and watch, and almost immediately turned to social media, making posts on Facebook and Twitter. Within hours, they had a number of volunteers who wanted to help with the search, as well as putting up flyers and spreading the word about Bryce's disappearance. Karen later stated, quote, "Through all the social media, it has been overwhelming. I've been on Facebook. I was inundated with emails from people. People are spreading the flyers and trying to help." End quote. Investigators began speaking to people close to Bryce, though outside of drug use, alcohol use, and his recent odd behaviors, there was little to be gleaned from them. Bryce's roommate explained that he had given him his Xbox and earrings, though he claims to have no understanding as to why. In addition to this, Sean revealed that, on the night Bryce vanished, he received a text from him. The text read, quote, "I love you, bro. Seriously. You're the best person I've ever met. You saved my soul." End quote. The search for Bryce continued throughout the weekend, but by the following week, efforts had been reduced, and Bryce's case was changed from an emergency search to a more casual search, feeling that there was no likelihood that they were going to discover anything new at Castaic Lake. This would be the first act which would create a rift between the Laspisa family and the investigators working the case. While Karen and Michael felt that Bryce's case wasn't being addressed as thoroughly as they would have liked, investigators felt they had little to go on, and if, in fact, Bryce had walked away from the accident, they had nothing to give them a direction to go in. On Wednesday, September 4th, 5 days after Bryce vanished, police responded to a fire burning in the area of Castaic Lake, near to where Bryce's vehicle had been recovered. Once on the scene, they found the body of a deceased male had been set on fire. For days following the discovery, the Laspisa family waited with bated breath, but the decedent was ultimately identified as a man from Los Angeles, and not Bryce Laspisa. Authorities began to lean towards the possibility that Bryce had chosen to run off from something in his life. They felt that whatever it was he was referring to when he told his mother that they had a lot to talk about could go a long way towards solving the mystery of where he went and why. At the same time, his family finds it difficult to accept that Bryce would have left of his own volition, and in their frustration with police, they hire a private investigator who begins digging into the case. It's a difficult job, a case with a lot of dead ends and no real answers. For police, There are several factors that indicate to them that Bryce ran off. Something was obviously troubling him. He was killing time, delaying his arrival home. Buttonwillow, where he spent a large portion of the day, has a lot of trucker activity, and it's theorized that Bryce may have been looking to hop on board and be driven elsewhere. The fact that he gave away his Xbox and earrings also leads them to believe that, whatever happened to Bryce, it was part of a plan that he was choosing to execute. Bryce's parents feel that he was far too close to them, and that he had such a good relationship with them that he wouldn't have been willing to walk away and leave them wondering if he was alright. They don't believe that their son would put them through the incredible pain of wondering where he is and what happened to him, if he had the ability to do something about it. Bryce's uncle, Glenn David, when asked about Bryce possibly leaving, acknowledged this possibility and addressed his nephew directly, stating, quote, "Bryce, it's your Uncle Glenn. Come on, let's go. Make a call. Have somebody make contact. Whatever it is, we'll work through it." End quote. Despite flyers, billboards, media attention, and social media alerts, no one comes forward with information about Bryce, his possible whereabouts, or what may have happened to the 19-year-old. For police, it's frustrating. For his family, it's absolutely devastating. Soon, the days become weeks, the weeks become months, and the months become years. For the Laspisa family, every day is as heart-wrenching as the next, as they wonder what could have happened to their son. The bizarre circumstances of his last known days and hours continue to weigh heavily on the minds of both his family and investigators. Sadly, though, there's very little to report about Bryce following the first few weeks after his disappearance. The private investigator, hired by the family, ultimately decided that Bryce likely sustained a head injury in the crash, which resulted in some form of retrograde amnesia or possibly a fugue state, which left him confused, disoriented, or not knowing who he was. After a few years of having the investigator look into the case, the Laspisas ultimately stop using her services, as it appears that whatever happened to Bryce simply cannot be uncovered with the information available at this time. Bryce's parents took part in several candlelight vigils in hopes of garnering attention to his case and bringing someone forward with information, though no new information has ever come to the surface. Over the years, they have elected instead to try and spread awareness of his case through random acts of kindness they hoped would be done in his name. When asked about the possibility of a memorial or another candlelight vigil, Karen Laspisa responded, quote, "It has become too difficult to hold these, especially for me. You would think with time, as his mom, I could do an observance, but my pain is still as raw as it was the day he disappeared." End quote. In August of 2015, 2 years after their son vanished, the Laspisa family hired a sonar specialist to check Castaic Lake as thoroughly as possible for his body. After using sonar, nothing was discovered which suggested that any body was in the depths of the lake, which goes as deep as 300 feet in some locations. If indeed Bryce Laspia is still out there somewhere, he is living a transient existence, for there has been no activity on his social security number, bank accounts, credit cards, or passport. For all intents and purposes, beyond comprehension, Bryce appears to have mysteriously vanished into the darkness of Castaic Lake's region and has yet to be seen again. Since Bryce vanished in August of 2013, nearly 5 years ago, there have been multiple sightings reported, though none of them could be verified. Oftentimes, homeless men in California as reported as resembling Bryce, but when the individual is located, it's never Bryce, or the individual fails to be located in the first place. Sightings of Bryce are not only limited to California. with individuals from across the country calling in sightings. He's been seen everywhere from California to Oregon to Texas, in every form and fashion, from a homeless man asking for change outside an In-N-Out burger to a young man with dreadlocks spending time on the beach. The most recent of these sightings was discussed on the Facebook page Find Bryce Laspisa. In the post, there is a discussion of a homeless man with red hair seen in some tents behind a CVS drugstore. Thousands of tips and sightings have been reported, though none have ever led to Bryce Laspisa. With Bryce's disappearance coming following such bizarre circumstances, many theories have been developed to address what are considered to be the most likely possibilities. Some of these theories have been put forth by investigators, others from the family, and some still from online investigators. The first theory is that Bryce Laspisa elected to run away from his life and his family. Supporters of this theory believe that the car accident was done purposefully with the intent of ending up in the lake, but when this failed to happen, many believe Bryce walked away from the accident and from his life. For many, there's a high likelihood that Bryce is still alive out there, somewhere, choosing not to return. Others have a different spin on this and suggest that Bryce's choice to run off may have been related to the onset of a mental illness or as a result of side effects of the drug Vyvanse, which he had been abusing. The second theory suggests that Bryce may have been suicidal the night he vanished, and that his ultimate plan was to crash his SUV into the lake to drown. When he failed to do so, many believe he may have wandered off into the wilderness with the intent of committing suicide. Whether this was the result of some recent difficulties in his life, the influence of drugs and alcohol, or some other yet unknown details, is hotly debated. The third theory follows the thought process presented by the Laspisa's private investigator, that Bryce's disappearance may in fact be related to the crash itself. According to this theory, Bryce may have been disoriented that night, due to a lack of sleep or the residual effects of coming down from drug use. The accident, whether on purpose or purely accidental, may have caused a head injury which resulted in a case of retrograde amnesia or possibly a fugue state, which left Bryce confused and unsure of his own identity, where he was, or what he was doing. For many, they believe Bryce's disappearance came when he wandered off in this state, and that he is now living as a homeless person, without any recollection of his past, or even the knowledge that he's a missing person. The fourth and final theory is that following the crash, Bryce may have hitched a ride with a trucker or another person, and he may have been murdered in a random act of violence by someone with whom he interacted in the early morning hours of August 30th, 2013. Supporters of this theory note Bryce's closeness to his family and the likelihood that were he still alive out there somewhere and in possession of his full mental faculties, he would have gotten in contact by now. Being on foot in the early morning hours, the chances of him running into someone who meant to do him harm are difficult to silence. 19-year-old Bryce Laspisa's final hours are incredibly difficult to understand. In the last days of his life, friends and his girlfriend noted a drastic shift in his personality, odd behaviors, and were worried about his well-being. Regardless of their concerns, Bryce's family feels that he was lucid and normal in their conversations with him, while law enforcement who interacted with him just hours before he vanished saw nothing in his behavior which led them to believe that he was in any way a risk or under duress. What led this intelligent, caring, and popular young man to crash his vehicle in the hills of Castaic Lake, at which point he seemingly vanished into nothingness? When last seen, Bryce Laspisa was described as being a Caucasian male with red hair and green eyes. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighs approximately 170 pounds, though his weight may be different if he is living as a homeless person. Bryce has a tattoo of a Taurus bull's head and his birthday in Roman numerals on his upper left arm, and both of his ears are pierced. When last seen, Bryce was wearing a blue and white checkered shirt, white cargo shorts, and size 12 red and white Nike shoes. A $5,000 reward for information leading to Bryce's recovery remains in place today. For his family, every day is a struggle. They wake up, go about their routines, and try to live their lives, but they're haunted by the questions which can't be answered. What happened to their son? What was it that he wanted to talk to them about, and was it in some way connected to his disappearance? For them, they cannot begin to grasp what could have transpired in the 2 weeks following his summer vacation and then his disappearance. For them, the last time they saw Bryce, he was the same optimistic, hopeful, and caring son they'd always known. What they do believe is that Bryce is alive out there somewhere, and he needs their help as desperately as they need for him to come home. In the nearly 5 years that have passed, they have never given up hope that he will return someday, though every time a young male body is discovered, or a red-haired homeless man is spotted, their breath catches in their chests as they wait for verification, and so far, it has never been proven to be Bryce. When asked about what she believes may have happened, Karen Laspisa responded, quote, "He never ran away from home. There was never any problem big enough that would make Bryce literally want to walk away from his life. He loved us too much, and we love him too." This is episode 79, The Disappearance of Laureen Ron. Laureen Ann Ron was born on April 3, 1966 to her mother Judith. With details regarding the bulk of Laureen's case being scarce, there isn't a great deal of information about her childhood either. Information regarding Laureen's biological father is unavailable, and there have been articles which suggest that Laureen had a sister, though again, these are details which are not publicly available. What we do know is that the brown-haired, blue-eyed Laureen was doted on by her mother Judith, and that the two would end up living together in an apartment in Manchester, New Hampshire. Manchester is a city located in southern New Hampshire and is the most populous city in northern New England, boasting a population of more than 100,000 residents. Northern New England is made up of New Hampshire, Maine, and Vermont, thus making Manchester the city of the tri-state area. Manchester makes up one half of the seat of Hillsborough County and is situated along the Merrimack River, which runs from Massachusetts west and then north into Maine. Laureen and Judith lived in an apartment on the third floor of a building located on Merrimack Street. By all accounts, Laureen was a kind and sweet child who had big dreams. From a young age, she would sing and dance and was drawn to acting, and often fantasized about the possibility of making it big in Hollywood. She was bright and sharp, making good grades throughout her time in school, and she rarely found herself in trouble. The relationship between Laureen and Judith was close, with the mother and daughter spending a lot of time alone together in their apartment. Judith was active on the dating scene, with no father in the picture. From what could be gathered, it seems that, for the most part, Judith found herself in a series of short-lived relationships as Laureen grew up. Laureen was involved with Judith's boyfriends, at least in terms of accompanying her mother on trips and outings with her suitors. Judith was active in ensuring that Laureen was always the most important part of her life, and while men may come and go, her daughter was the light of her life. It was important to her that Laureen felt comfortable and welcome regardless of what the situation was, and she certainly wouldn't hesitate to cut ties with anyone who put Laureen in a place she didn't want to be. Laureen would go on to attend Parkside Junior High School, where she continued to maintain good grades, though little glimmers of teenage rebellion began to show through. It was never anything major, and Laureen was by no means a troublemaker, but she found herself in hot water a few times, as most teenagers will. Interestingly, in an online posting discussing Laureen's case, a woman who claimed to have gone to school with her made note of a school change. According to this poster, Loreen had begun mentioning to friends that she was planning to move out of state, to Florida to be precise, and that one day Loreen was gone from Parkside Junior High. This same poster would later claim to have discovered that, a year later, Loreen had not moved out of state and was instead attending Southside Junior High, which she described as being outside of the school district. However, according to my research, Parkside Junior High was located approximately 2 miles to the west of the apartment, while Southside Junior High was just 2.4 miles to the southeast. Why the change was made, if indeed it was, is unknown, though it's not a dramatic shift in distances as was described. According to Loreen's friends, the now 14-year-old did find herself engaged in some activities that a parent wouldn't approve of. There's been a long-standing rumor that a man, working at a corner store in town, had an affinity towards younger girls and didn't have any qualms about selling alcohol to minors. This, of course, wasn't all that rare in 1980. In fact, the legal drinking age in the United States wasn't changed to 21 until 4 years later, though selling alcohol to a 14-year-old when 18 is the legal age is still unacceptable. Either way, it was never stated that Loreen drank to excess or even drank often, but that on occasion she and some friends would have a drink. From what can be gathered, Loreen never got into any major trouble, and we can't even say for sure whether or not Judith was aware of her daughter's antics, but are they really all that different from any teenager out there today? While alcohol didn't play a major role in Loreen's life, on the night of her disappearance, it would certainly be involved. Judith began seeing a new man, and things were going well. He was involved in tennis, and many papers have reported over the years that he played professionally, though apparently never making it to a level which would grant any gravitas to his name, which has never been mentioned. According to Judith, it wasn't uncommon for she and her then-boyfriend to travel long distances to attend tournaments, and Loreen always came along. It was nice to get away, to take a trip together, and to attend a tennis event. However, on the day of April 20th, 1980, Judith was set to attend another tournament with her boyfriend. Loreen, in this instance, asked if she could stay home by herself instead. It was a Sunday afternoon and Loreen's spring break was set to begin. The teenager wanted a little freedom to stay home and look after herself. Judith initially was hesitant, but eventually agreed since she'd be returning late that night anyway. Loreen was ecstatic and thanked Judith profusely. It was a nice day in Manchester, the temperature hitting a high of 75 degrees, though as the sun settled down things would change with a low of 37 degrees, a typically bipolar spring day in New England. Judith said goodbye to Loreen, explaining that she'd return late that evening and that Loreen should be asleep by the time she got home. After telling Loreen that she loved her and to be good, Judith left with her boyfriend, never knowing that this would be the last time she'd ever see her daughter. She could never fathom that, upon her return to the apartment, she would find a nightmare of haunting questions waiting for her. Details about the evening vary depending who you ask. According to a friend of Loreen's who was present at the apartment that night, Loreen had invited her and a male friend over. The plan was having the apartment all to themselves. They'd have a couple of drinks, sit down in front of the television, joke around, and just have a good time. They had to be careful, as they weren't sure what time Judith would be returning home, but Loreen was pretty sure they'd be done with their little party by then. It was nothing extravagant, just 3 friends drinking and laughing. There have been, however, rumors over the years that there may have been another person present that evening, a second male, but Loreen's female friend, when later questioned, denied this possibility. Judith, though, has made statements in the past that she believes the story the authorities were given about the events of that night did not contain all of the details. Judith returned home sometime between midnight and 1:30 a.m. The exact time isn't known for certain, though we do know that it was not earlier than midnight. According to Judith, she arrived back at the apartment to find what can only be described as an eerily strange situation. As she stepped into the apartment building, she found that all of the hall lights, which would typically burn all night long, were not on. The first floor was completely dark. Making her way through the darkness, Judith began to make her way up towards their third-floor apartment. As she entered the second floor, again, she was disturbed to find not a single light bulb functioning in that hallway. When arriving on the darkened third floor, Judith couldn't help but find the situation creepy, although she did consider the possibility that there may have been a blown fuse or power outage. It wouldn't be until later that she'd learn the truth. As she approached her apartment door, she was surprised to find it unlocked. She had told Laureen to make sure she locked the door, but she imagined her teenage daughter had simply forgotten. Stepping into the apartment, nothing seemed out of place. She locked the door behind her and made her way towards the back door of the apartment to ensure that it was locked. To her surprise, she found the door unlocked and open, not completely, but slightly ajar. Again, to Judith, this was incredibly bizarre, and after she shut and locked the back door, her next move was towards Laureen's bedroom. I should note before going any further that there is some conflict here with timelines and events, and so I'm going to give you as many sides to the details as exist. In multiple reports, Judith opened the door to Laureen's bedroom and clearly saw the shape of her daughter sleeping in her bed. Reportedly, at this time, she quietly shut the door behind her and made note to herself to discuss the unlocked doors with Laureen in the morning. When Judith walked into the apartment's living room, she found a blanket and pillow on the couch, as though perhaps Laureen had been lying on it earlier. In the corner of the room was a pair of brand new shoes that Laureen had just gotten, which was a little strange as Laureen wasn't really in the habit of leaving her shoes lying around. This is where some discrepancies come in. According to the Charlie Project's page on this case, Judith retired to her bedroom, went to sleep, and it wasn't until the morning when she entered Laureen's bedroom that she discovered it was not Laureen asleep in her bed, but instead her friend who had come over the night before. According to this angle of the story, Judith immediately asked this friend where Laureen was, and the friend replied that while the two had fallen asleep together in the bed, at some point, Laureen woke up, took a pillow and blanket, and told her friend that she could have the bed because she was going to sleep on the couch. Having already seen the blanket and pillow, but no sign of Laureen, it's been said that both she and Laureen's friend simultaneously came to the realization that Laureen was missing. Of course, if Judith did go to sleep that night and not notice Laureen missing until the morning, it would contradict official police reports. The other version of this story, and probably the more likely, is that after seeing who she believed was her daughter asleep in bed, Judith went about her nightly routine but never actually went to sleep. Instead, whether it was due to a mother's intuition or by some other cause, Judith once again entered Laureen's bedroom, this time with the intention of waking her. It's at this time that Judith discovers the friend in her daughter's bed and realizes that Laureen is missing. If you couple Laureen not being in the apartment with all the darkened hallways, it truly does set a frightening scene. According to official police reports, Judith Ron's 911 call came in at approximately 3:45 a.m. Judith was lost and explained to police about the night's events. When officers responded, there wasn't exactly a rush towards concern. In fact, investigators' first response to the report was that Laureen had likely run away and would return. However, they did take a report and spoke with Judith and Laureen's friend. Upon speaking to Laureen's friend and gathering information about the night, they felt more so that this may have been a runaway situation. According to the friend, she, Laureen, and a male friend had drank alcohol, including some wine, laughed and had fun together, and then the male had left before she and Laureen got tired and laid down in the bedroom. It was considered a possibility that there may have been some kind of a dispute over the boy, and that Laureen may have left, but there wasn't any evidence to support this, just investigators trying to put the pieces together based on what little information they had. It was sometime during the initial interviewing stage that investigators made a disturbing discovery. As it turned out, there hadn't been a power outage or a blown fuse. In fact, the electricity in the apartment building was functioning perfectly. Someone had gone and physically twisted the light bulbs in every fixture in all of the hallways on every floor of the building, just enough for the light to go out. While this was viewed as a major indicator that something was wrong here, police again maintained their belief that Loreen had run off and would likely return. Despite their perspective on the case, police did follow up on events from that evening and managed to track down the male friend who had been in the apartment. According to authorities, this male was never considered a person of interest, and his story closely matched that of Loreen's female friend. The male stated that he had come to the apartment at Loreen's invitation, had been drinking with the two young women, and at some point during the evening, he couldn't recall the exact time, the trio had heard voices in the hallway outside of the apartment. Assuming that this must have been Judith returning home and not wanting to get caught drinking with two underage young women, the male said that Loreen took him to the back door of the apartment to sneak out. The male claimed to have not only witnessed Loreen shutting the door behind him, but also specifically added in that he heard Loreen locking the door behind him. This detail has been a source of controversy, as Judith found the back door not only unlocked, but partially open when she returned home. I should note, there's basically no information available about this male friend. Judging from the fact that he didn't want to be caught drinking with two underage females, it may be possible to assume that he was 18 years or older. Either way, he was old enough to think he'd get in trouble if he was found drinking with minors, and there's also the high probability that this older male friend may have been the one who provided the alcohol. Again, we can't know these details for certain at this time, though I'd love to find out. Regardless, authorities did not believe the male friend played a role in Loreen's disappearance. They believed the 14-year-old had run off, but the more they investigated, the more the details seemed to make this unlikely. First, there was the situation with the light bulbs that no police officer considered a coincidence. It was debated whether or not this had been done to obscure the activities of an abductor who didn't want to be seen by a witness, or perhaps if this had been done in order to conceal someone's identity so they could knock on Loreen's door and grab her. Of course, if it revolved entirely around abducting Loreen, why then were the light bulbs turned off on every floor instead of just hers? These are questions that no suitable answers could be found for. Other details which contradicted the idea of a runaway were that Loreen had taken nothing with her. Her purse and all of her clothing had been left behind, and it was considered unlikely that a teenage girl would run away from home with nothing, not even her wallet. The more time passed, the more authorities began to doubt their initial theory. They believed that had Loreen run away, she'd have returned or called, or someone would have seen her by now, but they had nothing. There were no sightings, and despite coverage on local media and in the papers displaying photos of Loreen, many people called who knew the young woman, but none who had seen her since April 20th. Within a few weeks of Loreen's disappearance and with no leads or information to work with, investigators were growing frustrated. While some clung to the runaway theory, others were questioning things, and as that number of officers increased, the police officially changed their stance on the events of that night. Now, rather than arguing that Loreen had run away, they had a different possibility. Investigators believed that Loreen had left the apartment building that night and likely encountered foul play somewhere along the way. Whether or not Loreen left alone, or perhaps in response to someone knocking on the door, they couldn't say for sure, but they did believe that whatever happened to the young woman took place outside of the building. The absence of any kind of a struggle, no reports of shouting or arguing, and no physical evidence seemed to support this hypothesis. Unfortunately, there was nothing to work with. Details of the investigation remain obscured. Whether or not the apartment or the light bulbs had been dusted for prints is unknown, though apparently if this was done, it led nowhere. When Loreen's friends were spoken to in subsequent interviews, their stories again remained the same. Neither had any reports of anyone coming by the apartment, no strange behaviors, no phone calls, nothing which would indicate any problem. The disappearance of Loreen Ron began to fade from the media. In fact, it began to fade from everywhere. As quickly as the 14-year-old had vanished into the night, even her name was beginning to disappear. The number of officers assigned was reduced due to lack of anywhere to go with it, and for the town of Manchester, Loreen's fate became a cautionary tale. It wouldn't be until 6 months after her daughter disappeared that Judith would make a bizarre discovery. In October of 1980, less than 6 months after Loreen had disappeared, Judith found strange charges on her phone bill. According to the bill, 3 calls had been charged to her account. All 3 of the calls had been placed from a hotel in Santa Monica, California, and all 3 had been made approximately 3 months after Loreen had vanished, placing them sometime in July. Back in 1980, before the prevalence of cell phones and changes to the way telephone operation worked, a caller had the option to call someone long distance or to charge that call to their own bill. This would mean that whoever made the calls from that hotel had used Judith's phone number, either completely at random or perhaps on purpose. This made Judith wonder if it was possible that the calls had been made by her daughter. What was strange about it was that there was no connection for Judith in California, no family or friends out there. She, and in turn Loreen, knew no one who lived on the West Coast. These phone calls were tracked down as best they could be. 2 of the calls had been made to a hotel in Santa Ana, California, and there wasn't really anywhere to go with them beyond that. The 3rd call, however, had been made to a teen sexual assistance hotline. This hotline, upon further investigation, tracked back to a physician living in California. Police did reach out to the doctor and speak with him in regards to the hotline and about Loreen's disappearance, though at the time, he denied any knowledge of not only Loreen, but the hotline itself. At this time, it appeared, law enforcement moved on from the doctor, having nothing solid to link him to Loreen's disappearance. But he will be revisited a few years later, and he'll tell a very different story. Outside of the 3 phone calls charged to Judith's account, there were more creepy phone calls connected to this case. According to Judith and her sister, over the course of the next few years, they each received a large number of anonymous calls. These calls typically came in around 3:45 a.m., the same time that Judith had called the police to report Loreen missing. According to both women, when answered, the other end of the line was always silent, as though someone called but was just listening, never speaking. The calls happened randomly, typically in the early morning hours, except around Christmas. During the holiday season, the calls grew in frequency, and Judith began to wonder if it was possible that it was Loreen calling. However, due to the absence of a voice or a response on the other end, Judith would eventually change her phone number to avoid these disturbing late-night calls. In 1981, a year after Loreen had vanished, a family member thought she may have seen her. According to this family member, a young woman who closely resembled Loreen was seen in Boston, Massachusetts, some 60 miles to the south of Manchester. Details regarding this alleged sighting are fairly limited and mentioned only loosely in a few articles. Reportedly, the witness believed the individual may have been Loreen, but the sighting was never confirmed, and by all accounts, there was no interaction between the family member and the woman at the bus terminal. By the time authorities were able to investigate and follow up, the woman was long gone. Over the course of the next few years, Loreen's case grew stagnant. Tips which had once flowed in were few and far between, and none had ever led investigators closer to the truth. It would be 5 years before there was any significant movement on Loreen's case. However, in that year, 2 incidents would occur which would raise further questions regarding Loreen's possible whereabouts. The first of these took a tragic turn when the young man who had been in Loreen's apartment with her the night she vanished took his own life. Unfortunately, since his name has never been publicly revealed, it's difficult to determine much about the circumstances surrounding his suicide. Whether or not this suicide may have been connected in any way to Loreen's disappearance or not, we may never know. The second of the 1985 incidents took place in California, when authorities once again had need to speak with the doctor to whom the teen sexual assistance hotline had previously been connected. This time, though, when speaking to the physician, he had a very different story to tell. Whether 5 years had loosened things up for him or if he felt more safe somehow, we can't say. But the doctor was much more open about the hotline and about the possibility of Loreen. According to this doctor, it was not uncommon for young runaway girls to come to his home and visit his wife. He also specified that one of the young women who had visited his wife resembled Loreen and claimed to have been from New Hampshire. Now, while this is all very interesting, it should be noted that the details of this so-called teen sexual assistance hotline and the driving force behind young runaways showing up at the doctor's home has never been explained, but the creepiness factor is quite high. In addition to this, the doctor gave police the name of a woman who he suggested might possess information about Loreen's disappearance. Annie Sprinkle, real name Ellen Steinberg, was a prominent adult film star at the time. Since the 1970s, she had made appearances in pornographic movies and made quite a name for herself. According to the doctor, Steinberg was a friend of his wife's, and he believed she could possibly have some knowledge about Loreen, though in what context, he never did go into detail. Authorities reached out to Steinberg, though the woman claimed to have no knowledge of Loreen, let alone any runaways, and police could find absolutely nothing to tie Steinberg to Loreen. It appeared to be yet another dead end in a case that was consistently smashing into brick walls. While Steinberg had been a prominent porn star during the 70s and 80s, she did eventually step away from the camera, obtaining a Bachelor of Fine Arts and later a PhD in human sexuality. Steinberg has worked as a sex educator for years and married her longtime partner, Beth Stevens, in 2007. While Steinberg was alleged to have connections to Loreen, I did think it important to note that in the nearly 40 years since Loreen vanished, Steinberg has never been in trouble with the law. At the time, law enforcement did view several of Steinberg's adult movies looking to see if any women resembled Loreen, but none were found. So to recap, 5 years after Loreen disappears, a former friend takes his own life, and a strange doctor alleges a connection to a porn star. None of it makes much sense, but it's all that anyone had at the time. Sadly, these are basically two of the largest developments throughout the history of this case, and they lead nowhere. Out of frustration and in great pain over the loss of her daughter, Judith wasn't quite ready to give up. The following year, in 1986, she hired a private investigator to try and track down further information regarding the phone calls charged to her account back in 1980. This private investigator, when speaking to the Santa Monica police, was informed that the hotel from which the calls originated may have been at the center of a pornography ring at the time. Reportedly, an unknown individual identified only as Dr. Z had been operating a child pornography ring at the hotel, and it was one of the places he also filmed some of his pornography. Now, it does seem incredibly coincidental that Loreen Ron may have ties to a doctor who runs a teen sexual assistance hotline, while at the same time phone calls are made and charged to her mother's phone bill from a hotel in which a child pornographer known as Dr. Z operates. And yet authorities have never found any information to link Dr. Z to either Loreen or the hotline, let alone the other doctor to the child pornography or to Dr. Z. But it's really difficult to dismiss the concept that Dr. Z and the other doctor who claimed Loreen might have been with Annie Sprinkle are not the same person. Allegedly, they are not. But again, in a case where you're dealing with a list of people of interest whose names are never revealed, it's difficult to know exactly what anyone was really up to behind the scenes. Later that same year of 1986, a childhood friend of Loreen's received a bizarre phone call. Roger Moraes wasn't home when the phone rang one afternoon, but his mother was. According to her, when she answered the phone, there was a young woman on the other end who identified herself as either Loreen or Lori. According to Miss Moraes, the young woman claimed to have been an ex-girlfriend of her son, Roger. The full context of the call has never been revealed, but allegedly it didn't last very long and the caller terminated the conversation without giving out any more information. Judith and investigators have always wondered whether this call could have been made by Loreen. Judith 100% believes that the 3 calls charged to her phone in 1980 were made by her daughter. If Judith had changed her number by this time, could this have been Loreen trying to contact anyone she may have known whose number she could still remember? The last reported sighting of Loreen took place in 1988, at which point she would have been 22 years old. A witness in Anchorage, Alaska, contacted authorities when he believed a sex worker operating in the area bore a striking resemblance to Loreen. Concerned about the young woman and aware of her case as seen on a missing persons flyer, the man gave a detailed description to authorities, who did their best to track down the woman but were unable to locate her. Ultimately, this sighting is considered a possibility, and while police were able to investigate the witness enough to believe his story, they could not corroborate whether or not he had actually seen Loreen. For the most part, Loreen's story falls silent following this possible sighting. No new clues or information has been discovered. No sightings of Loreen were reported after that time. Judith eventually remarried and moved out of New Hampshire, heading down to live out the rest of her days in Florida. In regard to Loreen, she's never given up hope that her daughter is still out there. In recent years, Judith has allegedly worked with some psychics to try and track down Loreen's whereabouts. In addition to this, when asked about what she believes happened to her daughter, Judith has been emphatic that the 3 calls were made by Loreen, and she believes that one of Loreen's childhood friends has more information that she has chosen not to share with authorities. Many years later, authorities and researchers began to examine other disappearances which had taken place in the area that shared similarities to Loreen's, in hopes of making a connection. The first name brought up was that of 15-year-old Rachel Elizabeth Garden. Garden disappeared from Newton, New Hampshire, 35 miles southeast of Manchester, on March 22, 1980, just a month prior to Loreen. Garden was last seen walking Maple Avenue with plans of spending the night at a friend's house, but she never arrived. Much like the case of Loreen, investigators initially believed Garden was a runaway. It wasn't until a witness came forward identifying Garden as the young woman he saw speaking to 3 men in a car on the night she vanished. One of those men had previously served time for assaulting a woman. One of the men later confessed to murdering Rachel and gave investigators the location of her remains, but nothing was ever found, and her case remains unsolved. 15-year-old Shirley Ann McBride lived in Manchester, New Hampshire, just 2 miles from Loreen. McBride would relocate to Concord, 17 miles to the north. Moving in with her sister Donna, McBride was frustrated with her parents' rules, which she felt were too strict. At approximately 9:30 p.m. on Friday, July 13, 1984, McBride exited her sister's apartment with the intention of visiting her 21-year-old boyfriend. McBride was never seen again, and while it was initially suggested that she was also a runaway, again, this was a case of a teenage woman disappearing while leaving behind all of her belongings. There have been various sightings of McBride over the years, though nothing has ever been confirmed. Authorities later theorized that the young woman met with foul play, and her boyfriend was considered a person of interest. In 1996, her parents had McBride declared legally dead, though what truly became of their daughter remains a mystery. The last of these disappearances, and the one which seems to share the closest similarities to Loreen's, is that of Denise Danielle. Danielle, a 25-year-old mother of 2, was living with a roommate on Hayward Street in Manchester, just 2 blocks away from Loreen's apartment building in 1980. On Sunday, June 8th, Danielle attended a social gathering, leaving at approximately 1:30 a.m. to stop by a different party. Danielle, however, never made it to that party and was never seen again. Despite the fact that Danielle had vanished just 2 months after Loreen, also on a Sunday during the early morning hours, and lived within close proximity to Loreen, no distinct connections could be made between the 2 missing women. Some have commented that Loreen and Danielle physically resembled one another, and while this is true, no solid evidence has ever connected them. 37 years after Danielle's disappearance, a joint effort launched by the FBI and the Manchester Police searched in a wooded area located behind public housing buildings on Kimball Street. Neither the FBI nor the police stated what drove them to search that particular area, but they did employ heavy equipment digging through a large section of earth. The search covered several days, but nothing was found. In later discussions with the media, police did discuss the fact that Danielle lived just 2 doors down from a man known as Bob Evans, but you may know him better as Terry Peter Rasmussen, the man believed to be responsible for the 4 murder victims discovered in metal drums in Bear Brook State Park, located in Allenstown, New Hampshire. It should be noted, Bear Brook State Park is located just 20 miles north of Manchester. Authorities believe there may be a link between Danielle's disappearance and Rasmussen. 3 young women, all within 30 miles of one another, inside of a 4-year block of time, vanish under mysterious circumstances that, in some way, bear similarities to Laureen Rahn. For many, this opens up the possibility that Laureen's abduction may have been connected to a serial predator, while for others, it's a matter of coincidence, with no solid evidence linking any of the women to one another. Is it possible that Laureen met a similar fate at the hands of the same suspect, or are these cases all independent of one another? That's an answer which remains unknown. Laureen Rahn's disappearance is a disturbing case for which there's barely any information available. Investigators have stated that the case remains open, though for years now it has languished in the cold case files. There's been nothing discovered, no new information, clues, or tips. For Judith, it remains as painful today as it was back in 1980, when she said goodbye to her daughter for the last time. In the absence of solid evidence, 2 theories have been suggested as possibilities. The first theory considers the possibility that Laureen may have been abducted and forced into sex work, be that as a sex worker or perhaps operating in child pornography. Many believe that the calls from California, the alleged porn ring associated to Dr. Z, and the teen sexual assistance hotline could have connections to Laureen, who could have been lured out by someone promising her a career in film. The second theory puts forth the possibility that Laureen was abducted and may have been murdered quickly following her disappearance. With other disappearances in the area and the circumstances of her building, with the light bulbs being twisted off and the back door left open, many believe it's possible that a predator may have utilized the darkness to conceal himself, and that he somehow managed to get Laureen to exit her apartment, at which time she was taken. When last seen, Laureen Rahn was described as being a Caucasian female with brown hair and blue eyes, standing 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighing approximately 90 pounds. Laureen was last seen wearing a white V-neck sweater, a blue plaid blouse, jeans, brown shoes, a heart-shaped gold ring, and a silver and blue necklace. Laureen has a prominent scar on her upper leg. She was last seen in her apartment on Merrimack Street in Manchester, New Hampshire on April 20th, 1980. If alive today, Laureen would be 53 years old and has been missing for 39 years. As a result, age-progressed photographs are available and depict Laureen as she may appear today. 39 years is a long time to wait for answers. For Judith, it's been a waking nightmare, wondering what may have become of her daughter. From the phone calls to the sightings, the phone bill, and friends that she believes haven't been completely honest, the situation regarding Laureen's disappearance has haunted her for nearly 40 years. Desperate for answers, she's gone on to consult so-called psychics who have provided a great many possibilities, but nothing that has ever been proven. What does a mother do when her child has been missing for more than twice as long as she was alive? What kind of life could Laureen have made? Would she be a mother today? An actress? Laureen's future was stolen from her, and Judith's life was forever scarred. Judith believes her daughter was alive, at least for a time after her abduction. She clings to the hope that someday she'll see her face again. For nearly 4 decades, the truth has remained hidden, but perhaps someday the light will finally shine into the darkness, and Laureen's fate will be revealed. This is episode 93, The Mysterious Murder of Judy Smith. Pisgah National Forest sits in the Appalachian Mountains of western North Carolina and encompasses over 510,000 acres. Sitting approximately 11 miles south of Asheville, the forest is a popular spot for hikers of all skill levels, from those who look to casually walk the trails to those who seek to ascend mile-high peaks jutting out from the densely forested mountainside. Looking Glass Falls, as well as Sliding Rock, are popular locations that can be easily accessed as U.S. Route 276 passes through the forest, making it a simple trip to drive in, park, and make a short trek to the locations. During the summer, Sliding Rock is typically swarmed by adults and children alike who slide down the mountainside, smoothed out by years of water flow, finding themselves deposited into a deep pool of clear, cool water. However, on September 7, 1997, Pisgah National Forest became the location of a horrifying discovery made by a father and son out on a hunting expedition. The Stony Fork picnic area sits near Chestnut Creek, McKinney Creek, and Stony Fork. At approximately 4 p.m., the father and son arrived in the area where they quickly noted the appearance of bones scattered over an area 300 feet in diameter. At the center of the area, the two men discovered the remnants of a human skeleton and immediately fled the area to contact authorities and report their findings. The Buncombe County Sheriff's Office was the responding agency, and when they arrived at the scene, they were shocked by what had been found. The skeleton at the center of the area had been wrapped in a blue blanket before being placed in a shallow grave. The bones around the area, investigators reasoned, had been spread by animals in the forest over a short period of time. According to reports of the time, the bones, when recovered, showed that the victim had been dressed in hiking gear at the time, and during the search, several personal effects were found nearby. Whoever had dug the shallow grave had also fanned out, digging several smaller holes in the area into which specific items were concealed. From one, police retrieved a blue backpack. In another, a pair of sunglasses. The blue backpack contained warmer winter-style clothing and $80. Another hole, when discovered, had a shirt tucked into it. That shirt had $87 in the pocket. A diamond wedding ring still rested on one of the victim's fingers, and while cash was found at the scene, no wallet was recovered, which also meant no identification had been found either. While the cause of death could not be determined at the scene, investigators noted cuts in the victim's bra, suggesting the possibility of stabbing. While the discovery was horrifying to both investigators and residents alike, things like this don't typically happen in the area, it also brought back memories of another crime. Just 2 years earlier, the body of a woman, Karen Stiles, had been recovered not far from this particular location. In that instance, the victim had been bound to a tree by duct tape, sexually assaulted, and murdered by a gunshot. Now, a new body had been found, and police were wondering if there could possibly be a connection between the two. Unfortunately, until they could determine the identity of the victim, it would be difficult to begin piecing together the hows and whys of what brought her into this remote area. Considering the challenge of the countryside and the difficulty even skilled hikers had in reaching it, investigators speculated that the victim had likely been alive at the scene and had gotten there of her own efforts. They thought it would have been too difficult for someone to have killed her elsewhere and then carried her remains up the mountain. Considering the money and ring which had been left behind, detectives fairly quickly ruled out robbery as a possible motive. After examining the scene thoroughly and gathering up all evidence which could be found, the body was delivered to the state medical examiner's office in Chapel Hill, where testing would reveal several interesting details. Cutting marks were noted on the victim's ribs, which seemed to align with tears and cuts in her bra, and it was quickly ruled that the death came as a result of homicide. The medical examiner stated that the victim was likely somewhere between her early 40s and mid-50s at the time of her death, and had likely been left in the shallow grave within the past year or year and a half. Further examination showed that the victim had a great deal of dental work done and that she suffered from severe arthritis in her left knee. It would be these two details revealed to the public that would aid in a quick identification. However, while the discovery of the victim's name would typically result in producing some answers, in this case, it would only raise more questions. Angel Medical Center is a community hospital located in the city of Franklin in Macon County, North Carolina, approximately 70 miles to the west of Asheville. It was here that Dr. Parker Davis heard the news about the discovery of the unidentified woman, and it reminded him of a missing persons case he'd read about through a fax the hospital had received. What mostly captured Dr. Davis's attention was the notation about the victim and the missing woman both suffering from severe arthritis. In response to hearing about the discovery, Dr. Davis took the news article he was reading and faxed it over to the Philadelphia police, who had been searching for a woman named Judy Smith. According to the Philadelphia City paper, Detective James Sweeney received the fax and immediately reached out to Judy Smith's husband, Jeffrey, who had reported his wife missing some 5 months earlier in April. With the news article noting the dental work of the unknown victim, Detective Sweeney requested Judy's dental records, and it was through these records that it would be confirmed that the woman who had been found in Pisgah Forest was in fact Judy Smith. But now the question became, how did Judy get from Philadelphia to Pisgah Forest, some 600 miles away? The details surrounding her initial disappearance were baffling to begin with, but this discovery made the entire case even more mysterious. Judy Smith was born Judith Eldridge on December 15, 1946 in Hyannis, Massachusetts. Judy had been married 3 times. Her first husband had fled the country in an attempt to escape the Vietnam War draft. Judy married again, this time to Charles Bradford, with whom she would have a son and a daughter. When this marriage ended, Judy was left as a single mother raising 2 children with nothing more than a high school diploma, but Judy was never one to step back from a challenge. The young mother managed to work, support her children, and make her way through nursing school, becoming a home care nurse in the Boston area. It would be through her career as a nurse that Judy would ultimately meet, fall in love with, and marry Jeffrey Smith. Smith would later say that he'd been very impressed by the level of care Judy had provided his father, and he found Judy very easy to talk to. According to the blog Strange Company, Smith was a lawyer and the son of one of Judy's patients who was recovering from throat surgery, and the couple would embark on a 10-year relationship that ultimately culminated in their marriage in 1996, which would unite Judy's 2 children with Jeffrey's 1. According to friends and family, Judy and Jeffrey had an extremely happy marriage. They got along well, enjoyed one another's company, and for the most part, no one felt there were any issues between the two, at least not those outside the normal bounds of disputes that occur between all married couples. The two lived in the New England area where Jeffrey worked as a lawyer, representing the Northeast Pharmaceutical Conference. Jeffrey's work would sometimes require travel, and in April of 1997, some 8 months after their marriage, he was set to attend a conference in Philadelphia from the 9th to the 11th. Judy decided to go along on the trip with Jeffrey, after which the two made plans to visit friends in New Jersey before making their way home. Unfortunately, Judy would not return home with Jeffrey, and her disappearance would become a complicated mystery that no one could explain. The couple arrived at the airport for their trip to Philadelphia on the morning of Wednesday, April 9th. Upon arriving at the airport, they began the check-in process when Judy realized that she'd forgotten her license at home. Not wanting Jeffrey to be late for his conference, the two agreed that Judy would return home to retrieve her license and then take a later flight while Jeffrey himself would take the one they'd originally booked. They had a room booked for a week at the Doubletree Hotel, and so, several hours after arriving himself, Jeffrey was met in the lobby by Judy, who had caught the later flight and finally made it to Philadelphia. Since Jeffrey was going to be busy with the conference throughout the day, Judy planned to hit many of the tourist hotspots in Philadelphia. According to Jeffrey, they planned to spend their days apart, but to get together in the evenings and catch up. Judy was excited to see the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall, and Jeffrey was looking forward to hearing her accounts of the landmarks. The next morning, Jeffrey awoke early to get ready for a day of conferencing. Not wanting to wake Judy, who appeared to be worn out from the trip, he headed down to the hotel lobby to grab something to eat from the complimentary breakfast. Jeffrey would later tell investigators that he returned to their room at approximately 9 a.m., at which time he could hear Judy taking a shower. Jeffrey stated that he told Judy to grab some breakfast and enjoy her day, and that he'd catch up with her that night at a cocktail party. Jeffrey gathered his work for the day and exited the room, never knowing that this would be the last conversation he'd ever have with his wife. While Jeffrey imagined an evening together, a quiet dinner, some laughs, and the cocktail party, instead, he'd be faced with his wife's mysterious disappearance. Jeffrey returned to the couple's room at approximately 5:30 p.m., but Judy wasn't there. They had discussed the cocktail party that morning, which was set to take place at 6 p.m. In an interview with the Philadelphia City paper, Jeffrey later stated, quote, "I was a little concerned, but I thought maybe we had mixed signals and that she thought she was supposed to proceed to the cocktail party. So I went down to the room where the cocktail party was, and I kind of floated back and forth between the room where the cocktail party was and our room for the next half or 3/4 of an hour." End quote. Judy, though, never arrived at the party, and every time Jeffrey returned to their room, he found it as empty and quiet as it had been the previous time he visited. At approximately 6:15, Jeffrey notified the front desk that he couldn't find his wife. After discussing her plans for the day, an employee at the hotel began calling around to local hospitals, wondering if perhaps Judy had been involved in an accident, but there were no patients or reports that matched Judy. Finally reaching his breaking point, Jeffrey hailed a cab and directed the man to follow the route led by a local tourist bus tour which Judy had been set to ride on. Jeffrey sat in the cab as they traversed the streets of Philadelphia, looking for any signs of Judy or where she may have gone, but the longer the trip progressed, the less the situation seemed to make sense. At the conclusion of the drive, Jeffrey returned to the hotel, making several phone calls back up to Boston, where he spoke with Judy's children, neither of which had received any calls or messages from their mother. Finally, with no other options and unsure of what to do, Jeffrey arrived at the Philadelphia Police Department, where he attempted to file a missing persons report, but was told he had to wait until 24 hours had passed. Frustrated and lost, Jeffrey returned to the hotel for a sleepless night. Early in the morning, Jeffrey planned to return to the police department, but he already felt hopeless at the way he'd been treated the previous day. Jeffrey felt the police were not going to take his missing persons report seriously, and so, knowing that prominent Philadelphia politicians were also attending his conference, he took the time to speak to two men. One, a member of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, and the other, the mayor of Philadelphia. Jeffrey would later report that these two conversations resulted in a complete about-face by the Philadelphia Police Department, who were not only attentive and supportive when taking his missing persons report, but who had also been sitting and waiting for his arrival that morning. Unfortunately, though, this would not be the end of what he believed to be disinterest and mistreatment from the police. One theory which emerged early from at least one Philadelphia detective was that Judy had suffered from a midlife crisis which resulted in her leaving Philadelphia of her own volition, but to an unknown destination. No one accepted that theory, though. Jeffrey argued his wife would never just up and leave, and her children had never gone this long without hearing from their mother. The other theory, and one which was entertained by some as a little more probable, was that Jeffrey himself may have been responsible for the disappearance of his wife. Captain John McGinnis of the Philadelphia Police told the city paper, quote, "We are trying to keep a very open mind on what occurred here. When you look at statistics, 85 to 90% of females are killed by someone very close to them, a family member, spouse, boyfriend. Statistically, we have to look at Jeffrey Smith as a suspect until it's proven that he is not a suspect." End quote. Judy's daughter, Amy, was brought in for an interview, and Jeffrey was asked not to be present, to which he agreed. While investigators hoped to dig up information that could paint Jeffrey into a corner, they got quite the opposite. Jeffrey was depicted as a kind, good man who loved his wife and didn't even lie on his taxes. The idea that he could have ever committed a crime that resulted in the disappearance of his wife simply wasn't an area that anyone who knew him believed needed to be investigated. It simply wasn't possible. Investigators felt different, and a bitter dispute would break out between the police and Jeffrey Smith. Much of this revolved around a polygraph which Jeffrey was asked to take. According to Jeffrey, he agreed to take the test under the conditions that it be administered directly by the FBI, and that when he passed it, the Philadelphia police request the assistance of the FBI in the investigation. The Philadelphia police, however, argued that Jeffrey outright refused to take a polygraph. Captain McGinnis argued that Jeffrey had been told that the FBI would not agree to join the search, and so requesting their involvement was seen as a way to accept the polygraph, but to not have to actually take it. Police Commissioner Richard Zapille told a reporter, quote, "He refused. Certain conditions were met, but as far as I'm concerned, he refused," end quote. McGinnis would add to that conversation, quote, "We asked him, he said no. That's a refusal no matter how you word it. He's a lawyer, I'm sure he's very good with words, but the bottom line is he was asked to take one and he didn't take one," end quote. The FBI later commented that while they had not been asked to participate, they would have declined, as at the time, no evidence existed to show anything connecting Judy's disappearance to crossing state lines, nor were there any details which would give the federal agency any kind of jurisdiction. Police were now beginning to question whether or not Judy had ever even arrived in Philadelphia, wondering if it was possible that something may have happened to her before the trip. A hotel employee reported seeing Judy, and later another conference attendee informed police that he'd encountered Judy in the hotel lobby, but investigators still had their questions. When the initial report had been filed, a female detective had searched the hotel room the couple shared and noted that it was odd that Judy had vanished without changing her clothes. The only clothing missing from her luggage was the clothing that she had flown to Philadelphia in, meaning that she'd have put on the same clothing the next morning when she went out to see the sights. Judy's daughter later stated that this was not out of the ordinary for Judy when she was traveling. While investigators took a hard look at Jeffrey, the Philadelphia media ran with the story, and within hours of the initial report, local news stations were discussing the mysterious disappearance. This coverage, in conjunction with flyers and newspaper reports, resulted in several individuals contacting authorities to report sightings of the missing nurse. An employee from the Society Hill Hotel reported a woman appeared to be suffering from psychological issues and resembled Judy Smith had stayed at the hotel between April 13th and 15th. The woman was reported to have spoken in tongues, argued out loud with people who weren't there, and when asked about payment, argued that the Emperor would be sending her money through Western Union. Another employee of a different hotel, the Best Western, reported a woman matching Judy's description had come in to use the phone the day she vanished at approximately 4:30 p.m. He described the woman as larger in size with blonde hair, thick makeup, and wearing glasses with tape on them. This woman matched the description given by those of employees at the Society Hill Hotel, but when she returned later, police were able to speak with the woman and confirmed that it was not Judy Smith. After this particular person was ruled out, other sightings began coming in. One man reported seeing a woman fitting Judy's description sitting outside of a grocery store at approximately 6 a.m. the morning after her disappearance. A homeless man identified a photo of Judy, claiming to have seen her sleeping on a bench on April 14th. Sightings of Judy placed her all over the area, once in a Greyhound bus station, later at a department store in New Jersey. The department store sightings seemed more reliable, as witnesses reported that the woman wore a red backpack, which Judy took everywhere with her. While multiple sightings were reported, no one could ever confirm whether or not the woman seen was in fact Judy Smith, and if it was, where was she going and why hadn't she contacted any of her family? As time began passing, Jeffrey was growing desperate. Feeling that the Philadelphia police were looking more at him than anything else, he hired 2 private investigators to search for Judy. The private investigators spoke to many of those who had called in sightings of Judy, though for the most part, they didn't believe the woman witnesses had seen was Judy. Just 1 month before Judy's remains would be recovered in Pisgah Forest, a Philadelphia detective told a reporter that they no longer believed she could be in the city, as far too many people had been searching for her and nothing had been found. He qualified that statement by adding, if Judy was ever actually in Philadelphia. Then, in September of 1997, conversations between the Buncombe County Sheriff's Office and the Philadelphia Police Department, along with Judy's dental records, confirmed the identity of the victim found in Pisgah Forest. Suddenly, there were a lot more questions than answers. How did Judy find herself some 600 miles away from where she had last been seen? What brought her into the mountains of western North Carolina, and who could have been the person responsible for her murder? One detail which seemed apparent, whoever had committed this crime was not Jeffrey Smith, If nothing else, the horrible discovery had, in part, cleared his name. Jeffrey was described as morbidly obese, and it was argued by investigators that he could not have ascended into the area where Judy's remains had been found. Not to mention, there were witnesses placing him in Philadelphia during the time that Judy was missing. Trying to determine how Judy arrived in the Asheville area proved quite difficult. There were no records of her using any form of mass transportation, and no suggestions that she had rented a vehicle. Some have gone on to believe Judy may have caught a ride with someone, though whether or not this was a stranger or someone she knew has never been determined. What's truly bizarre is that there's no indication that Judy, at any point in her life, ever mentioned Western North Carolina, Pisgah Forest, or Asheville as destinations for a trip. As far as her family was concerned, she had no knowledge of the area and no connections to anyone living within hundreds of miles of where she was ultimately found. There were also other questions raised, but perhaps most notably was, why was a blue backpack found at the location where Judy had been recovered, but not her red backpack that she took everywhere? Its location remains unknown today. When Jeffrey was brought to see Judy, he was unable to identify any of the clothing she was wearing as belonging to her, which led authorities to believe that the clothes had either been provided to her or she had purchased them at some point in time. The sunglasses and backpack found at the location could not be identified as belonging to Judy either. Buncombe County investigators began canvassing Asheville and surrounding areas, looking for anyone who may have seen Judy in the days before her murder, and they were able to locate a few witnesses who did report that they had seen and even interacted with Judy. Joanne Stucker, who worked at a retail store, reported seeing and speaking with Judy. In an interview with Unsolved Mysteries, Stucker stated, quote, "She seemed very alert to me. She was very pleasant. I didn't see anything about her that would indicate that she wasn't right in any way. She told me her husband was an attorney and they were from Boston, and that they had been in Pennsylvania and he was at a convention and she decided to come down here." End quote. A family friend, Carolyn Dickey, contended that Judy may have gone to the area to take a break, so to speak, from her marriage. While everyone had said things between Judy and Jeffrey were going well, Dickey claimed things weren't as happy as they had been presented. She later stated, quote, "At the time this happened, Jeff and Judy's marriage was very tenuous. I believe that something did happen that triggered her to want to have some time away from Jeff." End quote. Two witnesses in the Asheville area reported seeing Judy as well, but in their accounts, she was behind the wheel of what has been described as a gray sedan. One witness, the owner of a campground not far from Stony Fork, claimed to have seen Judy driving up in a vehicle, which he described as being loaded with boxes and bags. He claimed Judy asked if she could spend the night there in her car, but when she was told no, she simply drove away. A store owner not far from the campground had a similar experience, seeing Judy in the gray sedan, though she claimed Judy entered the store, at which time she purchased $30 worth of food and a toy truck. While these theories cannot be fully verified, local investigators do believe the witnesses to be credible. Of course, that raises more questions. Who was the toy truck for, and where did the gray sedan come from? While Judy's family struggled to accept the reality of her loss, investigators continued trying to determine what had happened. They had a lot of information and pieces of evidence, but almost nothing to answer the questions they were asking. Ultimately, very little has been determined about Judy's case outside of speculation, rumors, and theory. One name which has been brought up a lot was that of Gary Michael Hilton. Hilton, sometimes known as the National Forest serial killer, murdered and decapitated 4 people between North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida from 2005 to 2008. In October of 2007, 10 years after the recovery of Judy's remains, Hilton came upon an elderly couple, John and Irene Bryant, in Pisgah Forest. Hilton murdered Irene via blunt force trauma, leaving her not far from where the couple had parked their car. He then abducted John, forcing him to hand over his ATM card and PIN number. John was killed by a gunshot and left in the Nantahala National Forest. Hilton would go on to receive a life sentence in Georgia, a death sentence in Florida, and 4 life sentences in North Carolina. While Hilton was a killer who certainly utilized national forests as dumping grounds, No evidence has ever been found to link him to the murder of Judy Smith, though for many, he's considered a likely suspect. Other names batted around were those of Lewis Kyle Wilson, who had been arrested for kidnapping and assaulting a sex worker in 2009. According to a report from the Mountain Express, Wilson picked up the sex worker, knocked her out, and then took her home where he forced her to perform oral sex and then stabbed her in the head, though she did survive and escaped. Wilson was also named as a person of interest in the murder of Kelly Lane Smith. Smith had been abducted, raped, and dismembered, with her body parts being left in 2 separate locations, both of which were less than a mile from Wilson's home, though he has never been officially charged with that crime. On May 12th of 2016, a 64-year-old woman was abducted, sexually assaulted, and left tied to a tree in the Craggy Gardens area of the Blue Ridge Parkway. Her assailant has never been captured, but a composite sketch is available and depicts a disheveled man in his 50s with graying hair and unkempt facial hair. How long this particular suspect had been in the area and where he went afterward remains a mystery, but the fact of the matter remains that the dense national forests of western North Carolina had been the locations of several unsolved crimes in addition to the murder of Judy Smith. As I had previously mentioned, Karen Stiles, a 22-year-old, disappeared on Halloween of 1994 after going jogging in Pisgah National Forest. Her remains were found less than a month later on November 25th. The young woman had been raped, duct taped to a tree, and shot once in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. Police were able to track down her killer, Richard Allen Jackson, by tracing the weapon he had used to commit the crime. Jackson admitted to the crime and was given the death penalty, though his admission was later overruled by the Supreme Court of North Carolina, who deemed that his confession had been obtained illegally. Ultimately, Jackson was given a new trial where he instead pled guilty to second-degree murder, first-degree rape, and second-degree kidnapping, for which he received a sentence of 25 to 30 years in prison. This devastated the Stiles family, who now had to live the rest of their lives without Karen, while her killer can possibly exit prison after serving only 20 years. While this case was solved, whether or not to anyone's satisfaction, the murder of Judy Smith remains a giant question mark that mars the face of Western North Carolina law enforcement. In terms of evidence, new developments, anything that might bring us closer to knowing the truth behind Judy's final days, little if anything has been found. How Judy arrived in Western North Carolina is still a mystery, and what brought her to the remote mountain location has never been determined. Whether or not Judy traveled alone, knew someone in the area, or perhaps met someone in the area or along the way, is almost anyone's guess. The only information investigators believe they possess about the person who murdered Judy Smith was that the sunglasses and the blue backpack found buried at the scene are believed to have belonged to that killer. It's been 22 years since Judy Smith was murdered and buried in the Pisgah National Forest. Over those years, little has been discovered, and the theories remain quite similar to what they were early on in the investigation. The first theory, despite police stating otherwise, argues that Judy Smith may have been murdered by her husband Jeffrey, either directly or via the hiring of a hitman. Police don't believe Jeffrey was involved, but there are still those who argue that he could have committed this crime. The second theory connects known killers who have practiced in the western North Carolina region, including Gary Michael Hilton and Lewis Kyle Wilson, who were known to leave the remains of their victims in national park areas and to have operated in the area itself. The third and final theory is that Judy Smith was murdered by someone she either planned to see in western North Carolina or perhaps that she met along her journey. There are those who believe Judy planned to abscond to the mountains for a break from her marriage and perhaps everyday life, and that during this journey to figure things out, she may have come upon her killer. Others believe Judy may have known her killer and specifically visited the area to see him, not knowing what would happen. On January 25th, 2005, some 8 years after the murder of Judy Smith, her husband Jeffrey passed away at the age of 59. Mr. Smith went to his grave never knowing who murdered Judy or why. The mystery remained with him to his final days. Judy's 2 children, Craig and Amy, have never received answers to any of the questions revolving around this mysterious and disturbing case. How is it possible that all these years later, still, no one has the answers as to what drew Judy to the mountains and who saw the kind, caring, and loving young mother, wife, and nurse as an easy target for murder? One thing, though, is certain. Someone knows the answers to these questions. Someone knows exactly what happened to Judy, and there's a chance that person is still somewhere in western North Carolina. This didn't appear to be a completely random crime. There was no motive determined. Robbery obviously wasn't the reason, for which many suggest that the killer committed this crime purely out of a desire to do so. If that is the case, there are likely more bodies buried in the national forests of western North Carolina, or perhaps even more widely around the country, and the person responsible could still be out there, plying their craft and destroying more families. Hopefully, for the family of Judy Smith, the answers will be found sooner than later. This is episode 87, The Mysterious Death of Bobby Fuller. Robert Gaston Fuller, commonly called Bobby, was born on October 22, 1942 in Goose Creek, Texas. Goose Creek would later become Baytown. Robert was the first shared child for parents Lawson and Eva Lorraine, though Lorraine had a son from a previous marriage, Doris Franklin LaFleur, though everyone called him Jack. Jack was 12 at the time and very excited to have a new younger brother, and he would celebrate again 2 years later when the Fullers welcomed their last son, Randy, in 1944. While there was a huge age gap between Jack and his two younger brothers, the siblings were close, and Jack would often act as a makeshift babysitter for his brothers. Life wasn't exactly easy for the Fuller family, with several moves, as Lawson, working in the oil industry, sought better work to provide a more comfortable life for his family. Just a few years into Bobby's young life, the family up and moved 1,500 miles to the northwest, settling in Salt Lake City. It would be in Utah that Bobby would spend the majority of his younger years. Bobby was a fun-loving, excitable child who enjoyed laughing and singing. From a young age, Bobby was drawn to the radio and found himself pretending to play along to the music of the late 1940s and early 1950s. While Bobby and Randy formed a tight bond and were typically well-behaved, Jack was a little more rowdy and would often stir up trouble. Usually, if Bobby and Randy found themselves in a tight spot, Jack had helped work them into it. Jack's life would be marked by several troubling situations, and by the time he was in his teens, his relationship with his younger brothers was deteriorating. Jack was beginning to go his own way. Bobby and Randy were never tighter, and as Randy began growing, he caught up with Bobby, and the two looked so similar that people often asked if they were twins. Bobby began developing his musical interests when he began learning to play piano at age 5. In an article for the El Paso Times, Lorraine, when asked about her son's affinity for music, responded, quote, "He was always interested in music. I never discouraged him, but I didn't give him the idea either. I don't know where his obsession with music came from. It seemed to be his only interest. We just accepted it early that he would always be involved in music." End quote. Music had become the main focus of Bobby's life. He started taking music classes, where he excelled, and began learning his way around several different instruments including the drums, which would be his focus for the next few years. Influenced early on by jazz, Bobby would play drums in several public events and even began working towards forming his own band. Jazz was extremely popular in Salt Lake City at the time, but when Bobby was 13 years old, his family moved back to Texas, settling in El Paso. Bobby's father had found a job working for a gas company, and this would enable him to provide a more stable and settled home life for his family. 1956, the year of their move, would be a major turning point in Bobby's life, as it was the year that Elvis Presley exploded onto the music scene with a series of appearances on television. While Elvis may have been an early influence on Bobby, it was Buddy Holly that would become his musical idol. Holly, a fellow Texan, would break into the mainstream in 1957, and once Bobby heard his music on the radio, he would become focused on that sound and style. Now, in high school, Bobby continued playing drums and was in the school band, but school wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Bobby's focus was not on academics, and he was vastly more interested in his part-time job at a local music store. There were few interests that could grab Bobby's attention like music, though cars and girls were gaining favor in his mind. Bobby was reportedly the kind of guy who could walk into a room and have girls swooning, and he often spent weekends drag racing around local back roads. Perhaps influenced lightly by his half-brother, Bobby also gained a reputation for causing trouble. But whereas Jack was frequently caught in the act, Bobby was more likely to use his charm and charisma to talk his way out of trouble, or to not get caught in the first place. One example might be Bobby's interest in seeing live performances. He wasn't old enough to gain entrance to local bars and clubs, but he soon found out about a bar where they didn't care much how old their patrons were, and he would frequently sneak out late at night to attend shows, and sometimes he'd even step onto the stage and perform with the bands. By the time Bobby was 16, he came up with a plan to create his own personal recording studio. He had a talent for sound engineering and frequently spent hours in the library reading about the ins and outs of studio construction. Armed with that knowledge and his apparent innate ability to perform, he was able to wire up the sound system himself. The studio was constructed in the garage of the family home, located on the aptly named Album Avenue. Bobby would record there many times and would even bring in others to record their projects in his studio. Before Bobby ever released an album, he earned a reputation throughout the area as being a gifted musician with a mastery of drums and an ever-growing talent on guitar. As the 1950s came to a close, Bobby was primarily focused on mastering that guitar. One of the earliest iterations of what would eventually become the Bobby Fuller Four was a band titled Captain Fuller and the Rocket Squad. Initially, Randy was meant to be the guitarist, but when Bobby took up the instrument, Randy had to pivot, learning to play bass instead. Together, the brothers began recording more complicated songs in their home studio. When Bobby became a senior in high school, he entertained the idea of college, but those who knew Bobby knew that his dream of being a musician was unlikely to be placed on hold to earn a degree. Unfortunately, Bobby's senior year would be marked by a family tragedy. Bobby's older half-brother, Jack, had returned to Texas after a nomadic existence which kept him distant from his family. Having newly earned a license as a barber, Jack was working in El Paso when he struck up a friendship with Roy Leon Handy. Jack and Roy got along well. Both were divorced, single, and looking for something more out of life. The exact details of what led to the tragedy aren't exactly confirmed, with various stories leading in different directions. Some rumors suggest that Jack and Roy had purchased a treasure map that alleged to lead to buried gold somewhere in New Mexico. In other accounts, Jack and Roy had an affinity for firearms and had been driving into the New Mexico desert to set up targets and fire off shots. What cannot be argued, though, is that on February 4th, 1961, Roy produced a .22 caliber pistol and fired 3 shots, hitting Jack in the arm, back, and back of the head. Police reports state that the shots were fired from close range and that Jack was robbed following the shooting, at which time Roy drove off in Jack's '57 Chevy. On February 8th, Jack's stepfather filed a missing persons report. Roy had disposed of the murder weapon, but was in possession of Jack's identification and had gone around various Texas towns passing forged checks and pretending to be Jack. When he was arrested in Lubbock, Texas on February 21st, Roy confessed to the murder and led authorities to the location of Jack's body. Roy would later be sentenced to life imprisonment, but issues with the investigation and errors in the reporting resulted in his sentence being reduced to a mere 10 years for the charge of manslaughter. Roy would move away from Texas years later, continuing on with his life, while Jack was buried next to his biological father in Haskell, Texas. It was a difficult time for Lorraine to lose her firstborn son, but sadly, this would not be the last time she'd have to bury one of her own children. Some believe that Jack's death had a dramatic impact on Bobby's life, perhaps for the first time eliminating that teenage sense of immortality. In what can only be described as an almost prophetic sense of a short life, Bobby became intensely focused on not only developing a musical career, but crafting a legacy that would live on beyond his own years. While Bobby had begun playing shows at local clubs, he made the shrewd decision to open his own club. This would afford him the ability to play to the crowd whenever he wanted, while also making money on admission, which was $2 at the time. Perhaps due to his own struggles as a young teen trying to get in to see bands, Bobby designed his club, called Rendezvous, as a teen club. Alcohol would not be served, and teens could attend, see live performances, and not have to deal with the rougher crowd that often frequented local area drinking establishments. The club was a major hit, drawing in larger crowds every week. Bobby began making good money, providing him the ability to obtain better equipment and the possibility of recording in a real studio. While the club was extremely successful, Bobby was struggling with his band. He worked hard on his music, trying to master every instrument he put his hands on, and while his bandmates also loved music, they may not have been as intensely devoted as he was. If Bobby felt someone wasn't playing to their best ability, or perhaps that their best ability wasn't good enough, he had no problem rotating them out of the band, and this would happen multiple times in the early years. The only consistent member of the band was his brother Randy. In 1961, Bobby released his first single, entitled You're in Love. Over the next few years, he would release more singles, some recorded in professional studios, others in his home studio. Bobby's first major hit, though, would come as the result of a strange influence. Buddy Holly had tragically lost his life in a 1959 plane crash which also took the lives of Ritchie Valens and the Big Bopper. Buddy's band, the Crickets, were still around, and had brought in Sonny Curtis to work as their new lead singer, taking the place of Holly, a fairly difficult task. In 1958, Curtis had written the song I Fought the Law, which he later recorded with the Crickets. The song would be covered several times, but it would be Bobby's 1964 version that would hit regional airwaves and open the door to future success. That same year, Bobby and his band would move to Los Angeles, signing a deal with Mustang Records. This version of the band would see Bobby as lead guitarist and singer, Randy on bass, Dwayne Chirico on drums, and Jim Reese on rhythm guitar. Bob Keane, the owner of Delphi Records, had worked with Ritchie Valens prior to his untimely death, and decided to take a chance on Bobby. Their initial project involved a release on Keane's Donna Records label when the band was referred to as Bobby Fuller and the Fanatics, which would eventually become the Bobby Fuller 4. By this time, the Beatles were a major influence on the American music scene, and while many bands were trying to fashion themselves after the foursome, Bobby wasn't interested in going that way. He remained tied to his roots, his love for Buddy Holly and their style, and so the Bobby Fuller 4 set out on Mustang Records to carve out their place in history. Reportedly, in one of their first meetings after signing with Mustang, the band was told they'd be on the top of the charts within a year. While much of the band saw that as a dream, Bobby viewed it as an absolute reality, and he was right. In 1966, Mustang Records re-released I Fought the Law, which Bobby had re-recorded, altering some of the lyrics, but with the same instrumental. This time, the song broke out of the regional success it had previously earned, going on the national airwaves and being played at radio stations all around the country. In March of '66, the single hit the top 10 in the United States. The success of I Fought the Law was followed up with the release of Love's Made a Fool of You, another song not written by the band, but by Buddy Holly himself. In what can only be described as a sign of the times, Bobby and the band appeared in the 1966 film The Ghost in the Invisible Bikini, starring Nancy Sinatra and Boris Karloff. In the film, Bobby and the band lip-synced songs by a different band, and while it wasn't exactly what Bobby wanted, it did get his actual band more exposure. By the summer of '66, the Bobby Fuller 4 were everywhere. They were making national television appearances and performing major Los Angeles clubs, such as the Whiskey A Go-Go. While everything seemed to be going exactly the way Bobby had dreamed, there were whispers behind the scenes that the charismatic performer was not only unhappy with the band, but with the business arrangements they'd made. According to Miriam Lena's 2015 book, I Fought the Law, The Life and Strange Death of Bobby Fuller, Bob Keane had cut a distribution deal with Roulette Records. At the time, the music industry was heavily impacted by the involvement of organized crime. The record company's founder included notorious figure Morris Levy, a known mobster. AllMusic, previously AllMusic Guide, once described Levy as, quote, a notorious crook who swindled artists out of their owed royalties. Levy was known to have done business with the DeCavalcante, Gambino, and Genovese crime families. In addition to contract issues, Bobby felt that producer Bob Keane was altering his music without his approval. On multiple tracks, Bobby heard melodies and string accompaniment added to songs that he did not approve of. Bobby also felt that Keane was attempting to sow seeds of discord by pushing him towards a solo career as a pop singer. And while Bobby had dreams of going solo, he wasn't interested in being a pop star. It was around this time, in the midsummer of '66, that Bobby began speaking openly about his unhappiness with the current situation and desire to back out of everything, walk away from the fame and stardom, return home to El Paso, where he'd continue to build more clubs, as well as using his established name to possibly construct his own record label from which he could record in the way he wanted. In what may have been a final straw for Bobby, Keane canceled a European tour for the band, which Bobby had been looking forward to. Their music was climbing the charts in the UK, and Bobby saw the possibility of further expansion, but Keane apparently had different ideas. At that time, Bobby told several friends and bandmates that he planned to walk away from the band and his recording contract. He wanted out. He wanted to be in charge of his own career, and he didn't want to associate with Bob Keane or his record label. Perhaps in an attempt to smooth things over or to discuss the future of the band, a meeting was set up to take place at Bob Keane's office on the morning of Monday, July 18th, but Bobby would never make it to that meeting. On Sunday, July 17th, Bobby spent most of his time relaxing with friends who were visiting from El Paso. During this time, the band had been run ragged, performing shows, making television appearances, doing promotional work on radio shows and various interviews. A day off was rare, and so when they were given a week off starting July 10th, everyone planned to take advantage of the time by doing as little as possible. Bobby, not a heavy drinker or drug user, did enjoy spending time with friends, throwing back a few cold beers, and maybe smoking a joint here and there. Spent most of that Sunday with his pals laughing about the old days and just unwinding. He knew there was the meeting the next day, and they were supposed to rehearse in studio as well, and so he was tired and trying to take advantage of every opportunity he had to just sit back and avoid the stress. He knew the meeting wasn't going to go well, especially once he told Keane his plans. On Sunday evening, Bobby was back at his apartment located on Sycamore Street in Hollywood, where his mother was staying, having arrived in town a few days earlier to visit her sons. In addition to Lorraine, the band's road manager and one of Bobby's good friends, Rick Stone, was also staying at the apartment. According to Stone, he was hanging out on the couch watching television and drinking beer while Bobby made several phone calls. Stone reported falling asleep in front of the television sometime around midnight, while Lorraine herself says she spoke to Bobby for the last time just before she went to bed around 1 a.m. Lorraine would later tell Edna Gunderson of the El Paso Times, quote, "He was wide awake. He always stayed up playing his guitar and listening to records. I told him good night. That was the last time I saw him alive. Later, I heard him leave the apartment. It didn't disturb me. I don't know why he went out, but I think he probably went to get something to eat. He often did that." End quote. According to friends and family, Bobby was very much of a night owl and rarely went to sleep before sunrise. The last person to confirm seeing Bobby was an employee of the apartment complex who said he shared a beer with the singer at approximately 3 a.m. By all reports, everyone who saw Bobby that Sunday said he was in good spirits, feeling positive, and making plans for the future. Early on the morning of July 18th, both Rick Stone and Lorraine noticed that Bobby had not returned to the apartment. In addition to Lorraine, Rick had also heard the sound of the apartment door opening then closing during the night and assumed that it was Bobby going out for a nightcap. Bobby's failure to return home wasn't an immediate cause for alarm, and both Rick and Lorraine made note of the fact that Lorraine's blue Oldsmobile was gone as well, and so it was assumed that Bobby had gone out and possibly spent the night at a friend's house. Rick proceeded down to the studio where the band was scheduled to rehearse, but Bobby never arrived. This was surprising to everyone, including Randy, as it was highly unlike Bobby to miss an appointment, especially without notifying anyone. Later that afternoon, Bob Keane came by for the planned meeting, but Bobby still hadn't arrived. Shortly before 3 p.m., the band called it quits and headed out, assuming Bobby wasn't going to be coming that day, and there was no point in rehearsing without their frontman. A few hours later, around 5 p.m., guitarist Jim Reese and drummer Dalton Powell, who had replaced Dwayne Chirico, decided to swing by Bobby's apartment to see what he was up to, find out why he didn't come to the session that morning. They also later said that Bobby had previously invited them over that day. According to both men, they pulled up to Bobby's apartment and noted that the blue Oldsmobile still was not there. The two men were walking up to Bobby's door at the same time that Lorraine was heading to check the mail out the back door. According to Lorraine, she noticed the blue Oldsmobile parked in the lot and immediately went over to see if Bobby had just pulled up. As she approached the vehicle, she noted the heavy scent of gasoline. Lorraine reached out and pulled the driver's side door open, and there she saw her son, Bobby Fuller, lying across the front seat with his hand still on the keys that were plugged into the ignition, though the vehicle was off. This is later contradicted by the autopsy report, which states that the keys were not found in the ignition. After trying to wake Bobby, Lorraine realized the horrible truth and immediately turned and ran back to the apartment to call the police. Hearing her hysterical screams, Jim and Dalton walked towards the car with trepidation and witnessed the same sight that had sent Lorraine screaming up the stairs. In shock, the two men mindlessly wandered back towards their car and drove off in a daze. Rick Stone arrived shortly thereafter, and as he pulled up, he noted several LAPD vehicles, and as he approached, police pushed him back and told him to step back from the scene, though Stone noted the sight of a 2.5-gallon gas can lying on the floorboard with a tube running up from it. Bobby's head was partially under the steering wheel, and his hair was greasy, his clothing was wet, and it was clear by the scene and the smell that Bobby was soaked in gasoline. Initially, there was no determination made by investigators as to a cause of death. The scene became even more bizarre when other details were noted in official reports. Aside from Bobby having been soaked in gasoline, it was said that his arms and torso were covered in bruises, and it would later be determined that the car Bobby had been found in was parked in that spot for approximately 30 minutes prior to Lorraine discovering him. Bob Keane, who had arrived on the scene after Lorraine's discovery but before the arrival of police, noted that as he tried to lift Bobby's head, his body was stiff, suggesting that he'd been dead for several hours. The details about the car were strange, as both Jim and Dalton stated multiple times the vehicle was not there when they arrived minutes before Lorraine saw it. How could Bobby have been dead for hours but parked in the car for only 30 minutes? And how did Jim and Dalton completely miss the car? These are questions for which there have never been sufficient answers. Bobby was taken to the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's office, wherein an autopsy was conducted by Jerry Nelson that same day. The report checks both of the boxes for suicide and accidental death, while Bobby's death certificate noted the cause of death as asphyxia due to the inhalation of gasoline, though later in the month of October, this would be changed to accidental asphyxiation. Interestingly, in the autopsy report, the bruising on Bobby's body is clarified as not actually being bruising, but multiple petechial hemorrhages believed to have been caused by the combination of his skin being soaked in gasoline and the heat of the sun reacting with that gasoline. The coroner noted no signs of physical abuse, no broken bones, and no cuts or abrasions. Interestingly, both Rick and Lorraine would later argue against this, saying that they saw abrasions. Rick as well noted seeing dried blood on Bobby's shirt, though this is not mentioned anywhere in the autopsy report. Toxicology showed no poisons, barbiturates, or even alcohol in his system. Dean Kuipers, in an article for Spin magazine, added, quote, "Bobby's bladder, however, had been full, which seemed to indicate that he'd been unconscious for a long time before he died." End quote. Now, you might be inclined to ask, how can there be so many unanswered questions floating around the death of a major celebrity and no official answers from the LAPD? Well, the answer to that riddle is that the LAPD didn't conduct much of an investigation. Within hours of Bobby's death, local papers and then national news reported that he had died as the result of a suicide, even before the autopsy itself had been conducted. In what can only be attributed to either laziness, complicity, or just a general failure to properly investigate, the police didn't do very much digging to determine if suicide was the most likely cause of death. You'd imagine, considering the odd details of how his body was found, you might want to ask a few questions, but that doesn't happen here. The LAPD actually performed several acts which ensure that future investigations would be inhibited and that any attempts to prove an alternative theory is nearly impossible. It's unlikely this was the result of a purposeful disruption of evidence and more likely the result of negligence, but some disagree. Firstly, the LAPD never dusted the car for prints nor swept it for any forensics, turning it back over to the family without checking the car for any signs that someone other than Bobby may have been in the vehicle or had been driving the vehicle that day. Interestingly, the autopsy report says that Bobby's body was found in a full state of rigor mortis, meaning that Bobby had likely been dead for at least 2 hours prior to being found, and yet the vehicle was supposedly only parked there for 30 minutes. If Jim and Dalton were correct in saying that the car was not there when they arrived, then the vehicle had to have been driven by someone else, since Bobby couldn't have pulled in after them if he was already dead. Unfortunately, whether or not someone else was in the car or had driven it that day is a mystery we'll never know the answer to. In the highly debated death of another musician just shy of 30 years later, Kurt Cobain, his death was ultimately ruled a suicide, and yet to this day, more than 30 years after, the Seattle Police Department has the shotgun in their evidence lockup. So what did the LAPD do with the gas can that was allegedly the cause of Bobby's death? Well, they put it in the trash. Not even the trash at the station or in the evidence room, but a trash can at the apartment complex. The can was never checked for prints, and so whether or not Bobby Fuller ever laid his hands on that can remains unknown. All of this is exceedingly frustrating, especially when you consider that months later his death would be changed to accidental, which seems to partially close the door on a confirmed suicide, opening the door to other possibilities. But where do you go when you don't have the evidence to work with? In the aftermath of Bobby's death, several rumors came to the surface. One indicated a woman named Melanie, who Bobby was either friends with or perhaps was having a physical relationship with. I should note in some places this woman is called Melody, though most sources say Melanie. It's difficult to know the correct name as this woman has never popped up to discuss Bobby or his death since it happened. This Melanie was allegedly connected to a man in the area who was well known to be connected to organized crime. It was supposed at the time that this man may not have appreciated Bobby spending time with his girlfriend, and that he may have sought revenge, especially if Melanie was the woman Bobby spoke to on the phone that night. In further contradictions, Rick would later say that when the family received Bobby's personal effects, including the clothing he wore the day he died, he had on bedroom slippers, and the toes of those slippers were very scraped up, which he believed indicated that Bobby had been dragged across gravel or rocks. There was also several witnesses to the scene who later claimed that one of Bobby's fingers appeared to have been broken, as if it had been bent backwards, but the coroner reported no broken bones. Curiously, despite all of these discrepancies and the curious nature of the death itself, the LAPD later told the media that there was no evidence of foul play and that this case was closed and sealed. Rick, however, wasn't the only one who had information that contradicted the official report. Jim Reese, the guitarist, alleged that when he arrived on the scene and saw Bobby in the car, he noted a partially burned book of matches in the back seat, which he believed indicated that someone had attempted to set the car on fire, but either failed to do so or fled when people came around the parking lot. In hopes of gathering further information and to track down possible leads about who may have wanted Bobby dead and who could have been involved, 2 different private investigators were hired at different times. In the middle of their investigations, though, both men would walk away from the case. One private investigator simply quit without giving notice or a reason why. The other left town, although he allegedly told Rick Stone that he'd been threatened and was in fear for his life. Jim Reese later claimed that, just days after Bobby's death, 3 men arrived at his apartment looking for him, and they were armed. Reese fled to El Paso in fear for his life. In terms of motive, some believe there could be a connection to Bobby's recording contract. While the singer had made it clear he wanted out of this deal, it's important to note that the record company had taken life insurance policies out on all members of the band. While Randy Fuller's life insurance was $150,000, Bobby was insured for $850,000. For the record, adjusted for inflation in 2019, $850,000 would today be $6.7 million. We know that part of Bobby's contract was tied to Morris Levy and Roulette Records. If Bobby did walk away or get out of his contract, this would have cost them quite a bit, and Levy was rumored not to be the type to just let someone go free. It's rare that anyone associated with the Mafia is just going to let you walk away, star or not, without getting something back from their investment. Some people believe that perhaps if Bobby couldn't get him paid off alive, he may have seen the life insurance policy and realized that the singer was worth much more money dead. There were also rumors at the time that Bobby may have been experimenting with LSD, and some have tried to make a connection between the death of Bobby Fuller and a party he could have attended where things just went wrong. There are some who believe the scene of his death was staged to cover up an accident, and it's interesting to note that before the coroner could test Bobby for LSD, he ran out of samples to test, and Bobby by this time had already been embalmed. There are also some who try to connect Bobby and LSD to Charles Manson, and believe that he could have been targeted by the Manson family, though for most the timeline doesn't match up and Bobby doesn't seem to fit into their style of murder. Bobby Fuller was laid to rest on July 20th, 1966 and interred at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in the Hollywood Hills. His stone simply reads, Robert G. Fuller, beloved son. Bobby's father, Lawson, passed away in 1988 at the age of 86, while his mother, Lorraine, followed the next year, dying in 1989 at the age of 79. Both Lawson and Lorraine went to their graves never believing that Bobby would have taken his own life. Randy, alive today at 75 years old, continued on in the music industry following Bobby's death, though it was never quite the same. For a time, he tried to lead the band, renamed to the Randy Fuller 4, but as several bandmates commented, it was difficult to go on when Bobby had been the heart and soul of that group. In 2015, Randy was a key consultant and collaborator on Miriam Lena's book about Bobby, his death, and the band. Randy remains the last surviving member of the Fuller family, and to this day holds strong beliefs that Bobby would never have taken his life and was likely murdered. What happened to Bobby Fuller? For that question, there's no shortage of rumors and speculation. Many of the theories fit into one of 3 separate possible categories. The first theory argues that Bobby Fuller, frustrated with his situation and feeling overwhelmed by the pressure of the industry, as well as feeling trapped, made the choice to take his own life in what can only be described as a very strange method for suicide. The second theory follows somewhat along those lines, though ultimately determines that Bobby's death was the result of an accident. Some have argued that Bobby at the time could have been on LSD and may have been hallucinating, which could have led to him putting gasoline all over himself, which led to asphyxia. The third theory, and the one which most people argue for, is that Bobby Fuller was murdered. In terms of a motive for that murder, the list includes revenge from a mob associate who felt Fuller was too friendly with his girlfriend, a mafia-connected record producer who didn't want to lose his contract with Bobby and decided to cash in on his valuable life insurance policy, and some have even tried to apply Bobby's death to Charles Manson. There are those who believe it could have been a random murder, though given the circumstances and the location Bobby was found in, that doesn't make a great deal of sense. Bobby Fuller was an incredibly talented musician whose work continues to maintain radio play some 53 years after his untimely death. He was a son, brother, and friend. His music was but one extension of a truly talented and caring person. While rumor and speculation run rampant around the deaths of many celebrities, few involve details as bizarre and contradictory as those which came out about Bobby in the months and years after his death. Buddy Holly, Bobby's hero, died in the midst of his fame at the young age of 22, and Bobby made it just 1 year older, losing his life at the age of 23, also at the height of his stardom. In a rare 2016 interview with ClassicBands.com, Randy Fuller was asked whether, 50 years later, they were any closer to finding an answer. He replied, quote, "No, I don't think so. Unless somebody admits to it, I don't think we're ever going to solve it. I've got my hopes up still. I still hope that somebody will say the right thing. I pray every day that someone will just all of a sudden come out of nowhere and say, yeah, I did it. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen after 50 years. This is episode 96, The Disappearance of Margaret Ellen Fox. Margaret Ellen Fox was raised in Burlington, New Jersey, a city tucked against the western edge of the state and just across the Delaware River from neighboring Pennsylvania. Born on February 4th, 1960, Margaret, or Mary as she was often called, was a bright, determined, and caring child who, despite her small stature, was able to roughhouse along with her 4 brothers, some older and some younger. According to her younger brother, Joe, Margaret often spent her free time playing with her siblings. In the summers, it was swimming in the backyard pool and trips out of town. In the winter, Margaret would strap on skates and go ice skating with her siblings and even sledding. Margaret would grow into being a very sharp young woman, focused and determined. She had dreams and goals and didn't hesitate to do what she could to accomplish them. In the early part of 1974, the 14-year-old had taken piano lessons while also enjoying her time learning how to ride horses. She was an eclectic mix, and in a way, may have been trying to distinguish herself as the feminine presence in a very testosterone-heavy family. In an interview with the Burlington County Times, younger brother Joe would explain, quote, "She was struggling with 4 brothers and everything, and trying to find her identity. And that's what she wanted, was to go babysitting and make money so she could buy clothes and do stuff." End quote. Margaret finished up 8th grade in the early half of June, having attended St. Paul's School in Burlington City. After the summer, she'd be stepping into high school and taking the next steps towards her future. But before school could begin again, she had plans for the summer. In hopes of making some pocket change and, as her brother mentioned, being able to go out or shop as she pleased, she began looking around for babysitting jobs. While her parents were extremely protective of the family, it wasn't exactly easy for Margaret to convince them to allow her to go to a stranger's home to babysit their children, but Margaret was determined. After many attempts, Margaret's parents agreed to allow the 14-year-old to take out an ad in a local newspaper advertising her availability as a babysitter. It didn't take long for calls to come in inquiring as to Margaret's availability, though ultimately, the one call which would forever change the course of her life and bring an inexorable darkness to Burlington was not originally intended for her. Initially, Margaret's cousin had been in discussions to take a babysitting job, but elected not to pursue it since it was out of town. I did read one particular article about this in which it was said that the cousin may also not have taken the job, as the man who called seemed upset about her age, with her being only 11 at the time. Some have been led to believe this could have played a role in his selection process. However, for Margaret, travel wasn't much of an issue. While Mount Holly was one town over, it was a short 7-mile bus ride, and Margaret was excited about the opportunity. Margaret's father, David Fox, was less than excited about the job. Initially, it seemed straightforward enough. The caller, who identified himself as John Marshall, offered $40 a week plus the cost of bus fare to watch his 5-year-old son from the hours of 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. According to Marshall,
his wife would pick up Margaret at the bus stop located at the intersection of High and West Broad Streets in Mount Holly. From there, Margaret would be driven to the home to watch the child, and sometime between 2 and 2:30 p.m., Marshall or his wife would give Margaret a ride home. Margaret was excited, not only about the job, but Marshall also explained that the child could bring her bathing suit, as there was a pool in the backyard as well as a swing set, and his son enjoyed both swinging and going for a swim. Margaret was initially hired on Wednesday, June 19th to begin work that Friday, the 21st. But on the 20th, Marshall would call the Fox home to postpone the job until Monday the 24th due to an alleged death in the family. When Marshall called to change the starting date for the first time, Margaret's father got to speak with him. Both Dave and his wife Mary were able to speak to Marshall, and according to later interviews, during the call, Dave was trying to get a sense of what type of person he was. It was a lot to allow his younger daughter to go there unchaperoned, and so he wanted to get to know the employer more deeply. Reportedly, there were no red flags during the conversation, and while Dave still wasn't exactly comfortable with the situation, he felt there was nothing to indicate that there could be a problem. However, that didn't change his protective nature, and in a later interview, he explained that Margaret fought against that, saying, quote, "We guarded them too closely, maybe. She used to say we protected her too much. As I think back, it didn't seem like we did anything wrong in letting her go. It was daylight." End quote. I think it's important to note here just for a moment, we're talking about 1974. It was a different world, and while Margaret's parents were certainly involved in keeping her safe, there wasn't a stigma about allowing your child to ride a bus to babysit for a stranger the way there would be today. And ultimately, we're talking a distance of 7 miles. It's not as though she was driving across the state. 11-year-old Joe Fox, Margaret's younger brother, walked to the bus stop with his sister that morning. She was set to take the 8:40 a.m. bus, arriving in Mount Holly just prior to 9 a.m., at which time she'd been instructed to proceed to a red Volkswagen driven by Marshall or his wife. The car would be waiting at the corner, and Margaret would then be driven to the house. Young Joe Fox recalled walking with his sister that morning and later stated, quote, "She was excited. There was definitely not even an inkling she was running away. It just wasn't what was happening." End quote. This would be the last time Joe ever saw his sister, watching as the 14-year-old, clad in her maroon jeans, brown sandals, blue floral pattern top, and checkered jacket, disappeared into the crowded bus. John Marshall had provided a phone number to the Fox family so they could call Margaret if there were any issues or if they needed to reach her. Margaret herself was instructed by her parents to make sure to call them as soon as she arrived at the Marshall home on Monday morning, but that call would never come, and this would be the first indicator that something was very wrong. After waiting what felt like an appropriate amount of time, assuming the bus hadn't been delayed, Dave and Mary Fox dialed up the number provided to them by Marshall. The phone simply rang until it was eventually picked up by a passerby, as it was at this time the family discovered the number provided was not for a home, but for a payphone, later tracked by police to just outside of a grocery store in the town of Lumberton, 10 miles from Burlington and some 2 miles south of Mount Holly, where Margaret was supposed to have been going. Margaret was supposed to be home by 2:30, but when that time came and went, panic began to set in. Dave Fox reached out to a friend who worked for the East Hampton Police Department, and the two drove over to Mount Holly, searching for Margaret. Initially, while there was growing concern for Margaret's whereabouts, there was also a sense of waiting to see, as was sort of the air of the time. She was 14 years old, and there were some who considered the possibility that she could have run away, or maybe had simply gone on an outing and failed to notify anyone. But as hours continued passing, that likelihood seemed to evaporate. Margaret wasn't the type of child to run off, and according to investigators, she had a very close and loving relationship with her family. It just didn't seem to fit that she would have gone off somewhere and not told anyone. The discovery that the phone number given traced to a payphone set off alarm bells, and soon both law enforcement and members of both the Burlington and Mount Holly communities were out searching door to door for Margaret. For the Fox family, it was their worst nightmare come true, as they showed photos of their daughter to everyone they came across, looking for any clues, but no clues could be found, and no one seemed to know where Margaret Fox was. A few witnesses would eventually be located who recalled seeing the teenager near the corner of Mill and High Streets, around where she was supposed to meet the man who called himself John Marshall. But beyond that, no one had seen anything. After officially filing a missing persons report, which they were able to do just after midnight on June 25th, police began to consider the possibility that Margaret may have been the victim of a targeted abduction. In response to this, they made the choice to wire the Fox family home and record all calls coming in and going out. For several days, the search for Margaret intensified, but investigators weren't getting anywhere. It was as if the moment Margaret stepped off the bus, she simply vanished. There were no sightings beyond the bus stop. Detective Leonard Burr was quickly assigned Margaret's case and made his first moves by riding the bus along the same route Margaret would have taken, hoping that some of those on the bus may be daily commuters who could have run into Margaret the previous day. Indeed, Burr spoke to several witnesses who remembered seeing the teenager riding the 840 bus and exiting at her scheduled stop. One particular witness, according to the Burlington County Times, described an incident in which her young son grabbed a handful of Margaret's hair, who was seated in front of them. According to the witness, Margaret turned and struck up a conversation. She would later describe Margaret saying, quote, "Her eyes were like smiley eyes, like someone that was happy," end quote. A second witness that Detective Burr spoke to got a different look, however. According to this witness, after stepping off the bus, Margaret approached a young man in a red sports car. It was believed at the time that since the car was red, Margaret asked the man if he was John Marshall. While not many details about this encounter have ever been revealed, frankly, much of the details of this investigation have been held in tight secrecy, it was later reported that police were able to track this man down and interview him. After questioning him thoroughly, police were convinced he was not the man who had abducted Margaret, nor was he the man who had called and claimed to be John Marshall. Unfortunately, this sighting of Margaret speaking to that man is the last sighting listed in her police files. Detective Burr was frustrated by the lack of information he was finding, spending most of the first day on the bus or at the bus stops, showing images of Margaret and asking if anyone may have seen her. It was his feeling at the time that more people had likely seen her, but simply didn't want to get involved in a long conversation with the police. He would later comment about that, saying, quote, "They just don't want to be bothered, so they keep their mouths shut," end quote. For David Fox, however, he was determined to find answers. The search for his daughter would become a lifelong pursuit, with his car windows being collaged with images of Margaret, and he took every opportunity to hand out flyers, ask questions, and plaster Margaret's image wherever he could. Dave Fox believed that eventually he would find his daughter, and there was nothing that was going to stop him. In hopes of tracking down any potential leads, investigators did something out of the ordinary for them. Detective Burr later explained that on 4 separate occasions there were meetings held with a so-called psychic. While discussions with the psychic didn't lead to any major developments, Burr acknowledged his own apprehension about going down that path, later clarifying it by saying, quote, "I wasn't really sure I wanted to get involved in something like that, and then I thought, I've got nothing, what could it hurt?" End quote. 4 days after Margaret went missing, on June 28th, the FBI was called in to assist with the investigation. June 28th would also be the day that it was confirmed an abduction had taken place. Due to the decision by law enforcement to record all calls to the home, they were able to capture the abductor, the man who claimed to be John Marshall, when he called the home and made a ransom demand of $10,000. In 2019 money, that would be just over $52,000. The audio from that call remained in the possession of the FBI until this past June, when, on the 45th anniversary of Margaret's abduction, they released the clip to the public in hopes that someone would recognize the abductor's voice. I'm now going to play the clip for you, and being that it's so short, I'm going to play it 3 times. Normal speed, then slowed down, and then normal speed again.
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping.
Who is it?
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping.
Who is it?
$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the butter topping.
Who is it?
So, as you can hear, the caller says, $10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping. The abductor hung up after making his statement, though the following day on June 29th, the Fox home received a letter in the mail making the exact same statement. In hopes of retrieving their daughter, David and Mary Fox immediately withdrew the money from the bank and waited for the abductor to contact them again to deliver instructions for an exchange. Just 2 days later, though, everything would change. Another letter arrived at the Fox home. Unlike the first letter, this one was signed suggesting a connection to the SLA, or Symbionese Liberation Army, the same group that had abducted Patty Hearst some 5 months earlier. The letter, in part, instructed the family to put the money in a box, quote, with blue wrapping, same as Margaret's blouse. Margaret is all right. We only tore her blouse and broke her glasses. Follow the instructions. End quote. But there were no more instructions. In fact, the family never heard from the abductor again. According to investigators, however, there was no active SLA group in the area, and it was believed the abductor simply chose the name after seeing it in headlines. At the time, it was unknown whether or not the letters, or maybe even the call, were legitimately from Margaret's abductor, or if these were pranks or someone trying to cash in on the tragedy. The truth has never been ascertained as to the veracity of these ransom demands, though the FBI has said they do believe the caller was legit. Fingerprints were recovered from at least one of the letters the family received, though those prints have never found a match and were allegedly lost later on. In hopes of narrowing down their search, police and the FBI focused on 2 different angles. First, they gathered the names and addresses of anyone in the area who owned a red Volkswagen, and beyond that, they began reaching out to speak to every man in the area named John Marshall. Authorities were also given access to notes written by Margaret about the potential job, as well as access to her diary. Margaret's diary, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer, discussed several instances in which she had been bullied in school and how she wished to move someplace warm, like Florida or California. While authorities do not believe that Margaret ran away, it did give a poignant look into the life of the 14-year-old. Many different men named John Marshall were subsequently interviewed by police, and while some made officers suspicious, there was never anything substantial enough to give them the ability to pursue a possible lead. Perhaps the most debated of the John Marshalls was the one who happened to work at the A&P grocery store in the same shopping center where the alleged John Marshall abductor had used the payphone. While many felt this was far too coincidental to not make a connection, others disagreed. This particular John Marshall was interviewed by police several times, passed a polygraph test, and had an alibi. He was working at the time of the abduction. Of course, the question became, would the abductor have actually given his real name in the first place? Perhaps the proximity of the payphone and the A&P John Marshall indicated, if nothing else, that the abductor may have been familiar with the area and possibly still living there. In hopes of gathering more information, a tip line was set up, which was initially run out of the prosecutor's office. However, while many tips came in, tracking them down used valuable time, and none of them ever panned out. Many tips revolved around men named John Marshall, though none of these appeared to be the abductor. Beyond that, tips were coming in from around the country as multiple people reported sightings of Margaret as far away as the West Coast, though again, none of these leads ever took investigators towards any answers. Many of the calls were from concerned parents whose own children had placed similar ads in the paper and they had received strange calls. However, by August, just some 2 months after her abduction, tips and leads began to fade, and the amount of time investigators dedicated to the case was being whittled down. For the Fox family, it was devastating. Dave continued working to try and draw in attention for his daughter's case and to get her name and likeness out as much as possible, but it was clear that the pain and frustration were beginning to set in. In an interview with the Philadelphia Inquirer, Dave Fox would explain, quote, "I haven't found out a thing, not one thing whatsoever. Some people feel it's hopeless. Sometimes I just accept that. It's that it's over and done, but then sometimes I get this feeling that she's alive, that she's out there. I have a feeling that, in my search, she will break out and I will be there at the right time and place." End quote. There was never a day for the rest of his life that Dave wasn't trying to find Margaret. Joe Fox would describe the abduction as breaking his parents, that nothing would ever be the same, and the search for their daughter would be all-consuming. Unfortunately, the case was rapidly growing cold. In May of 1976, investigators thought they may have finally received a break. A 53-year-old man named Charles Clobridge confessed to the abduction and murder of Margaret Fox. According to Clobridge, he had dumped the teen's body in the Catskill Mountains, but after thoroughly searching the area, no traces of Margaret were found. Investigators would go on to discover that Clobridge had actually been in the hospital the day of the abduction, and he was later charged with giving false testimony to police. Clobridge was investigated despite his apparent alibi for the day of the abduction, but no links could ever be established, and his confession was written off as a cruel prank. There never really was a major break in Margaret's case. From time to time, a possibility came up or would be presented, but progress never developed. Detective Burr retired from his job in 1988, 14 years after Margaret's abduction. Out of all the cases he worked, it was Margaret's that remained with him, and his frustrations over the lack of any solid leads is palpable in almost every interview he's ever given. In one of those interviews, Burr expressed his frustration, saying, quote, "I was very disappointed during that time we were never able to bring closure to the family." End quote. In more recent years, there's been an open discussion from the side of law enforcement about the state of affairs at the time and how the system itself may have contributed to an inability to crack the case. Burlington Police Captain John Fine later told reporters, quote, "There was little or no information sharing between agencies at that time. The only way you could get it was if you knew somebody or if you begged for it." End quote. In late December of 1988, a human skull was recovered on a hill in Atlantic Highlands. Once investigators were notified, a search of the area using cadaver dogs revealed human remains buried near the beach. The body had been buried less than 2 feet into the ground, with 2 car tires placed on top and then covered with dirt. Some partial clothing was found, including a platform sandal size 6.5, believed to have been manufactured sometime in the early to mid-1970s. The victim was initially believed to have been between the ages of 15 and 19, standing approximately 5 feet 1 inch to 5 feet 4 inches tall. Dental records were compared between the unknown victim and a murder victim from 1969, but they did not match. It was considered for a time that there could be a link between the Jane Doe and Margaret Fox, though it was around this time that it was discovered that Margaret's dental records, once in the hands of investigators, had been lost. This Jane Doe was later ruled out as being Margaret when familial DNA taken from one of her brothers was used for comparison. In the years since Margaret's disappearance, with the further development of DNA technology, there have thus far been 19 Jane Doe comparisons issued, none of which has ever matched. Throughout the course of the 1980s and 90s, Margaret's case received glimmers of attention. When an abduction took place or an anniversary year rolled around, there would be articles written to refer back to the 14-year-old who took a bus ride to a babysitting job and never returned. Unfortunately, the more time passed, the less seemed to develop, and while investigators have always maintained that Margaret's case was open, they did describe it as cold, and in an interview, Captain Fine discussed that while he wanted to have someone go through the case, he couldn't assign anyone to it. His detectives were already overwhelmed by recent cases, let alone one that had gone so cold. Captain Fine explained, quote, "We haven't organized or analyzed records in 10 to 15 years, and I can't tax a detective who's working over 100 cases with that burden." End quote. In 1993, nearly 20 years after the disappearance of his daughter, David Fox passed away. He had devoted his life to finding Margaret, and while some days were darker than others, he maintained a hope that he would one day discover the truth. Sadly, he lost his life before that day could come. 10 years later, in August of 2003, Margaret's mother, Mary, also passed away, never knowing what happened to her daughter. In what I can only describe as a heartbreaking sentiment, Mary's obituary listed Margaret as one of her surviving children, never knowing for certain what truly became of her. Even today, while all investigators say that Margaret was likely abducted and murdered, she is still listed as missing and in danger. In April of 2017, Captain's Find's interest for someone to have the time to dig into the files was fulfilled when retired Willingboro Police Detective Michael DeLessio partnered with the Burlington Police to contribute his time and expertise on a volunteer basis to review Margaret's case. At the time, DeLessio was handed several boxes filled with case files in hopes that he could dig through the information, organize it, take notes, and perhaps discover new avenues to explore. While DeLessio was eager to get the opportunity, he tried to keep his expectations within reason, suggesting that while he would be digging into the case, he didn't expect to discover any new breaks. When speaking to the Burlington County Times, DeLessio explained, quote, "You just reanalyze the data and see if something jumps out at you, and you contact the authorities that were involved in the original case and see where it ended with them and why." End quote. While DeLessio worked hard to bring as much information together as he could, there was little discovered in the reanalysis, at least little which has ever been shared publicly. However, the combination of DeLessio's work and the 45th anniversary of Margaret's disappearance did drum up more attention in the media, especially when the FBI finally released the audio clip of the alleged abductor's phone call. When asked why they had kept the audio away from the public for so long, an FBI spokesman explained that the audio quality was very poor at the time it was recorded, and only recent upgrades to technology and audio enhancement had gotten the call to a level which they believed could be fully understood and analyzed by anyone listening. The announcement of the audio release made major headlines, and while the Fox family chose not to issue a statement, it was made clear that they were still hoping for answers as to what happened to Margaret. In a June 24, 2019 press release, the FBI stated, quote, "Margaret Fox was loved dearly by her family and friends. To this day, her disappearance continues to cause great sorrow." End quote. It became clear that while many were not aware of Margaret's case, those in Burlington and neighboring cities have never forgotten her story. Captain John Fine later stated to the media, quote, "The disappearance of Margaret Fox has haunted this community for decades. I want to bring closure to this case and bring home an answer to the family and community." End quote. After their request for new information and the release of the audio, a $25,000 reward has now been offered for information leading to the arrest of Fox's abductor. For 45 years, there's been the disturbing mystery of what happened to Margaret Fox. While authorities believe she was abducted, and sadly that she was likely the victim of a homicide within the first hours or days after her abduction, there is still a vast wealth of questions requiring answers. All of these years later, few if any real leads have been developed, and for the most part, all authorities have to work with is the main theory that Margaret was abducted by a man calling himself John Marshall. However, there are some twists to that branch. One angle of the theory follows the thought process that Margaret was abducted and that the abduction itself was conducted by a total stranger who simply saw the ad in the paper and thought that Margaret would make an easy target. Sadly, this was not super uncommon back in the 1970s, and there's several other cases you can look at involving people being abducted following posts in the newspaper. Whether or not this was a transient, active serial pedophile or killer, or perhaps completely random, is still up for debate. But another angle to the theory, while maintaining that Margaret was abducted by someone based on her ad in the paper, goes a little further, wondering if perhaps the abductor may have, in some way, known Margaret or may have been familiar with her or her family. The demand, for instance, of $10,000 makes some wonder, if legitimate, whether or not the abductor would have known that the family had access to that kind of money, while others simply believe that the payphone near the A&P with a John Marshall employee is too close to just call a coincidence. 14-year-old Margaret Ellen Fox vanished after taking the bus at 8:40 a.m. on June 24, 1974. Margaret was last seen by a passenger on the bus talking to someone in a red car near the vicinity of Hill and Broad Streets in Mount Holly, New Jersey. When last seen, Margaret was described as being a Caucasian female with brown hair and blue eyes, standing 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing approximately 105 pounds. Margaret was last seen wearing a light blue, long-sleeved floral pattern blouse, squared at the top and flared at the waist. She also wore a checkered waist-length jacket, either black and white or black and blue, maroon flared jeans with a yellow patch on one knee, and brown sandals with a heel strap. She was also noted to have been wearing a size 34B bra, a gold necklace with flowers and a blue stone, and a gold charm bracelet with a blue stone. She was carrying a brown bag and was in possession of an eyeglass case with a Huckleberry Hound design. At the time of her disappearance, Margaret had freckles, was missing 2 of her top front right teeth, and she also wore glasses with hexagonal lenses, gold wire frames, and wear and tear on the temple and nose pieces. If alive today, Margaret would be 59 years old, and age-progressed photographs are available. For nearly 50 years, her family and the entirety of the community of Burlington have wondered what became of the 14-year-old who stepped off the bus and vanished. While some remain optimistic about the possibilities, others have accepted the likelihood of her fate. Now, as best can be done, the hope is to bring forward answers, to deliver justice to the person responsible, and for Margaret herself to be returned where she may be laid to rest beside her parents. When asked about the likely outcome, should this case be solved, Detective D'Alessio replied, quote, "To remain an optimist, I want to believe she's alive and just put everything behind her and just left her family and started a new life. And she's happy somewhere and she's thrived and succeeded. But the realist in me, the police officer in me, says she never left Mount Holly."
This is episode 94, The Murder of Georgette Bauerdorf. Georgette Elise Bauerdorf was born on May 6, 1924, and was the second daughter of oil executive George and his wife Constance. While the couple's first daughter, Constance, had been named after their mother, it only made sense for their second child to be named after the father. Born in New York City, Georgette came into a wealthy and opulent life, with her father working in the oil and mining industry and doing quite well for himself and his family. Georgette was, by all definitions, a kind and sweet young girl who had a soft spot in her heart for those who hadn't been born into the wealth and privilege that she had, a compassion and a giving nature which would remain true until the end of her life. As a child, Georgette would be sent to attend St. Agatha's School for Girls, a religious school designed to teach young women both education and religious belief. I found multiple descriptions of the curriculum at the time, though one article written by thelineup.com described Georgette as being trained in, quote, goodness and propriety. Some have gone on to express that Georgette was trained to be both an astute and well-mannered child, but also likely was given some education in how to behave based upon her social status. Sadly, when Georgette was just 9 years old, her mother, Constance, passed away at the age of 40. The loss of her mother had a powerful effect on the family, and it wasn't long after Constance had passed that George Bauerdorf made the decision to uproot the family, moving from the busy streets of New York to the sun and warmth of Southern California, settling in Los Angeles. It's been said that this series of events had a dramatic impact on young Georgette. First, the loss of her mother, followed by moving away from everything she'd ever known. Many have gone on to speculate that the move was a calculated decision, and perhaps one of necessity, with the memories of Constance too strong and painful for George to continue living in the family home. In California, Georgette would continue to be educated in high-profile schools with long lists of prominent former students. She would attend the Marlborough School, which the same year of her birth, 1924, had seen a shift in leadership. Mary Caswell had begun the school, though Ada Blake would take over in 24, and it was through her efforts that the curriculum was expanded, shifting away from a focus on manners and behavior and more towards study and knowledge. The Marlborough School would go on to acquire a reputation for having a challenging curriculum which truly put its young students to the test, but also helped them establish a foothold in the world of education.
Georgette would also attend the Westlake School for Girls, another well-known and prominent preparatory school. Georgette lived a privileged life, as one would expect for being the daughter of a rich oil billionaire. There were trips abroad in Europe and at home, with the Bauerdorfs touring Europe not long before the outbreak of World War II. Georgette was well-traveled and loved the adventure of going out to discover more of the world. As she grew older, Georgette began to set her sights on her own desires for the future, and in 1941 she would graduate from Westlake with bright eyes and big dreams just a half a year before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor would send the United States overseas to join the battlefields of the Second World War. However, back at home, the world was also changing. By the early 1940s, the golden age of Hollywood was in full swing. The year Georgette graduated from 12th grade would see the release of several films which would live on to be classics, including the indelible Citizen Kane. Perhaps it was the romance of the cinema or her proximity to Hollywood that first grabbed Georgette's attention, but by this time in her life, she yearned to be on the silver screen. She would move from the family home in Los Angeles to West Hollywood, moving into an apartment at the El Palacio Apartments, joining her sister Constance. At the El Palacio, it was known as being the home to multiple Hollywood celebrities, known for work both in front of and behind the cameras. El Palacio was located at 8493 Fountain Avenue, just south of the famous strip of Sunset Boulevard. Here, Georgette would live with her sister and her sister's husband, John Francis Dillon, who would tragically lose his life in World War II. The beautifully stuccoed buildings were an eye-catching sight, though within these walls, several dark incidents would occur. Dorothy Dandridge, the famous actress and singer who made headlines becoming the first black female to receive an Academy Award nomination, would die within the walls of El Palacio in September of 1965. Dorothy's death was, and remains, somewhat debated as to whether it was due to an embolism, an accidental overdose, or perhaps something more sinister. But 19 years earlier, in the fall of 1944, Georgette Bauerdorf would also be found dead within the walls of El Palacio. However, her death would quickly be labeled a homicide, and the investigation would send shockwaves throughout Southern California. The early 1940s were a challenging time for the United States. Still feeling the results of the Great Depression and now hurled into the Second World War, there were difficult times ahead. Hollywood would be charged with helping with morale, and aside from a slew of dramatic war films, Mary Ingram would found the United Service Organizations, or USO, which would see movie stars, comedians, and all manner of celebrities traveling both at home and abroad to entertain the troops and bring some levity into a dark time. Georgette would find herself, at the age of 20, working for the Los Angeles Times in the Women's Services Bureau, while also volunteering as a hostess at the famous Hollywood Canteen. Located on Cahuenga Boulevard, the Hollywood Canteen was a club started by such notable names as Betty Davis and John Garfield, which offered food, entertainment, and dancing to U.S. soldiers, typically those who were preparing to travel overseas and join the war effort. Georgette's volunteer position would see her working any number of tasks throughout a given evening, though perhaps her favorite of these activities included dancing and socializing with the men in uniform. While the canteen itself had strict rules that hostesses could not leave with any of the soldiers, many hostesses found that if they left separately and met up later, then technically that wasn't a violation of the rule. An article in the Knoxville Journal described her connection with soldiers by saying, quote, "She attracted many a homesick G.I. Joe, and being good-hearted, generous, and fun-loving, she accepted many of their requests. She took them riding in her car. She entertained them in nightclubs and picked up the checks." End quote. Reportedly, Georgette's interests expanded beyond the canteen, where she often gave rides to soldiers she found hitchhiking around town and wouldn't think twice about buying them lunch or dinner. Georgette wrote about her interactions with soldiers in her diary, a red leather-bound book which would be studied extensively after her death. In one entry, she commented on her friends who warned her to be careful around soldiers, to which Georgette wrote the response, quote, "Oh, I am. But I think if these boys are willing to fight for us, we ought to do anything we can for them." End quote. Georgette has been described as extremely giving and perhaps a little naive. There were those close to her who were concerned that she might come across a soldier who'd be looking to take advantage, or perhaps worse. Then there were the social implications. Considering the mindset of the 1940s, there were those who began to question Georgette's intentions, and rumors began circulating, but those who knew Georgette knew that her interest was in helping out and being charitable, with her close friend June Ziegler telling a reporter, quote, "Yes, she had lots of dates, but I know for a fact she made it a practice never to admit a man to her apartment unless there were others present." End quote. Of course, I've also read accounts that Georgette often gave copies of her apartment keys to soldiers, offering them a place to stay should they need it. In articles of the time, however, Georgette's frequent need for copies of her keys was chalked up to her being forgetful and misplacing them constantly. God forbid in 1944 that you allow an adult male into your apartment when you're a 20-year-old female, but apparently those were the ways of the days. Georgette traveled throughout the summer of 1944, going around the United States with her family. She traveled to Louisiana via train, stopping for a time while her father conducted some business in the area. She then continued the journey, arriving in New York, having not returned to her home state in many years. According to GeorgetteBauerdorf.com, it was in New York that she would write letters to June, discussing her activities, which included seeing plays on Broadway and, of course, spending time around men in uniform, noting that, quote, "New York's full of Coast Guards and sailors," end quote. Beyond that, Georgette commented about how all the time she spent in California had given her an appreciation and perhaps a nostalgia for the cold, snowy weather of a New York winter. Georgette returned to Southern California, and while her family had another trip planned for New York in August, she wouldn't be going along with them. In fact, she would never take another trip. On August 28th, the Bauerdorf family began their trip back to New York, with Georgette remaining behind in West Hollywood. Georgette's father left his secretary, Rose Gilbert, behind to keep an eye on Georgette and help her with anything she might need. According to Gilbert, she and Georgette spent a lot of time together, but ultimately, Georgette was a fiercely independent woman who often did as she pleased, and at 20 years old, didn't find it necessary to be chaperoned or to have to ask permission. According to Gilbert, in early October, Georgette informed her of travel plans. A friend of hers, Jerry W. Brown, whom she had met through the canteen, would be graduating, and on October 13th, Georgette had the full intentions of attending his graduation, which would take place at Fort Bliss in Texas. While newspapers of the time described Brown as a friend, GeorgetteBauerdorf.com and more contemporary articles describe him as her boyfriend. Of course, this is a trip that Georgette will never be able to make. In fact, she'll be murdered just days before that trip was to take place. Wednesday, October 11th, 1944, didn't begin as an unusual day for Georgette. After conducting her morning routine and getting ready for the day, she got together with Rose Gilbert. The two women had made plans to do some shopping together and then to sit down to lunch before Georgette had to get to the beauty parlor for a hair appointment. At some point, while the two were together, Georgette stopped to cash a check for $175, which she then used to buy a plane ticket to El Paso for her trip to see Jerry Brown. Reportedly, Brown and Georgette had exchanged a lot of letters and frequently spoke on the phone in the weeks leading up to their reunion. According to the Los Angeles Times, Gilbert would later tell investigators that, in her opinion, Georgette was in good spirits and there didn't appear to be any concerns on her part, perhaps beyond a little nervousness about her flight to Texas. After getting her hair done, Georgette returned to her home where she ran into a janitor who worked for El Palacio. Fred Atwood reported to investigators that he had spoken with Georgette, who had asked him to take a box down to the basement. Atwood noted that Georgette appeared to be doing well and that she was her usual polite self, thanking him for taking the box down for her. This would be the last time Atwood would see Georgette alive, and he would be one half of the pair who would make the discovery of her body the following morning. A notation later found in Georgette's diary noted that at 6:30 p.m., she had plans to meet June at the canteen. Investigators later wondered if this was written down previously as a reminder, or if Georgette had written it after returning home from her evening. Either way, June Ziegler confirmed that she did meet and spend some time with Georgette that night. While Gilbert and Atwood had both described Georgette as being in good spirits and seemingly doing well, two people would later say that when they ran into her that evening, she seemed nervous and preoccupied. June later told the Knoxville Journal, quote, "I was late for the appointment. Georgette said she was nervous, but she didn't say why. She asked me to spend the night with her, but I couldn't do it." End quote. While the reason for Georgette's nervousness has never been uncovered, there have been various reports of a soldier who was harassing her that night at the canteen. Reportedly, this particular soldier had an interest in Georgette and wouldn't leave her alone. While the young woman tried to be polite and kind, as was her usual demeanor, this man sought to take advantage of that, pulling Georgette onto the dance floor against her will and even forcibly cutting in on her dances with other soldiers. According to June, Georgette did not like this particular soldier and only went along with his behavior so as not to cause any trouble. Both June and Georgette left the canteen at approximately 11:30 p.m. According to June, Georgette had said she had plans to drive straight home to her apartment and had no intentions of doing anything else after the canteen that night. The two women strode past the security guard and said goodnight before heading off in different directions. A sign-out sheet would later confirm the time the two women had left the club, which would mean that if Georgette did drive straight home, she'd arrive around midnight. As far as investigators have ever been able to surmise, June Ziegler was the last person to see Georgette alive, outside of her killer. There were, however, at least two reports of sounds coming from Georgette's apartment the night she was killed. Atwood, who lived in an apartment directly below Georgette's, told authorities that he had heard the sounds of a woman's high heels clicking along the kitchen floor, followed by a loud crashing sound. Atwood told the LA Times, quote, "There was a crash as if somebody dropped a tray or something, then everything was quiet." End quote. Atwood noted that these sounds had woken him up, and it was approximately midnight. A neighbor who chose to remain anonymous informed police that between 2 and 3 a.m., he heard a female screaming from inside Georgette's apartment. He later stated that he'd heard the woman yell, "Stop it, you're killing me." Interestingly, another neighbor who lived directly across from Georgette reported that she hadn't heard any sounds out of the ordinary that night. At approximately 11:10 a.m. on the morning of Thursday, October 12th, Fred Atwood and his wife, Lulu, who also worked with him, finished cleaning an apartment next to Georgette's. Walking across the hall, the two approached the door to the apartment and found it partially open. Gently nudging the door all the way open, Lulu called into the apartment asking if anyone was home, but received no response. As Lulu and Fred entered the apartment, they found everything in perfect order, though there was a sound which grabbed their attention. The apartment layout had the kitchen and living room on the ground floor, while the bedrooms and bathrooms were on the second level. Echoing through the apartment, they could hear what sounded like water dripping into an upstairs bathtub. Concerned about a possible leak, the couple headed upstairs to check the situation. As Lulu approached the bathroom, she looked inside and immediately screamed. Fred rushed to her side and found out what was wrong when he too was struck by the sight before him. Georgette Bauerdorf was discovered in the bathtub. Her body was face down, a rag clenched between her teeth. The tub was approximately 3/4 full and appeared a pale shade of red due to the blood. Georgette's body was partially clad, wearing only her pink pajama top and no bottoms. Her hair was fanned out against the surface of the water as she floated lifelessly. At the time, Fred and Lulu didn't think she was dead, assuming that she may have fainted, and so they drained the tub and pulled her from the water. Once they had their hands on Georgette, they discovered that she was cooling to the touch, and there was no doubt that the 20-year-old was gone. Fred remained with Georgette while Lulu rushed down the stairs to notify the police. Over the course of the next hour, a seemingly endless line of deputies from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office arrived. It was clear to investigators that they were dealing with a homicide, though the motive would be more difficult to ascertain. A search of the apartment found little out of place, and the fingerprints picked up through forensic analysis were quite extensive. The autopsy determined that sometime between 10:30 and 4 a.m., Georgette had eaten string beans and cantaloupe, though the discovery of a cantaloupe rind in the apartment's trash and a dirty dish in the sink led authorities to believe that she had eaten the meal after getting home. The medical examiner, Frank Webb, would ultimately rule that Georgette's death was as the result of asphyxiation, the rag found in her mouth having been shoved several inches down her throat. The examination also determined that Georgette had engaged in sexual intercourse sometime after 10:30 p.m., though whether or not this was voluntary or the result of sexual assault was not determined at that time. The moments leading up to Georgette's death have been highly debated. While Webb initially stated that the bruising on her body, including her right shoulder and eye and her nose, may have been the result of her body impacting the tub, as it was believed her killer simply allowed her to fall into the tub after asphyxiating her. An examination of Georgette's bedroom showed no signs of a struggle, her blanket being pulled down, but her sheets did not appear to be wrinkled or freshly used. However, her pajama bottoms were found at the floor at the foot of her bed, ripped, leading investigators to believe her attacker may have torn them from her body. Her purse lay exposed on the dresser, next to several valuable pieces of jewelry, though all that appeared to be missing was $75 in cash. Webb also believed that scratches found near Georgette's mouth may have come as a result of her killer trying to remove the rag from her throat. The rag would prove to be an important clue, with the Knoxville Journal reporting that it was part of an elastic bandage manufactured overseas and having not been imported to the United States since 1939. Whether or not this was something Georgette owned or perhaps belonged to a soldier who had brought it home from overseas was uncertain. Beyond the bedroom, police found a wet spot on the carpet, though they couldn't determine if this was a spot of blood the killer tried to clean or if Georgette had simply spilled something. Forensics of the 1940s weren't that great. One strange detail were the cigarette butts. Georgette was not known to be a smoker, and whoever had been smoking in the apartment had, rather than using an ashtray, snubbed the cigarettes out by rubbing them directly against the apartment's floor. Detectives noted that the apartment door had a secure lock, suggesting that no one could gain entry without a key or perhaps waiting for Georgette to appear and then forcing her to unlock the door. There was also the possibility that Georgette may have known her killer and allowed him inside, unaware of his dark intentions. One interesting detail was the light bulb outside of Georgette's apartment. Investigators found that the bulb had been rotated 2 full twists counterclockwise, making the light switch useless. Whoever had been to Georgette's apartment, it is believed, loosened the bulb so that when the young woman gazed through her peephole, she'd have difficulty making out exactly who was knocking at her door. This would make it difficult for anyone in the building itself to get a clear look at the perpetrator as well. A single fingerprint was recovered from the bulb. Examination of the apartment told a confusing story. Investigators began operating off the possibility that Georgette's killer either knew her and was allowed in, or maybe had gained entry to the apartment while Georgette was out and waited for her to return. While nothing was ransacked and there was no indication of a major struggle, it was believed that some of the bruising on Georgette's body became as a result of fighting back against her killer. Outside of the apartment, police discovered that Georgette's car, which she had borrowed from her sister, was missing. There was a lot of debate about Georgette's murder, and with times being what they were, a lot of what may have occurred was lost between the lines, either intentionally or not. As an example of the difference between how this case was handled then and how it would be handled now, I have to read this quote to you from Deputy Sheriff Hutchins. Quote, "Neither robbery nor rape appears to have been the motive. During the intimacy, she may have cried, and the slayer, intending only to stop her cries, but not to choke her, may have shoved the cloth down her throat. He may have taken the $75 to make it look like a robbery, but he did not take the jewels, and police feel that a bona fide robber doesn't stop for rape. Furthermore, this wasn't rape. The police think the killer left in her car. Unless he was watching her as she stepped from her car, how did he happen to take her coupe?" End quote. Pardon me for a moment, but are you shitting me with this? I'll get into it more in the theories, but I have no idea how they could determine the day she was found that this wasn't rape. Also, that whole thing about the rag is just pure speculation. He has no idea why the rag was placed in her throat. As for the car, it seems apparent that this person likely knew her, so it really isn't all that shocking that her car was taken. Beyond that, I'm pretty sure robbery and rape are not exclusive crimes in all instances. This opinion, thankfully, would later change, with rape being believed to have occurred After examination showed trauma and tears to Georgette's vaginal frenulum. Investigators had their hands full when it came to potential suspects. Aside from reports given by friends, such as June's account of the pushy soldier at the canteen the night Georgette died, there were also a lot of names written by Georgette's own hand in her diary. Tracking them down wouldn't be easy, but the LA Sheriff's Office worked with the military to try and get locations for at least the soldiers that were named. The pushy soldier came forward, being a 24-year-old Air Force mechanic named Cosmo Volpe. He would claim that he had meant no harm and he didn't realize he was being as pushy as others had depicted him. He was ruled out as a suspect when military records from his base showed that he had signed back into his base prior to Georgette's murder. After reading about Georgette's murder in the papers, another soldier reached out to authorities. This man, Sergeant Gordon Adland, reported that he was hitchhiking around 11 to 11:30 p.m. when a young woman fitting Georgette's description had picked him up and dropped him off on Sunset Boulevard. According to Adland, the young woman had told him she was planning to visit Texas to see a friend, and in his statement, he told authorities that Georgette seemed nervous, though he was not privy as to why. This seems to corroborate June's story about Georgette seeming uncomfortable and nervous that night at the canteen. Adland told authorities that Georgette had explained she was waiting to receive a message from the man in Texas, and that if that message was there, she'd be flying out to meet him the next day. Initially, Adland told authorities that Georgette turned right after dropping him off, which would take her in the opposite direction of her apartment, though he later cleared this up. In a statement on GeorgetteBauerdorf.com, Adland says, quote, "I said she dropped me off on Sunset and then turned right. That is because at that place the only turn was right. The probable truth is that further along is a left turn off Sunset, which she probably took to get to her apartment." End quote. Adland also specified that maybe Georgette wasn't nervous as he'd seen her constantly looking in her rearview mirror, but some people do that a lot, and it didn't necessarily mean she was nervous. Adland would tell reporters that his fingerprints should have been in the vehicle, but police never contacted him about them. Constance's vehicle, the coupe driven by Georgette, was found the day after the murder investigation began. 10 miles away, the coupe had been abandoned on East 25th Street, a location at least one newspaper described as a lower-income area. When the vehicle was found, the gas tank was empty, and so investigators assumed that the car had been abandoned in this location due to running out of fuel, rather than it being a pre-planned dump site. The keys were left dangling from the ignition and fingerprints were pulled, though they were reportedly badly smeared. The FBI and War Department were sent copies of the prints from the car, as well as the light bulb, though they didn't match any known criminal on record, nor did they match any soldiers. By the time this information was revealed, police began to realize they'd spent a lot of time searching for a soldier when now it seemed possible their killer could have been a civilian. Some have drawn connections between Georgette's murder and that of the famous Black Dahlia, both having been Hollywood hopefuls, and reportedly the two women had met once at the Hollywood canteen. The problem with that, though, is that Georgette was murdered 2 years before Elizabeth Short came to Los Angeles. The canteen itself wasn't even in operation by the time the Black Dahlia arrived. Remember earlier when I mentioned that the vehicle was found in a lower income area? Well, apparently that, along with some other descriptors, was a 1940s newspaper's way of describing areas inhabited predominantly by African Americans. Due to the discovery of the car, police began looking at two potential suspects, both black males who had previously worked at the El Palacio apartments, suggesting that they had been in possession of keys which would have granted them access to all apartments, including Georgette's. These two men, however, had alibis for the time of the murder, and no evidence could be found to connect them to the crime or Georgette herself. For the most part, the case began growing cold around this time. Following an official inquest on October 20th, Georgette's remains were released to the family, who had her returned to New York. She was officially laid to rest in Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx. Strangely, when the family was notified of Georgette's death, they argued against it being anything other than natural causes, and no one returned from New York to LA to receive her body, instead requesting that she be sent to the East Coast. 2 months after Georgette's murder, a man named John Lehman Sumter, 22 years old, confessed to the murder. The former sailor had received a dishonorable discharge from the Navy and at one point was court-martialed by the Army. He claimed that he had taken the 20-year-old's life. Police, however, were suspicious of Sumter's confession, as many of the details about the crime didn't match up with known facts. Ultimately, Sumter was ruled out, and years later the man claimed to have lied about the entire situation, saying that he was in a bad place in his life, he felt lost after being kicked from the military, and he wanted very much to be found guilty so that he could be executed. A year after the murder, another confession would come in, this one having been typed and left unsigned. A note found by a young schoolgirl was written by someone claiming to have committed the crime. The note in full reads, quote, "To the Los Angeles Police. Almost a year ago, Georgette Bauerdorf, age 20, Hollywood canteen hostess, was murdered in her apartment in West Hollywood. Between now and October 11th, a year after her death, the one who murdered her will appear at the Hollywood canteen. The murderer will be in uniform. He has, since he committed the murder, been in action in Okinawa. The murder of Georgette Bauerdorf was divine retribution. Let the police arrest the murderer, if they can." End quote. Police quickly ruled this note out, though, believing it to be a teenager's prank, as there was iodine smeared on the note to give the impression of blood. The closest investigators ever came to someone who they believed may have been a potential suspect was 20-year-old Robert George Pollock White. White was arrested for murdering a 65-year-old woman in San Diego by forcing a rag down her throat. During questioning by authorities, White alleged to have been in Los Angeles during the time that Georgette was murdered, though further investigation failed to find any links between White and Georgette. Beyond that, White denied any involvement, and he didn't match the fingerprints the LA County Sheriff's Office had on file. And so, as mysteriously as Georgette's killer had come from the shadows, he seemingly returned to them, and now, 75 years after her murder, Georgette Bauerdorf's killer remains unknown. After all these years, there really are two different sections of theories related to this case into which most thoughts fall. The first argues that Georgette's giving nature and kindness may have led to her downfall. Many have stated their belief that Georgette's killer may have been a soldier, or perhaps someone posing as a soldier, who she met along the way, possibly offering a ride or a place to stay, and things took a dark turn. The second theory puts forth the possibility that Georgette may have been murdered by someone she knew and trusted, perhaps a friend or former boyfriend. Her diary had a lot of names in it, a lot of potential suspects, and it's not outside of the realm of possibility that she could have been killed by a jealous ex, friend, or even associate. 75 years ago, Georgette Bauerdorf drove home on an October night, and the next morning she was found murdered. A loving, kind, and caring young woman, Georgette went out of her way to support the troops, help her friends, and to do whatever she could to contribute. She had dreams of Hollywood, of being an actress and creating a beautiful life, and all of that was taken away by an unknown killer who robbed the world of a compassionate soul. One has to read between the lines to get much information written about this case, especially when examining news articles of the time, but one thing is clear. Not a single person seemed to have any issues with Georgette, and every account is rather glowing. Yet we know at least one person saw the light that was Georgette and wanted only to extinguish that brilliance.